Chapter 12-13. But I don't like that kind of state. I once fell into madness and killed the people closest to me, so I swore that I would never use that bloodline power again. Mu Xiyan is the person who pulled me back from the brink of hell. Xiaoqin nodded to indicate that he understood. It was just like how Lin Yu once used her charm technique to pull him back from a massacre. Mu Xiyan might have used the same method to pull Dugu Ao back, making him resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent. However, based on Dugu Ao's expression, there seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Could it be that Dugu Ao managed to resist the temptation of the blood demon's innate talent but failed to resist Mu Xiyan's? Seeing Xiaoqin enter deep thought, Dugu Ao knew that Xiaoqin had already guessed it. He said, "It is not that I cannot resist her charm techniques. It is that she cannot pull me back without having a relationship with her." Xiaoqin clicked his tongue slightly. He did not expect there to be such a layer. Now you know why I must return this favor. There is no precedent of a succubus demon surviving the great tribulation of wind and fire. I must help her obtain this mutated demonic essence core. Xiaoqin laughed. This fellow had a face full of arrogance and his eyes were at the top of his head. Who would have thought that he would be so serious about the matters between men and women? But, are you just doing this to repay a debt of gratitude? Xiaoqin asked with interest. Dugu Ao was about to answer when he saw Mu Xiyan's eyelashes twitch slightly due to nervousness. He knew that she had already recovered, so he shook his head and did not say anything more. Ao Jiao opened her eyes and grumbled, "At the most crucial moment, you suddenly stopped talking. Little sister Xiyan has been waiting for a long time." Mu Xiyan knew that she could not continue pretending. She blushed slightly and said, "Nonsense. How could I be eavesdropping? I don't know anything." Dugu Ao did not dwell on this topic. He said, "Let's go. There is not much time left." The death swamp was filled with soaring serpents, but there was only one true variant soaring serpent. After arriving at Death Swamp, there was no need to worry about not being able to find the mutated flying dragon snake. The aftershocks of the battle were the most intense. The mutated flying dragon snake would definitely be there. Boom boom boom. The entire swamp was shaking violently. Not only was the ground shaking, but the entire space was shaking. The moment Xiaoqin stepped into the death swamp, he could feel the might of the aftermath of the huge battle in the distance. Xiaoqin looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and he was slightly shocked. There were at least 20 to 30 paragon blue-robed emperors fighting the flying dragon serpent. There were even more people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, wanting to take advantage of the situation. So. The four of them flashed and increased their speed to the maximum. A moment later, they arrived at the center of the chaotic battle. A huge black snake was entrenched in the swamp. Its huge body was coiled up like a black mountain. He was engaged in a fierce battle with more than 30 peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. His powerful aura of death caused the sky to be filled with dark clouds that were frighteningly dense. The demon mixed blood teams temporarily formed an alliance. With Pei Yan's and Yi Ziheng's teams as the leaders, they ruthlessly attacked the mutated flying dragon serpent. Since the discovery of the mutated flying dragon serpent, this was probably the first time it faced so many encirclement. The temptation of the past could not attract such strong firepower. Dugu Ao said, "I don't like to be the fisherman at the end. There are too many variables. I like to have everything in my hands, confident of success." Xiaoqin, "I'll block the people. I leave the flying dragon serpent to you. How confident are you?" A spark flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes, and the hot-bloodedness in his body surged. If it were any other day, he would definitely be the fisherman at the end. That way, the risk would be the lowest, and he would always be able to remain calm, able to advance or retreat. However, what he needed to obtain now was the flower of life. He could not afford any mishaps. Success or failure depended on this. That side would go crazy once, not giving him any way out. Xiaoqin slowly opened his mouth and gave his answer. "I'm completely confident. However, I, Xiao Chen, will block these people. You just do your best to kill the flying dragon serpent. Since you already swore not to use that bloodline power, then remember the oath and never use it. A cool breeze blew. Just as Dugu Ao was stunned, that white figure slowly descended and appeared in the middle of the intense battlefield. One person and one saber blocked 30 consummation blue-robed emperors. 10,000 dragons soared behind him. He's already guessed that I'm going to use that bloodline. Dugu Ao felt strangely touched. Honestly speaking, in this cooperation, Xiao Qin suffered a great loss. Hence, Dugu Ao took the initiative to block the other consummation blue-robed emperors, shouldering the greatest pressure himself. He did not want to take too much advantage of Xiao Qin. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Xiao Qin beat him to it, stepping forward. The so-called boldness, the so-called heroism, is nothing more than this. However, how am I to repay this favor? Dugu Ao's face sank, and he stopped thinking. Let's go. Let's make our move quickly. Right after Dugu Ao spoke, he led Ao Jiao, Mu Shiyan, and Little Yellow Feather towards the mountain-sized mutated flying dragon serpent. Dugu Ao blocked the mutated flying dragon serpent behind Xiao Chen, preventing him from being attacked from both sides. While all this took a long time to describe, it actually happened in an instant. From the moment Xiao Chen charged in to when Dugu Ao led his people in, it took less than half a breath of time. Amid the intense battlefield, Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. With one saber strike, he blocked the 30-peak consummation blue-robed emperors led by Pei Yan and Yi Ziheng. Such a turn of events stunned everyone. The countless blue-robed emperor-level mixed-blood cultivators, who were preparing to fish in troubled waters, also showed shocked expressions, not understanding what was going on. Damn! Who is this? Is he tired of living? That is that white-clad blades man, the youth who humiliated Old Feng outside the stone steel earlier. So, it is him. However, even if Old Feng is not a match for him, it is still too much of a stretch for him to block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors alone. Who knows? However, this might not be a bad thing for us. This will make things more lively. A group of spectating blue-robed emperors hid in the shadows of Death Swamp as they discussed in soft voices. Their eyes filled with excitement. Although they did not think that Xiao Qin could block 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, they were planning to fish in troubled waters in the first place. The more chaotic it was, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more they liked it. A faint black flame burned on Pei Yan's body as he looked at Xiao Qin, who was soaring with 10,000 dragons behind him. He thought to himself, this fellow came a step too late and lost the initiative. To think that he thought of such a radical method. He really does not care about his life. Rage filled Yi Ziheng's face as he shouted, "Are you seeking death? Quickly move aside. Otherwise, no matter where you come from, you can forget about leaving the human-demon paradise today. Quickly scram." When the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors saw Dugu Ao's group fighting the injured mutated flying dragon snake behind them, they were so angry that they wanted to kill someone. How could there be such a good thing? Their group had worked so hard to kill the mutated flying dragon snake for a long time, and this fellow wanted to take advantage of them the moment he arrived. The vast auras merged, nearly distorting space as they pressed down on Xiao Qin. The formless auras were like a majestic mountain range pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Xiao Qin held his breath and focused, showing a calm expression. As he looked at the 30-odd peak consummation blue-robed emperors, he became unprecedentedly focused. You want me to scram? Sure. However, you have to ask the saber in my hand first. Xiao Qin pointed his saber forward and unleashed his 60% comprehended lightning saber soul. The tip of the saber contained Xiao Qian's unyielding will. He had to obtain the flower of life at all costs. This was the most crucial step of his emperor's road. He was willing to risk his life for it. Attack together and kill him. Pei Yan frowned slightly. He could feel Xiao Qian's sharpness, which was unparalleled. he did not dare to be careless. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors each executed a killing move and swung at Xiao Chen, who was blocking their way. Xiao Chen swung his saber at Xiao Chen, who was blocking his way. Instantly, multicolored lights filled the air. Saber lights and sword images flashed endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena fused together as attacks filled the sky, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The fluctuations of the power of the world were too chaotic. Continuous explosions rang out in the death swamp, rumbling endlessly. Just these aftershocks blasted several flying dragon snakes out of the swamp and killed them. Blood immediately sprayed into the air. Amidst the chaotic sky, the world lost its color, mixed with dust, and a rain of blood fell. The blue-robed emperors unleashed such concentrated killing moves at the same time. They truly thought highly of Xiao Chen. 2 beams of fiery light, one golden and one white, shot out of Xiao Chen's eyes. The origin flames of the lunar true flame and the solar true flame appeared dazzlingly and chased each other in the air. In an instant, they formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. 2 extreme flames of completely different attributes merged perfectly with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Yin-yang, the 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and the 5 elements. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared together with the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, releasing a large expanse of golden light and sealing off space. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was like a wall of the 5 elements, blocking all the incoming killing moves. This time, Xiao Chen did not hold back at all, using his origin flame to drive the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the past, Xiao Chen had not used his origin flame for the solar true flame and the lunar true flame. However, this magnificent Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was stronger than any of the previous ones. However, it was still somewhat forceful to face 30-odd inferior grade profound martial techniques. If the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram was strong enough, it could instantly reflect all the attacks back. This could throw these 30 consummation blue-robed emperors into chaos and injure them on the spot. Then, Xiao Chen would gain the upper hand. Even so, this scene completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Solar true flame and lunar true flame could actually merge and block so many profound martial techniques. This stunned the crowd, who were preparing to kill Xiao Chen in one go. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shattered, and all sorts of attacks rained down on Xiao Chen. However, their might had already weakened significantly, and the various mysterious phenomena no longer existed. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. His feet pushed off the ground in the air. With every step he took, saber images filled the air. Thunder roared in the sky, tearing down strands of purple lightning. Thousands of dragon images roared ferociously. 12 saber strikes in one step. With 3 steps, Xiao Chen broke all the profound martial techniques. Xiao Chen's figure moved among the lightning dragons and saber lights like he was taking a leisurely stroll. Every move he made followed his heart's desire, leaving no traces behind. Such a scene was very shocking. Chapter 12-14. Is that all you are capable of? However, that is not enough to chase me away. I have a saber technique that I would like to share with everyone. Breaking the inferior grade profound martial techniques that filled the sky exceeded everyone's expectations. Unexpectedly, when facing the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors, Xiao Chen forcefully chose to attack. Xiao Chen's heart entered a state of emptiness. To him, the world was pitch black. Aside from him, there was no one else. In Xiao Chen's world, space was sealed. Time stopped flowing. The entire world was quiet. It was like the primal chaos had yet to develop. Aside from darkness, there was nothing else. Whoosh! A strand of saber light appeared and tore through this dark world. Color reappeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He saw the mocking smiles on the faces of Pei Yan, Yi Ziheng, and the others. The 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors all looked at him coldly with mocking smiles. They were laughing at Xiao Chen for overestimating himself. After gaining an advantage, he did not obediently defend and did his best to delay. To think that Xiao Chen was seeking death by charging at them. This is exactly what I wanted. When you arrive, we will surround you and delay you. Even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster and can kill Emperor Wu, even if you are as strong as the old black iron monster, you will still die. Under the encirclement of 30-odd peak consummation quasi-emperors, Xiao Chen would only be ground to death. There would not be a second result. My path, my pride, my glory. There is no need to say more. It all depends on this saber strike. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Poems of praise fell from the sky. The various things that happened in the past turned into mysterious phenomena along with the poems, appearing everywhere. In Mo City, during the promise of 10 years, Xiao Chen used the ninth heaven's thunder formation to defeat strong enemies, kneeled to his father thrice, and left in a huff. In the Tianwu Emperor's grave, he laughed loudly and issued a challenge to all the great Qin nation's scions, becoming famous for the first time. In the battle at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he announced Xiao Chen's name and defeated the great Qin nation's noble clan scions, achieving consecutive victories and starting the legend of the white-robed bladesman. In the ancient desolate land, he was neither humble nor arrogant. He broke the 1,000-year-old record and obtained 100 consecutive victories. In the five-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen remained unknown. However, he defeated the outstanding talents of the various places and stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm, becoming a king true dragon. In the Kunlun realm, he swept through all the younger generation and was conferred as the Blue Dragon. 10,000 dragons soared in the Cloud Sea domain. He instantly killed 8 quasi-emperors after being destroyed. In the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Four Seas Hero Gathering, Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents in one move in an instant. 13 years of searching for the path, experiencing all kinds of loneliness and pain, casting a heroic name in the world, there is no one like me in the world. Xiao Xiao, he, his. Filled with lofty sentiments, Xiao Chen brought out the instant of glory of this saber strike to its limits. All sorts of poems and mysterious phenomena formed a vast, boundless, glorious, and majestic epic. King, Chen, 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 the Xiao, Chen, that all, King Xiao Marshal, Chen, he, Xiao, break. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the people in the painting, who still had mocking expressions on their faces. Then, he opened his clenched left hand and gently opened it. Suddenly, the painting shattered, and the sealed space shattered piece by piece. It was like a broken mirror, shattering into countless pieces. The 30-odd people in the painting did their best to protect themselves. However, they were still riddled with wounds. They vomited blood and got knocked back by the power of space. Their hair was disheveled, and they were covered in wounds. The people watching in the dark were all dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen alone forced back 30-odd peak blue-robed emperors. With this move, half of the 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors could no longer stand up. Some of the weaker ones even had their bodies split open. The wounds looked very horrifying. If not for the demon mixed bloods possessing strong physical attributes and the fact that they were all consummation blue-robed emperors, all of them would have died. Aside from peak characters like the 10 outstanding talents, most of the remaining 15 or 16 demon mixed bloods had lost most of their combat prowess. The might of one saber strike was so strong. Right now, Xiao Chen was incredibly tired. Sweat covered his forehead. This move exhausted not only his law energy but also his mental energy. Xiao Chen felt completely drained. However, there were only two feelings in his heart: carefree. That's right, carefree. After comprehending the instant of glory once more, he had finally reached the lesser mastery realm from its original level of mastery to the next level. Even if most of the blue-robed emperors were lucky enough to obtain a medial-grade profound martial technique, they would find it difficult to execute it even once. However, Xiao Chen was able to go from being able to withdraw and release it as he pleased to small perfection. Describing such people as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns was insufficient to match Xiao Chen's comprehension ability. What small perfection meant was that one could bring out 30% of a medial-grade profound martial technique's might. Several of these people could bring out only 50 to 60% of an inferior-grade profound martial technique's might, not to mention a medial-grade profound martial technique. Being suppressed like this was not an injustice at all. The blue-robed emperors watching from afar were all startled into stupefaction. The deterrence of this move was simply too great. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the 10-odd people standing in front. The mockery on these people's faces had long since vanished, replaced by deep fear. Damn it! He actually cultivated a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. As the 10-odd people watched Xiao Chen's clothes flutter, they gritted their teeth in hatred. How could they have imagined that a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor could force them, a group of consummation blue-robed emperors, into such a sorry state? As Xiao Chen stood in the air, the formless tyranny of a ruler spread out from his body, stirring up changes in the sky and stirring up clouds and winds. Xiao Chen's gaze was incredibly sharp, revealing a strong state of mind. No one dared to look directly at him. These people simply did not know what kind of obsession Xiao Chen had with this flower of life. Without the demonic essence core, it would only be slightly more difficult for these outstanding talents to clear their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, without the flower of life, Xiao Chen could not advance to martial emperor. Everything would be for naught. Xiao Chen's dreams and hopes would all be for naught. Xiao Chen's words of risking his life was not a joke at all. Before such a strong aura, the remaining 10-odd people did not dare to act rashly. For a moment, a stalemate appeared. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen, whom no one thought highly of, could block 30-odd consummation blue-robed emperors with just this saber in his hand. Drip! 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 The blood rain in the sky mixed with dust, still falling endlessly. In fact, it even intensified. The shock waves of this instant of glory were more than 1 or 2 levels stronger than the shock waves of the killing moves that those people combined to execute earlier. Who knew how many ordinary flying dragon snakes had died in the swamp after suffering an unexpected calamity? This made the blood rain even sharper. When it landed on the people, it quickly drenched their clothes and dyed their white robes red. Amid the blood rain, Xiao Chen's eyes remained cold. He allowed the rain to land on his body, not showing any intention of retreating. Time slowly passed. It looked like Dugu Ao and the others were about to kill the already severely injured mutated flying dragon snake. The hearts of Pei Yan and the others grew even more restless amid this blood rain. They wanted to charge over several times. However, as long as they met Xiao Chen's gaze, looked at the people lying on the ground, moaning in pain, and saw that boundlessly glorious mysterious phenomenon from earlier, they would feel weak in their hearts for some reason. For some reason, they all felt weak in their hearts and did not dare to act rashly. Even the strongest Pei Yan was no exception. After being struck head-on by that instant of glory, Pei Yan only had 70% of his combat prowess. Based on Pei Yan's guess, if he had to bear the full might of this instant of glory alone, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Only the heavens knew if this fellow would risk his life to launch another attack. He definitely will. As Pei Yan looked at Xiao Chen's eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. This fellow definitely will. As long as someone dared to take a step forward, even if Pei Yan had to pay with his life, he would drag that person to hell. Speaking of which, it was laughable. No matter what, Pei Yan was the strongest of the 10 outstanding talents of the human demon territory. However, before this outsider, before this youth who was more than 10 years younger than him, Pei Yan actually showed cowardice. The companions beside him could not give him any sense of security at all. This was a kind of grievance. Pei Yan clenched his right hand so tightly that his fingers nearly dug into his flesh. Pei Yan held back his anger, his entire body trembling. However, he still did not dare to step forward. If even Pei Yan was like that, then there was no need to mention the others standing beside him. However, they were not willing to leave just like that. Hence, the situation remained in a stalemate. Unable to advance or retreat, this was the current situation of this group of outstanding talents of the human demon sea. Pooh! Just at this moment, a mournful wail came from the death swamp, where the blood rain poured down. After paying a heavy price, Dugu Ao's group finally chopped off the huge mutated flying dragon snake's head. In that instant, blood gushed into the sky like a fountain, causing the blood rain, which had weakened slightly, to fall ferociously once more. The 3,000-year-old mutated flying dragon snake died just like that. Berserk energy spread out. This energy formed strong gales that blew wantonly in the swamp, sounding like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves. Everyone was well aware of what the blood-curdling screams meant. In an instant, the stalemate broke. The temptation of the demonic essence pill finally defeated the fear in the hearts of everyone present. The 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors in front and an even larger number of blue-robed emperors in the distance were like a pack of wolves that had been waiting for a long time on a grassy plain. At this moment, their eyes lit up, and they all moved. However, just as they stood up, Xiao Chen, who was drenched and covered in blood, swung his saber and shouted in rage. Whoosh! 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 Who dares to move? Along with this roar of rage were 10,000 bolts of lightning. Xiao Chen infused his peak will of thunder into these 3 words. The instant Xiao Chen spoke, the resplendent and dazzling lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness vanished completely. It turned into a bolt of lightning containing the peak will of thunder and tore through the sky at the same time. What kind of scene would that be? At this moment, it was like the end of the world. The indescribable electric light made this colorful world lose all color. Only black and white remained. Chapter 12:15. Under the reflection of this electric light, Xiao Chen's actions of brandishing his saber and roaring appeared desolate and tyrannical. If those who stood up and moved were a pack of wolves, then Xiao Chen was the king of beasts, an overlord that inspired fear in others. When an overlord raged, who dared to move? The many blue-robed emperors, whose rationality was clouded by desire, were all forced back by this thunderous roar. Even the demon elites, who were as strong as the 10 outstanding talents, were startled by this roar. They did not dare to move rashly, becoming distracted. Some of the more timid and weak-willed people fell into the air. Their legs went numb, and they fell to the ground, frightened into trembling and retreating continuously. Who dared to move? No one dared to move. With one roar, Xiao Chen scared off hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Such an effect naturally had something to do with the fact that Xiao Chen had infused his peak will of thunder into his voice. The peak will of thunder was already on the verge of materializing illusory. When combined with his roar, it could place immense mental pressure on others. This was especially so for lightning. This attribute was berserk in the first place and symbolized the heavenly Tao's punishment. When the lightning vanished, Xiao Chen looked coldly at the surrounding group of people. Then, he pushed off the air and flew towards the snake head in the air. A pure white flower bloomed on the snake's head, looking somewhat alluring in this gloomy world filled with death qi. This flower, which exuded life force, was very eye-catching. This was the flower of life that Xiao Chen dreamed of. On the other side, Dugu Ao and the others took advantage of the time when Xiao Chen held back the many blue-robed emperors to successfully obtain the mutated demonic essence pill. Once Xiao Chen obtained the flower of life, the goal of this trip to the human-demon paradise would be accomplished. Wounds riddled Ao Jiao's body, all from the mutated flying dragon snake. But at this moment, she didn't feel any pain. Seeing Xiao Chen getting closer and closer to the tongue, Ao Jiao felt nothing but joy in her heart. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years had always been a huge mountain pressing down on Xiao Chen's heart. Today, he finally saw a trace of hope. The goal she had been looking forward to for a long time had finally been fulfilled. How could she not be happy? Watching Xiao Chen fly towards the head of the soaring serpent, the blue-robed emperor that had been scared away by Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. Their imposing manner had long since been completely destroyed by Xiao Chen's explosive shout in the depths of their hearts. Amidst the blood rain, tens of thousands of lightning bolts illuminated the world, leaving only black and white. That scene would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. It would become an indelible shadow in their hearts. Just when everyone thought that no one could stop Xiao Chen from snatching the flower of life, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, two ghostly figures appeared in the air. These two ghostly figures were hidden in the death qi in space, looking like they had appeared out of nowhere. One of them sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When the two palm strikes flew out, they seemed to drive all the death qi in the entire death swamp, shaking the world and making it tremble endlessly. The two huge black palms were like demonic claws as they attacked Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen continued to snatch the flower of life, he would be struck by these two palms. He would not have any chance to dodge. Clearly, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu were trying to force back Xiao Chen, preventing him from obtaining the flower of life. If Xiao Chen dared to take it, he would have to endure the damage from these two palms. Furthermore, the demonic claws were so dense that they seemed to have materialized. Wherever they passed, cracks would appear in the space around them. From this, one could imagine just how powerful they were. The ghost race's half-step Emperor Wu. The blue-robed emperor and the 10 outstanding talents were all stunned at the same time. They could not understand why the ghost race experts of the Kunlun continent, who were tens of millions of kilometers away, would come to the human-demon paradise. In the history of the human-demon sea, such a situation had never happened before. Furthermore, there were two of them at the same time. However, that was not all. Two ancient coffins flew out of the death swamp at the same time. The coffins landed with a pa sound, and the two corpse race half-step Emperor Wu with cold expressions opened their eyes. Without saying a word, they walked out of the coffins and started attacking the surrounding demon blue-robed emperors. This was the absolute difference in strength. In an instant, several human-demon quasi-emperors died on the spot before they could figure out the situation. Boom! A sagely song rang out, and two golden pillars of light descended from the sky. The holy light illuminated the dark death swamp. Two deity race half-step Emperor Wu experts with white hair and black eyes descended from the sky. They formed hand seals and sent down waves of holy light. Strong mental energy martial techniques gave off resplendent lights as they landed on the ground. Miserable shrieks rang out everywhere. This caused the blue-robed Emperor mixed blood below to flee, not daring to remain for long. 6 human half-step Emperor Wu figures appeared at the edge of the death swamp in the distance. These 6 wore masks, preventing others from seeing their faces clearly. However, the strong auras of their bodies were all terrifyingly strong. With one look, it was clear that they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. With just 2 steps, they arrived at the scene. Similarly, without saying a word, he attacked the surrounding demonic human quasi-emperors without hesitation. The expressions of Pei Yan and the others changed dramatically. No matter how this group of outstanding talents thought about it, they would never have expected so many half-step Emperor Wu to appear in the human-demon paradise. Furthermore, they were not ordinary half-step Emperor Wu. Even among half-step Emperor Wu, they were top-notch existences. The status of the demons was special. They were mixed bloods of the deep abyss demonic race and the human race. Furthermore, the demons had always been the enemy of all the races of the Kunlun continent. If not for the Blood Sword Sovereign, a demon-human expert, appearing out of nowhere 50,000 years ago and being ridiculously strong, resulting in an agreement with the 5 major races of the Kunlun continent, the demons would have been wiped out long ago. The demonic humans had long been wiped out, they would never exist again. Even so, the current Kunlun realm was still ruled by the 5 major races. The peak experts of the 5 major races would not feel any guilt coming over to kill demon mixed blood cultivators. They would not fear the demon mixed blood cultivators seeking trouble. If they dared to seek trouble, having the demon bloodline was a sin in the first place. In terms of peak strength, any prime of the continent's races could easily slaughter all the demon mixed blood cultivators. Let's go. These people are trying to clear the area. They do not want others to see what they are doing. When Pei Yan saw that the half-step Emperor Wu did not care about the demon mixed blood cultivators fleeing, he immediately guessed the result. Pei Yan glanced at Xiao Chen, who was being held back by the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu. As Pei Yan retreated, he somewhat understood what was going on. These people's target was the white-robed bladesman in the air. With this thought, Pei Yan could not help being horrified. What kind of existence was this fellow? Unexpectedly, he offended so many half-step Emperor Wu experts. As Pei Yan thought about this, he did not stop moving, retreating with all his might. Although Pei Yan could defeat some half-step Emperor Wu, they were ordinary half-step Emperor Wu like Old Man Feng and Wang Yang. If he ran into a true half-step Emperor Wu expert, he would die. If Pei Yan did not leave now, he would not be able to even if he wanted to. Such a strange turn of events happened in an instant. No matter who it was, no one would have expected such a scene. When Xiao Chen, who was in the air, saw the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu appear, his expression changed. Before coming, Xiao Chen had been feeling uneasy. He knew that the flower of life would not be so easy to obtain. However, when he saw such a large formation, he could not help feeling surprised. How could Xiao Chen be capable of provoking so many major characters to make a move at the same time, sending 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu to deal with him? There was no other purpose than to prevent Xiao Chen from advancing to Martial Emperor, to prevent him from obtaining the flower of life. If Xiao Chen gave up now and dodged these two horrifying demonic claws, letting the other party obtain the flower of life, nothing would happen to him. After the other party destroyed the flower of life, they would leave calmly. In their opinion, a descendant of the Qin Emperor who could not advance to Martial Emperor would not be worth paying attention to. It was just a meteor. What was there to fear? However, if Xiao Chen did not give up and still wanted to obtain the flower of life, then enduring the damage from these two demonic claws would be a painful start. The 10-odd half-step Emperor Wu would not give Xiao Chen a chance to speak. They would beat him half to death and use the most brutal method to snatch away the flower of life. It looked like the result would be the same regardless of whether Xiao Chen chose the former or the latter. He would not be able to obtain the flower of life in the end. However, even if the result was the same, Xiao Chen would choose the latter without hesitation. The reason was none other than his attitude, a flame that never extinguished in his heart. It was a dream, a hope, and an unyielding faith. Blue Dragon Battle Armor, materialize. A resolute light flashed on Xiao Chen's delicate face. He materialized the Blue Dragon Battle Armor and flew towards the Flower of Life without hesitation. The path to Martial Emperor involved risking one's life. Even if one was consigned to eternal damnation, one would never give up. After materializing the Blue Dragon Battle Armor, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and plucked the Flower of Life from the mutated flying dragon snake's head. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. However, after Xiao Chen completed this series of actions, the demonic palms that the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu sent out also attacked from the front and back. It looked like two palms were pressing together as they struck Xiao Chen. Buzz! Space trembled, swaying left and right like a clock. Formless spatial winds surged out in all directions. The shockwaves spread throughout the entire death swamp. The ground cracked, and all the flying dragon snakes in the swamp shattered. After this battle, the flying dragon snakes in the human-demon paradise would probably all die. Dugu Ao took the initiative to block Ao Jiao and Mu Xian, helping them block the shock waves from the spatial tremors. Before the shock waves scattered, a figure wearing azure-patterned battle armor descended from the air like a sharp arrow, arriving where Dugu Ao and the other two were. Pu Ci. After Xiao Chen landed, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth with a pale complexion as he endured the intense pain from his injuries. Cracks appeared on Xiao Chen's battle armor. However, as he circulated the blue dragon vital qi in his body, the cracks on the battle armor healed at a visible rate. After the blue dragon body nourishing art reached the third layer, the blue dragon battle armor that he materialized already allowed Xiao Chen's defense to rival that of Emperor Wu's golden body. Although Shao Chen was severely injured, he could still stand and fight against the peak strikes of these two half-step Emperor Wu, who used the death energy of this place to execute them. Chapter 12:16. Shao Chen. Ao Jiao stepped forward and asked anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Shao Chen turned around and smiled faintly, indicating that he was fine. Then, while Ao Jiao was not paying attention, he waved his right hand and quickly pulled Ao Jiao into the Immortal Spirit Ring. Shao Chen sealed the exit of the ring and vomited another mouthful of blood. Mu Xian stepped forward and placed her hand on Shao Chen's shoulder. A clump of pink light appeared in her palm and quickly entered Shao Chen's body. Shao Chen immediately felt all the pain disappear. However, his injuries still had not healed. This should be the innate skill of the Eros demons, which temporarily numbed the pain. Now, not a single demon mixed blood remained in the previously bustling death swamp. The various half-step Emperor Wus pressed forward, step by step. They formed an encirclement, sealing off all paths of retreat for Shao Chen's group. There were a total of 12 half-step Emperor Wus. Their strong auras pressed down, making breathing difficult. Normally, even if Shao Chen and Dugu Ao ran into one of these half-step Emperor Wus, they would not dare to say that they could easily defeat them. Now that there were 12, there was no hope at all. Shao Chen looked at them one by one. The two deity race half-step Emperor Wus should have been sent by Emperor Forsaken. Needless to say, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wus were definitely sent by the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Naturally, the two corpse race half-step Emperor Wus were sent by the Xingtian Emperor. As for the 6 masked human experts, the corners of Shao Chen's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking expression. Since they already sent people out, what was the point of wearing masks? Masks could cover their faces, but could they hide the aura of their holy beast martial spirits? As soon as the 6 half-step Emperor Wu of the human race appeared, Shao Chen knew that they were the 3 Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' land. It was just that the other party didn't want to shed their last layer of cordiality, so they put on a mask for their own people. Thinking about it, it was really laughable. At the same time, in a boundlessly distant place, where the Thunder King was in closed-door cultivation, Bushan Palace in the Kunlun Continent's central province, the Thunder King was sitting cross-legged and talking to the 2 shadows in front of him. One of the masters of the image was the Haotian Martial Emperor, the new prime of the Kunlun Continent's human race. The other was the Fox King, the strongest martial emperor of the Fiend race, also a prime. Thunder King, are we really not going to help this time? The projection of the Haotian Emperor asked worriedly. Naturally, the matter he was referring to was the matter of the Prime sending people to stop Shao Chen from obtaining the Flower of Life. The deity race's Emperor Forsaken and the ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Xingtian could reverse the heavenly Tao and calculate Shao Chen's tribulation point. Naturally, they could do so as well. The Thunder King's aged face remained calm. He said indifferently, there is no need to make a move. Just let nature take its course. A tribulation point is a tribulation point. If we purposely do it, it will only make the tribulation point more difficult. There is no point in doing so. After a pause, the Thunder King continued, furthermore, even I cannot figure out the tribulation point this time. There are too many variables, truly puzzling. The Haotian Emperor and the Fox King looked at each other in surprise. The Fox King asked tentatively, what variables? The Thunder Sovereign shook his head and said, I can only make out one person. There is another one. No matter how I look at it, I cannot make out anything. That person clearly does not have a dense luck like Shao Chen does. However, he is unfathomable, unfathomable. The Haotian Emperor was still a little worried. There is really no need to make a move. This time, even the 3 Holy Masters can't help but make a move. The Thunder King nodded firmly. There is no need to make a move. They also know where the bottom line is. They will not act recklessly. After the conversation ended, the Haotian Emperor and the Fox King's projections flickered a few times before they disappeared from the secret chamber, leaving the Thunder King alone. After the two left, the Thunder King's appearance aged even more. He muttered, What exactly is the second variable? Why can't I figure it out at all? After saying that, the Thunder King started calculating again, feeling dissatisfied. The life force in his body drained quickly. Strands of dense life force almost materialized and came out of the top of his head. After a while, the Thunder King opened his eyes. He saw a youth flickering with black and white lights with a sword on his back. However, that youth's face was blurry, he could not see it clearly no matter what. The Thunder King was dissatisfied. He formed hand seals and drained even more life force. Suddenly, the Thunder King vomited a mouthful of blood. He finally saw that youth's face clearly, saw the pure golden flames burning in the youth's eyes. The Thunder King immediately revealed an expression of understanding. He muttered, "So, that is the case. You also left a backup plan." In Death Swamp, Xiaochen looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air. Then, he said slowly, "Dugu Ao, take Miss Mu and leave. They are here for me. They will not stop you." When Dugu Ao heard this, he smiled. Then, he looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu in the air as well. He asked, "Brother Xiao, have you decided to give up?" "Have I given up?" Naturally, he did not. However, when facing these 12 half-step martial emperors, every one of them was no weaker than him. Even with that plume feather, it was impossible for me to break out of this encirclement. It was not that Xiao Chen was undervaluing himself. Rather, the situation before him was truly unresolvable. All Xiao Chen could do was choose an attitude, fight with his life on the line. Even if he died miserably on the path of seeking enlightenment, he would persevere to the end, never giving up. Dugu Ao turned his head and smiled. Interesting. It turns out that Brother Xiao has moments of helplessness as well. Your expression clearly shows that you are seeking death. If this is not giving up, what is it? After Dugu Ao spoke, his expression suddenly turned incredibly serious. You once said that there are some oaths that should not be broken after they are made. Let me tell you this as well. There are some things that you choose to persevere on and never give up on. I, Dugu Ao, will help you block these 12 half-step Emperor Wu. Xian, help me hold him down. Before Xiaochen could react, Mu Xian's hands landed on his shoulders. While he was distracted, she used the innate martial technique of the Eros demon race to trap him where he stood. Far away, Pei Yan's group, who had already fled far away, extended their mental perception to the maximum, quietly observing everything here. Several people who sensed the auras of half-step Emperor Wu all rushed over. Then, they silently observed from a distance. However, they were extremely cautious. No one dared to advance rashly. Instead, they approached to watch the show. 12 foreign half-step Emperor Wu appeared in the human-demon paradise at the same time. This was something rarely seen since ancient times. Some of the half-step martial emperor experts revealed horrified expressions when they heard the descriptions of the newcomers from the people who had escaped. Based on these descriptions, these half-step Emperor Wu seemed to be the direct subordinates of the primes of the Kunlun continent. This was the intention of the primes. Some primes wanted to make a move on that white-robed bladesman. Immediately, these people no longer dared to think about going to Death Swamp to watch the show. Even the old black iron monster, a ruthless person who could kill Emperor Wu, did not dare to act rashly. The identity of that white-robed bladesman piqued everyone's curiosity. What kind of existence could he be for so many primes to make a move at the same time? Everyone had their own opinions, but no one could give an accurate answer. Inside Death Swamp, Xiaochen was conscious, but he could not move his body. Mu Xian used a strange technique to paralyze Xiaochen's body. Strands of pink energy entered Xiaochen's body and slowly healed his injuries. This did not look like a technique for trapping people. Instead, it looked more like an Eros demon's healing martial technique. Dugu Ao looked at the 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts in the air. Then, he stepped forward and blocked Xiaochen, silently expressing his stance. The deity race expert in the air smiled coldly and arrogantly. Interesting. A mixed-blood bastard dares to meddle in other people's business. Do you know who you are facing now? Even the human demon sees Emperor Wu did not dare to stop us. To think that a bastard like you dares to stand up for him. Quickly scram. Even if your father, Dugu Kuang, came, he would not dare to interfere in today's matter. Take your woman and leave immediately. Don't blame us for not warning you. It seemed like Dugu Ao's clan was not simple in the human demon sea. The 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts, who had been silent all this while, all shouted coldly when they saw Dugu Ao step forward. They did not make a move immediately. Far away, the many cultivators paying close attention to this place were all stunned when they saw Dugu Ao step forward. Is he stupid? To think that he is facing 12 half-step Emperor Wu experts at the same time for the sake of an outsider. It's over. He is really tired of living. We already told him to leave, but he is still not leaving. These demon mixed-blood cultivators felt that Dugu Ao's actions were not worth it. However, when some people heard Dugu Ao being called a bastard, they felt a strange bitterness in their hearts. No matter how proud they were or how talented they were, in the eyes of this group of outsiders, demon mixed-blood cultivators were still considered bastards. Dugu Ao's lips curled up slightly. He smiled somewhat self-mockingly and said, "Bastard. What you said is not wrong. I, Dugu Ao, am indeed a bastard. There is nothing to deny. I have the blood of the deep abyss demon race flowing in my body. However, my heart will always be proud. Even if I am a bastard, I am still 100 times, 10,000 times stronger than you bunch of shameless people who use numbers to bully others. There are some things that you bunch of people will never understand. The persistence and dreams of some people cannot be tarnished by you bunch of lackeys." Right after Dugu Ao spoke, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. A strong wind blew, and an incomparably horrifying aura surged out from his body. A demon seemed to be released from Dugu Ao's body. His body turned into a greedy funnel. Dugu Ao's body absorbed the boundless demonic chi in the death swamp. This caused his aura to soar. After a while, he actually managed to block the auras of 12 half-step blue-robed emperors by himself. Suddenly, Dugu Ao attacked ferociously. A demon mixed-blood cultivator corpse flew over from the ground. Dugu Ao opened his mouth and bit the corpse's neck. In the blink of an eye, Dugu Ao sucked up all the blood in the corpse. Dugu Ao's hair turned scarlet and grew wildly. Soon, Dugu Ao's hair reached Dugu Ao's waist. His clothes tore, and a pair of scarlet, fleshy wings grew on his back. With a gentle flap, he hovered in the air. Chapter 12:17. When the mysterious red-clad man hiding in the darkness saw this scene, he was greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the bloodline of a demonic human had reached king grade and even awakened the rare blood demon transformation, the blood demon transformation. Several of the blood demon's demon monarch's bloodline were only at this level, perhaps even weaker. Such a change stunned the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable mixed-blood bastard could erupt with such a startling aura. "Bastard, are you thinking of overturning the heavens?" In the sky, the two deity race half-step Emperor Wu snorted coldly. Then, they attacked at the same time, forming hand seals and sending out mental energy martial techniques. The light in the sky condensed into a divine sword, punishing Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao turned around and glared. A red light flashed in his eyes, spreading a berserk murderous intent, striking fear in others. With this glare, the two deity race half-step martial emperors felt an indescribable horror. Overturning the heavens? I never thought of it. However, today, you want to bully me, Dugu Ao, with numbers? I absolutely will not allow that. Mu Shiyan, bring Shao Qin away. Dugu Ao maintained his last bit of rationality. After he spoke, he waved his hand and drew out most of the death chi in the human-demon paradise. Right now, he was like a fish in water in this human-demon paradise with dense death chi. The amount of death chi he could draw out was even more than that of the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wus combined. Duguao easily dealt with the attacks of the two deity race experts with one palm strike. Reluctance flashed in Mu Xian's eyes, as well as intense conflict. However, in the end, she made up her mind to bring Xiao Qin away. In the end, she was shocked to discover that Xiao Qin, whom she had trapped with her Eros demon's secret technique, was not completely paralyzed. He was still resisting her secret technique. If she moved, Xiao Qin would immediately regain his freedom. Her expression involuntarily turned anxious. Xiao Qin, just come with me. Mu Xian was so anxious that she nearly cried. Xiao Qin did not move. He could not speak, but his consciousness was clear. With Duguao's current state, he could indeed block 12 half-step Emperor Wu. However, it would not be easy. Once this state disappeared, only death awaited Duguao. He couldn't leave. He couldn't watch his friend die for him. High up in the sky changed color, winds blew, and clouds churned. Although the berserk Duguao was in a somewhat sorry state, he could fight 1 against 12, truly blocking all the half-step Emperor Wu. With a raise of his hand, most of the human-demon paradise would tremble, filling the sky above the human-demon paradise with surging black clouds. The cultivators watching from afar were all stunned. They had long known that Duguao had not used his blood demon innate talent and cultivated the quintessence of the human race. However, Xiao Qin had not expected Duguao to be so ridiculously strong after he used the blood demon's innate talent and went berserk. Duguao laughed loudly, completely ignoring his injuries as he fought against the 12 half-step Emperor Wu. He was like a helpless ruffian. As long as anyone dared to go down, he would pester them, not caring about anything else. Duguao casually glanced around and saw that Xiao Qin had not left yet. He could not help crying out hoarsely, "Go! What are you still standing there for?" While Duguao was distracted, the two ghost race half-step Emperor Wu found an opportunity to attack him, one from the front and one from the back. When experts exchanged moves, how could they allow themselves to be distracted? This was especially so for the ridiculously strong half-step Emperor Wu. "You are seeking death!" Duguao roared. His figure flickered like a phantom as he sent 2 palm strikes back, causing the 2 ghost race cultivators to vomit blood and retreat. Just as Duguao wanted to follow up with another attack, the other half-step Emperor Wu charged over. Both sides immediately fell into a stalemate again. However, Duguao had something holding him back. Occasionally, he turned his head back to look. When he saw that Xiao Qin still had not left, he could not help reminding him. "Go!" Duguao cried out hoarsely. Every time he cried out, someone would take the opportunity to severely injure him, causing him to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. His miserable state was very frightening. However, Duguao did not stop. As long as he found an opportunity in the frenzied battle, he would cry out, his cries echoing in the sky. "Go! Go! Go!" The word, "go," reverberated throughout the entire human-demon paradise, sounding sorrowful and sorrowful. Everyone's expressions changed. However, could Xiao Qin really leave? Could he leave? Of course not. The words, "go, go, go," were like thunder, each word stained with blood. How could he leave in peace? Xiao Qin's body, which had been paralyzed by Mu Xinya, trembled slightly. His hands, which hung by his side, trembled endlessly. In such a difficult situation, he clenched them into fists. Xiao Qin's eyes looked like they were about to bleed. Every word that Duguao said, "go," was like a knife deeply carved into Xiao Qin's heart. Mu Xian, who was behind, bit her lip. Fragrant sweat covered her forehead. She felt that she could no longer control Xiao Qin. This made her feel very surprised. The succubus race's secret technique was the innate ability of succubi. Normally, when it was used by surprise, it would cause the succubus race to lose all of its strength. Normally, when it was executed unexpectedly, even someone as strong as the half-step Emperor Wu would find it hard to struggle free. As time went by, he would slowly fall asleep. This was not an offensive martial technique. It was just an innate ability of the Eros demons. Its main purpose was to put people into a deep sleep so that they could harvest their energy. This allowed the energy of the target to be harvested to be drained unknowingly while they were asleep. Naturally, Mu Xian did not want to harvest Xiao Qin right now. She just wanted Xiao Qin to fall asleep so she could bring him away from this place, not letting down Dugu Ao's efforts. However, the reality was somewhat unexpected. Xiao Qin's willpower was unexpectedly strong. Not only did he not fall asleep, but he even struggled even more intensely, showing signs of breaking free at any moment. This placed even more pressure on Mu Xian. If this continued, Xiao Qin would really break free. At that time, Dugu Ao would be risking his life, wasting the opportunity that he obtained. Tears flickered in Mu Xian's eyes as she started crying anxiously. At this moment, she felt extreme regret. If she had not gotten Dugu Ao to help her obtain the mutated demonic essence core, none of this would have happened. In such an anxious situation, a certain mysterious red-clad man hidden in the darkness calmly analyzed the situation for a while before giving up on making a move. The battle in the sky leaned more and more in favor of the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's. In the end, it was still too much to fight 1 against 12. If not for the dense demonic chi in this human-demon paradise, Dugu Ao would have gained the upper hand. Even if he executed the blood demon transformation, the innate ability of the blood demon race, he would not be able to last for so long. Most importantly, the duration of the blood demon transformation seemed to be about to end. When Xiao Qin saw this, his heart bled. This was the thing that he feared the most in his life. There were some things that he could have saved but ended up regretting for some reason. For example, if Xiao Qin could struggle free of Mu Xian's control, Dugu Ao would not die. Back then, when Ao Jiao blocked the lightning tribulation for him, Xiao Qin swore that he would not let something like that happen to him again. He did not want to experience that kind of regret and heart-wrenching pain again. Right now, Xiao Qin did not blame Mu Xian. Everyone had their own perseverance. In Mu Xian's world, Dugu Ao's words were the only thing that mattered. Even if Dugu Ao asked her to die, she would not hesitate to do so. Endure. Don't die. Please don't die. As Xiao Qin watched Dugu Ao continue to resist, he did his best to struggle free. Veins bulged on his tightly clenched fists, and sweat continuously dripped down his forehead. Xiao Qin slowly regained control of his body, slowly expelling Mu Xian's pink energy from his body. After a long time, Xiao Qin also found a way to deal with this pink energy. After executing it, it slowly took effect. Boom! Suddenly, Dugu Ao's aura plummeted. The duration of the blood demon transformation came to an end. Bastard, go and die. After being delayed for so long by Dugu Ao and injuring several half-step Emperor Wu, Dugu Ao would not be able to vent the hatred in his heart if he did not kill him. Seeing that Dugu Ao could no longer maintain the blood demon transformation and that his prestige had dropped significantly, the rage that the 12 half-step martial emperors had been suppressing for a long time erupted at the same time. Their figures flashed as they charged at Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao coughed endlessly, and blood flowed continuously. As he watched the 12 half-step blue-robed emperors charge at him, his consciousness slowly turned hazy. Before Dugu Ao fainted, he turned his head back and saw that Xiao Qin had not left yet. He wanted to shout one more time, one last time. However, Dugu Ao's throat was already hoarse from all the shouting. This time, he simply could not do it. He opened his mouth and silently shouted in his heart, "Go." Then, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. No. The instant Dugu Ao closed his eyes, a clear opening appeared in Mu Xian's mental state. Xiao Qin, who was about to struggle free in the first place, roared ferociously and shot forward. Just as the 12 half-step Emperor Wus were about to reach Dugu Ao, Xiao Qin shouted, "Die." Without even thinking, Dugu Ao took out the trump card he had been saving, the golden plume feather. This golden plume feather, which could kill Emperor Wu, released a dazzling light the instant it burned. It was as dazzling as the sun, so bright that no one dared to open their eyes. At that moment, the light of this golden plume feather covered the entire human-demon paradise. Sensing a dangerous aura, the expressions of the 12 half-step Emperor Wus changed. When they clearly saw the golden plume feather, they were all startled. Originally, these half-step Emperor Wus were charging forward, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Dugu Ao, whose fate was unknown. However, when they saw the golden plume feather, they frantically retreated. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast the few people at the front retreated, they could not dodge it completely. Miserable cries rang out. When the light swept past the 4 human experts at the front, they turned into ashes, dying without a complete corpse. The others who were caught in the shockwave all suffered injuries that were neither light nor severe. At the very least, there were still 6 half-step Emperor Wus who could hold their own. Even if Xiao Chen were not injured, he would not be a match for them. Furthermore, he was currently riddled with internal injuries. After Xiao Chen analyzed the situation rationally, he supported the unconscious Dugu Ao and looked coldly at the half-step Emperor Wus. Then, he quickly returned to Mu Xian's side. Let's go. Before Xiao Chen could explain to Mu Xian in detail, he carried Dugu Ao with one hand and Mu Xian with the other as he quickly headed to the back. Chapter 12-18. Why did Xiao Chen not head for the exit? There were too many demon mixed blood experts there, watching quietly. Given Xiao Chen's current state, if these demon mixed blood cultivators became greedy, they would just be walking into a trap. They could only head deeper into the human-demon sea. This is the moment I was waiting for. Die. However, just at this moment, the mysterious red-clad man, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, saw Xiao Chen toss out his final trump card. The instant Xiao Chen landed, he suddenly made his move. That red-clad man's body turned into a stream of scarlet liquid and continuously elongated. Then, he turned into a thin red beam of light and shot towards Xiao Chen's chest at lightning speed. How fast! The expression of Xiao Chen, who was carrying Dugu Ao and Mu Xian, changed drastically. Shock flashed in his heart. His thoughts raced as he quickly tried to think of a countermeasure. However, he helplessly discovered that in his current state, he could not dodge the scarlet beam of light that shot towards him. This person was like the coldest venomous snake in the world, hiding in the darkness. As long as his prey showed an opening, he would immediately make his move, killing him in one strike. Damn it! Am I going to die in the end? Xiao Chen, who had no trump cards left, felt despair in his heart as he looked at that strange and mysterious martial technique. What a coincidence! I was waiting for this moment as well. He will not die at your hands. Just as that red beam of light was about to pierce Xiao Chen's chest and suck away Xiao Chen's blood, a figure suddenly appeared. It was like this figure had been waiting for a long time. Light and darkness, 2 different colors, met in the air and formed a youth with a sword on his back and a faint smile on his face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the young swordsman withdrew his smile and attacked coldly, quickly drawing the sword on his back. Xiao! The sword light flickered, and the sword intent was startling. The young swordsman held his sword horizontally in front of his chest with both hands, using the blade of his sword to block that strange red beam of light. There was a loud bang, as if something had hit the stone floor. Blood lines continued to accumulate, forming a figure once more. The figure howled in pain as it was knocked back. The red-clothed youth clutched his head with his right hand. His sure-kill attack had been blocked. He glared at the person who had come and shouted, "Chu Chaoyun, how dare you spoil my plans?" After surviving the calamity, Xiao Chen's face was filled with astonishment. This time, it was really an accident. He wasn't surprised that the 3 great supreme beings had sent people to stir up trouble. However, he hadn't expected that they would put in so much effort. However, the appearance of Chu Chaoyun was completely unexpected. No matter how hard Xiao Chen racked his brains, he would never have imagined that this person would appear. With just a glance, one could tell that the mysterious man in red was a powerful figure from the Abyss Devil race. Thinking about it carefully, it was reasonable for the Abyss Devil Race's expert to appear here. Back then, the Qing Emperor could single-handedly drive back the 18 demon emperors. Even the Netherworld Hierarch was injured by the Qing Emperor. Shao Chen led the Dragon's Gates War venerate into and out of the deep abyss demonic world several times, killing several demon race experts and being unrivaled for an era. It would be strange if such a person did not inspire fear in the other party. It made perfect sense for the other party to send someone to stop Shao Chen from becoming the second Qing Emperor. Only Chu Chaoyun, a person who was both friend and foe, an unfathomable character, appeared here. Shao Chen was not surprised at all. Why exactly did he appear here? Furthermore, he even helped Shao Chen block this sure-kill attack. Before Shao Chen could continue thinking, the many half-step Emperor Wu, who were knocked back by the golden plume feather, recovered their strength and regrouped, charging at him. Shao Chen pushed off the ground, and a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he led Mu Xian and Dugu Ao towards the depths of the human-demon paradise. After him. Of the 6 half-step Emperor Wu from the 3 Holy Masters' land, 4 died. The losses were extremely heavy. The remaining 2 roared ferociously and led the remaining people in the direction that Shao Chen fled. Chu Chaoyun, who was facing off with the red-clad blood demon, looked back, and a large golden flame shot out from his eyes, blocking the path of the group of people. The moment the golden flame appeared, it burned space. It was like a great desolate aeon ferocious beast opening its mouth and slowly swallowing everything. Soon, it swallowed up most of the space, looking extremely horrifying. Heavenly Flame. The pursuing half-step Emperor Wu were startled and quickly retreated. However, halfway back, they suddenly discovered that something was wrong. They reacted and said, "That's not right. This is not a complete heavenly flame." This was indeed not a complete heavenly flame, as it did not contain the heavenly flame's origin flame. Although this heavenly flame was strong, it was just a facade. As long as the half-step Emperor Wu used law energy, they could protect their physical bodies and charge through this horrifying heavenly flame. This was the best time to pursue Shao Chen and Dugu Ao's group without wasting their time. The group of half-step Emperor Wu glared at Chu Chaoyun, their eyes brimming with murderous intent and rage. However, when they saw the person facing off with Chu Chaoyun, the expressions of the remaining 8 half-step Emperor Wus changed involuntarily. A high-ranked blood demon. That mysterious red-clad man clearly had the aura of a high-ranked blood demon. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of any other race. He was a genuine expert of the devil race, not a mixed blood. Strange, why would there be a high-ranking devil race in this place? Doubts gathered in everyone's hearts. This group of high-ranking devils should most likely appear in the star battlefield. As Chu Chaoyun looked at this group of half-step Emperor Wu with mountainous auras and overflowing killing chi, he smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Why aren't you giving chase? If we don't give chase now, we won't be able to catch up to him." The group of half-step Emperor Wu seemed to wake up from a dream. Only now did they remember that the main purpose of this trip was to pursue Shao Chen and prevent him from obtaining the flower of life. Rather than staying here and dawdling with some irrelevant people, as for why the devil experts would appear here, it was not something they needed to worry about. "You fellow. I'll deal with you later." After glaring at Chu Chaoyun, the many half-step Emperor Wu soared into the air and gave chase in the direction that Shao Chen had gone. "Chu Chaoyun, do you really think that I do not dare to make a move on you?" the half-step Emperor Wu asked coldly when he saw that Chu Chaoyun dared to split his attention to block Shao Chen. The red-clad man asked coldly, feeling looked down on. Chu Chaoyun slowly sheathed the sword in his hand. Then, he smiled humbly and said, "Naturally, I do not dare." "Don't give me that." The red-clad man said, "I am here on the orders of the Night Blood Demon Monarch to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant." "Why are you blocking me? Are you trying to oppose the Demon Monarch?" Chu Chaoyun bowed slightly. Despite the red-clad man's overbearing words, he remained as calm as still water. He said indifferently, "I do not dare. I am only here to tell you that you have a new mission. We need to depart immediately." The red-clad man smiled coldly and said, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know better than you whether I have a mission or not? In the 18 realms of the deep abyss, only the Night Blood Demon Monarch can order me around and give me missions. My current mission is to kill the Qing Emperor's descendant. Anyone who blocks me will be disrespecting the Demon Monarch and will have to die. As the red-clad man spoke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He took a step forward and pressed forward. Break one of your arms first, and I will pretend this never happened. Otherwise, when the Night Blood Demon Monarch finds out, you will not survive even if you have 9 lives. Chu Chaoyun remained unmoved. Just as the red-clad man was about to fly into a rage, a deep and cold black medallion suddenly appeared in Chu Chaoyun's hand. The Netherworld Medallion. When the overbearing red-clad man saw this medallion, he turned pale with fright. He was in some disbelief and no longer had his earlier overbearing attitude. The Netherworld Medallion. Anyone who could hold the Netherworld Medallion had to be here on orders from the Dark Church's highest echelon. They were special envoys that even the Demon Monarch would be able to obtain. Greetings, Lord Special Envoy. The red-clad man bowed as a look of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. You are too polite. However, Yi Wuxin, you should be greeting Special Envoy Chaoyun and not just Lord Special Envoy. The red-clad man, Yi Wuxin, suppressed the rage in his heart and said, yes, Yi Wuxin greets Special Envoy Chaoyun. You are too polite. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and continued, Yi Wuxin, heed my orders. I order you to rush to the astral battlefield and suppress the rise of Di Wuk and the other Kunlun continent's younger generation. When Yi Wuxin heard this, he was greatly startled. You must be joking. Do the so-called outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent need to mobilize the demon race geniuses with king-grade bloodlines? Chu Chaoyun's tone remained calm and unhurried. He said, this is your mission. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. You have the Netherworld Medallion, so I'll believe you for now. However, if I find out that you lied to me, I will definitely not spare you. Although he was unwilling to leave just like that, Chu Chaoyun had come with the Netherworld token, so he had no choice but to rush to the Starry Sky battlefield immediately. Not at all. No matter how daring I am, I wouldn't dare to joke around with the Netherworld token. Chu Chaoyun said softly with a sincere look on his face. Yi Wuxin also guessed that Chu Chaoyun did not have such guts. After letting out a cold snort, he turned into a bloody light and bounced around, disappearing in front of Chu Chaoyun in the blink of an eye. Chu Chaoyun watched the other party leave and muttered, a demon with a royal bloodline is indeed difficult to deal with. With this speed, I'm afraid there aren't many in the same generation who can catch up to him. But his brain is still a little lacking. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and brought the Netherworld Medallion to his lips. He gently blew on it, and the so-called Netherworld Medallion, which caused Yi Wuxin to tremble in fear, immediately turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. If Yi Wuxin were here and knew that Chu Chaoyun tricked him into leaving obediently and even bowing to him, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. On this side, Chu Chaoyun helped Shao Chen get rid of a strong enemy with just a few words. On the other side, a team of 8 half-step Emperor Wu chased after Shao Chen wildly. However, after losing the initiative, they lost sight of Shao Chen in the complicated terrain of the human-demon paradise. They split up several times to search for him, but to no avail. They flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to turn back to seek trouble for Chu Chaoyun. However, they discovered that Chu Chaoyun was long gone. Now that both sides were empty, the originally angry Emperor Wu became even more frustrated. Forget it, let's not chase after him. We'll just wait outside for him. There are still 10 more days before the human-demon paradise closes. When that time comes, the people inside will be forcefully teleported out. The instant he comes out, we'll take him down. There's no need to waste words with him. The masked expert of the 3 holy masters said coldly. Chapter 12:19. Let's do it that way. There is no need to fear him coming out. We absolutely cannot let this fellow advance to Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he will trample on us. Look at his eyes, he looks like he wants to eat us up. The few of them quickly conversed. After reaching a consensus, they quickly came to a unanimous decision. They stood guard outside the stone stele, waiting for the human-demon paradise to close and for Shao Chen to be forcibly sent out. In an unremarkable valley in the depths of the human-demon paradise, Shao Chen laid down a simple illusion formation, concealing his group in this complicated environment. When Shao Chen walked over and saw the injured Dugu Ao, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. "How is he?" Shao Chen asked Mu Xiyan, who was currently treating Dugu Ao's injuries. Mu Xiyan shook her head, showing a sorrowful expression. Her voice trembled as she said, "His injuries are too severe. There are too many things. There is no way to treat him. His entire physical body feels like it is completely destroyed." When Shao Chen heard that, his heart sank. On the surface of Dugu Ao's body, he could no longer see any part of it that was intact. Unexpectedly, Dugu Ao's internal injuries were even more severe than these horrifying external injuries. "Let me take a look." Walking over, Shao Chen used the pulse reading method from the Compendium of Cultivation to check Dugu Ao's injuries. Moving his spiritual sense, Shao Chen saw that Dugu Ao's internal organs were nearly all shattered, wriggling like a pile of meat paste. This made one feel sad for some reason. Shao Chen finally understood why Mu Xiyan said that there was no way to treat Dugu Ao. Aside from these internal injuries, Dugu Ao's meridians were all ruptured and clogged up, preventing him from circulating his law energy. If not for a mysterious energy in Dugu Ao's bloodline slowly healing his injuries, Dugu Ao would have died long ago. However, the unconscious Dugu Ao instinctively resisted the awakening of that mysterious energy. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He somewhat understood. If this mysterious energy completely occupied Dugu Ao's body, it would not be able to do anything to him. After this mysterious energy completely occupied Dugu Ao's body, Dugu Ao could only cultivate demonic qi and survive in this world as a blood demon, living a life that he disliked the most. His instincts made him resist the mysterious powers healing even when he was unconscious. However, if Dugu Ao continued resisting like this, when his life force completely disappeared, there would be no hope for him. If Shao Chen had to choose, he would rather let Dugu Ao become a demon with a single thought. Perhaps he might be able to find a way to salvage the situation in the future. Shao Chen let go and remained silent for a long time. The scene of Dugu Ao facing the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's shouting kept replaying in his mind. 12 half-step martial emperors surrounded Dugu Ao, but he could only watch helplessly. He would never forget this humiliation for the rest of his life. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." The sound of blood lingering in Dugu Ao's ears rang out. With every word, the 12 half-step Emperor Wu seized an opportunity to severely injure Dugu Ao. However, Dugu Ao did not forget. Even after the blood demon transformation disappeared, he still called out for Shao Chen to leave. Shao Chen thought to himself, if not for Dugu Ao still thinking about me, his injuries might not be as severe as they are now. Guilt, self-blame, murderous intent, and all sorts of other emotions filled Shao Chen's heart. At this moment, Shao Chen craved power. There had never been a moment where he craved power so much. There had never been a moment where he wanted to kill some people so much. Shao Chen opened the entrance to the Immortal Spirit Ring and let Ao Jiao out. Then, he begged, "Little Ao Jiao, don't let him die. No matter what, don't let him die. I beg of you." When Ao Jiao came out, she wanted to throw a tantrum. However, when she saw Shao Chen's eyes filled with complicated emotions, her heart ached for some reason. Even back then, on his path to martial emperor, Shao Chen had not suffered as much as Shao Chen. It could even be said that since ancient times, there had never been an outstanding talent who had walked the path to martial emperor as arduously as Shao Chen. "I'll do my best," Ao Jiao said softly. With Ao Jiao's help, even if Dugu Ao could not wake up immediately, she should be able to stop the loss of life force. With a flip of his hand, the flower of life and the death fruit appeared in Xiao Chen's palm at the same time. The moment the life aura and the death aura appeared, they started fighting each other. Two clumps of energy, one black and one white, appeared on Xiao Chen's palm, clashing with each other. When Ao Jiao saw this scene, she was mildly startled. She said, "You choose to break through now? That is too short. The human demon paradise would only be open for 10 days. After 10 days, everyone would be forcefully sent out. If Xiao Chen's process of condensing the heart of an emperor was interrupted, he would definitely fail. Killing him was the only way to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. 10 days was too risky." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "Xiao Chen, don't be rash." Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said calmly, "I'm not being rash. Actually, this is my last chance. Even if I recover from my injuries, I still will not stand a chance against the 8 half-step emperor who's waiting outside 10 days from now. Only by condensing the heart of an emperor and becoming a consummation blue-robed emperor can I have a chance of defeating them. The slightest mistake on the path to martial emperor will result in eternal damnation. If possible, I would not want to take such a risk. However, these people are forcing me. I already have no way out. I cannot live under the same sky as them. I am willing to pay the price of failing to advance to martial emperor to bet the lives of this group of people. Either they die, or I die." The images of the remaining 8 half-step emperor woos appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. A heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he stopped hesitating and directly swallowed the flower of life and death fruit. Xiao Chen hovered in midair and sat down cross-legged. Then, he quickly circulated the life and death art, which he could already recite backward. An intense life aura and a heavy death aura were like two vast armies fighting an intense battle in Xiao Chen's body. They fought for dominance. No one liked the other. The constant conflict caused Xiao Chen immense pain. He wanted to vomit blood and give up. Xiao Chen maintained his last bit of clarity and used the life and death art to do his best to tame these two extremely vast energies. Only by perfectly taming and exhausting these two energies could the life and death art evolve layer by layer until it underwent a complete transformation, allowing Xiao Chen to condense the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wu's possessed. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the air. One moment, it was hell. The next moment, it was heaven on earth. The changes were unfathomable and incredible. When Ao Jiao saw this, she felt very worried. 10 days was still too short. Outside the stone stele, the 8 half-step emperor woos of the various races sat cross-legged, each guarding a corner as they looked coldly at the exit of the human demon paradise. Every time a demon mixed blood walked out of the exit, they would feel a vast killing intent that could topple mountains and flip the seas. This scared these human demon sea cultivators into not even daring to breathe loudly. After these human demon cultivators carefully walked far away, they panted heavily. When they saw the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's surging killing chi, they felt a deep fear. With 8 half-step Emperor Wu's experts guarding this place, even an expert of the old black iron monster's level would be stunned in an instant. Discussions broke out in the distance. Clearly, news of what happened in the human-demon paradise had already spread. As for the white-robed bladesman being able to escape from the attacks of 12 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu, they were all astonished. Dugu Ao's crazed action at the last moment also influenced countless people. To be able to make a friend like Dugu Ao was truly the white-robed bladesman's fortune. Everyone felt some envy in their hearts. In this world where human relationships were as thin as water, if one wanted to have an ordinary friend, one would need to have some mutual benefits. However, at the last moment, Dugu Ao gave up on his chance to escape and stepped forward bravely, using his life to help Xiao Qin obtain a chance. Unfortunately, given the current situation, no matter how hard the two worked in the human-demon paradise, they would not be able to escape. When the 10 days passed and the two were forcibly sent out, they would still face the combined attacks of 8 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu. Time passed day by day. The day of the human-demon paradise's closing drew closer, like a countdown to death. Many cultivators gathered outside the ancient stone stele, waiting for the final scene. The opening of the human-demon paradise was full of twists and turns. There were many unexpected surprises that no one could have expected. The strong appearance of the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's foreign half-step Emperor Wu completely disrupted the rules of the human-demon paradise, forcing many people to leave early. As a result, there were still 3 days before the human-demon paradise closed, but most of the people had already left. The reason was none other than the fact that no one wanted to be killed by mistake at the last moment. In the past few days, several demon mixed blood cultivators had died at the hands of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's half-step Emperor Wu. Perhaps it was because they were killed by mistake, or perhaps it was because they were in a bad mood and wanted to vent, causing everyone to feel anxious. However, no one dared to say anything. Logically speaking, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were far from being able to suppress all the cultivators here. However, they had the primes behind them, giving them the capital to do whatever they wanted in the human-demon sea without any worries. In a desolate valley in the human-demon paradise, Xiaoqin was anxiously making a breakthrough. One was black, one was white. Life chi and death chi mixed together. At the very beginning, they had already started to merge together. However, they were still far from reaching a complete equilibrium. In the air, there were 4 rings of light of different colors behind Xiaoqin. Each ring of light had a different mysterious phenomenon in it. The 4 rings of light meant that Xiaoqin had already broken through to the 4th layer of the life and death art. There were still 3 more layers. As long as he could successfully break through, he would be able to condense a heart of an emperor in one go and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor. However, the latter 3 layers were each more dangerous than the one before. Every time Xiaoqin made a breakthrough, he would be at the gates of hell. Ka-xie. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the 4 rings of light behind Xiaoqin. The life and death qi in Xiaoqin's body went out of control. It was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, running amok in Xiaoqin's body. Xiaoqin's face turned sinister and horrifying at one moment, like a black-faced evil spirit from hell. Then, it turned frighteningly pale, looking like he had died. Chapter 12:20. The black and white lights changed unpredictably, making the people who cared about him feel uneasy and uneasy. Ao Jiao showed a nervous expression. She knew that Xiaoqin was about to forcefully break through again. If he succeeded, he would enter the 5th layer of the life and death art. If he failed, everything would be over. Without a doubt, the further he went, the higher the chances of failure would be. The difficulty would multiply. It would be hard not to worry. Xiao. Suddenly, the light on Xiaoqin's body stopped flickering. A new ring of light appeared behind him. He had succeeded in forcefully breaking through to the 5th layer of the life and death art. Between life and death, Xiaoqin, who was sitting cross-legged, felt the vast mental energy in his sea of consciousness slowly gathering. It was like a pile of liquid metal that was constantly being molded and changed its shape. After 5 life and death junctures, this enormous mental power had molded it into a blurry human silhouette. Xiaoqin felt that as long as he cleared the remaining 2 layers of life and death and cultivated the life and death art to the 7th layer, he would experience a qualitative leap, a change that he could not predict. However, if he failed, his mind would crumble. The consequences would range from becoming an idiot to brain death. The danger was great. However, for the sake of the belief in his heart, he had to persevere. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth. He endured the immense pressure and the pain of switching between life and death. Then, he resolutely chose to continue cultivating the life and death art to the 6th layer. One day. There were only 2 days left before the human-demon paradise closed. Xiaoqin was still trying to break through to the 6th layer of the life and death art. Another day passed. Xiaoqin successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the life and death art and made preparations for the 7th layer. However, there was only 1 day left. If Xiaoqin failed to break through, then the instant he was sent out of the human-demon paradise, he would suffer the combined attacks of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus. Not only would he suffer severe injuries, but the backlash from the life and death art being interrupted would also be even more severe. However, Xiaoqin used 2 days to break through to the 6th layer. No matter how one looked at it, 1 day would not be enough to break through to the 7th layer. Heavy anxiety flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. After she used some peak medicinal pills from the Thunder King's secret treasures, she managed to stabilize Dugu Ao's injuries. Dugu Ao's life force stopped flowing away. However, he remained unconscious, resisting the healing from the demonic race bloodline. His situation was still not optimistic. Ao Jiao and Mu Xian were both somewhat anxious. They could not think of any good ideas. Outside the stele, the sun was setting in the west and the sky was getting darker. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu sitting around it all had a cold smile on their faces. When the sun rose again, Xiaoqian and the others would be forcibly teleported out. It would also be the time for them to make their move. This time, they would not give Xiaoqian any chance. It was impossible for a descendant of the Qing Emperor to become an emperor. A large number of demonic hybrids were gathered around the stone stele, and none of them seemed to have any intention of leaving. Everyone knew that the white-robed bladesman would be sent out at daybreak. Although Xiaoqian believed in his heart that the white-robed bladesman was already a dead man, he still wanted to take one last look. He wanted to take a look at this white-robed bladesman who shocked hundreds of people with one shout. Even if such a person died, he would have a different kind of elegance. It would be best if we can drag a few half-step Emperor Wu down with us. This group of bastards is too overboard. Someone could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. As he looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, he cursed in a soft voice. Damn! Be quieter. Don't let this group of people hear you. Didn't you hear from those seniors that these 4 and half-step Emperor Wu all have primes backing them? We cannot afford to offend them. With primes backing them, they can casually kill us demon mixed blood. What can we do? After the Blood Sword Sovereign, our demon mixed blood did not have another prime. We are only alive because of the agreement between the 5 races and the Blood Sword Sovereign. The person who cursed first sighed silently. How could he not understand such a principle? However, he still felt dissatisfied in his heart. Originally, Dugu Ao possessed a perfect demon bloodline and could have reached the same height as the Blood Sword Sovereign. Unfortunately, it is hard to say whether he is dead or alive now. That might not be the case. Perhaps Dugu Ao is not dead yet. Everything will be clear in the morning. So what if he is not dead? When the morning sun rises, the human-demon paradise will close. He and that white-robed bladesman, who were sent out, will not be able to escape death. Low sighs and soft discussions filled this group of demon mixed-blood cultivators' rage and helplessness. As they looked at the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, they all had hostile gazes. However, there was nothing they could do. What could they do? No matter what they did, they would not be a match for a prime. No matter what, they could not change anything. Perhaps they really had to place their hopes on that white-robed bladesman. Let's see if he could drag a few people down with him before he died. That way, they would be able to vent some of the hatred in their hearts. This night was incredibly long. None of the demon mixed-blood cultivators present had ever experienced such an unbearable night. They probably all held some anticipation in their hearts as they waited. Perhaps that white-robed bladesman might be able to create another miracle. The darkness in the overcast sky slowly faded, and dawn approached. In the east, a ball of flame was hidden in the dark clouds, trying to break free from the last shackles and illuminate every inch of the land. Some people said that every sunrise symbolized new life and hope. The rising sun was always the most magnificent and enchanting scenery in the world. However, why did the rising sun that was about to appear today feel like it was announcing the arrival of death? It was strangling everyone's hope. The night was long, and there would always be the moment when the sun rose, whether you were willing or not. The night would eventually pass. The tens of thousands of demon mixed-blood cultivators on the desert islands all focused their gazes on the east, counting in their hearts. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus opened their eyes at the right time, staring at the top of the stone tablet. Once the sun rose, they would launch a thunderous attack. Life or death, the answer would be revealed soon. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Before he could count to 10, the sun, which had been waiting for a long time in the far east, leaped out impatiently. It announced the existence of the blazing sun to the world, sweeping away all the darkness. That sun was extremely beautiful. One would never tire of looking at it, intoxicated and addicted to it. It's coming. Someone sighed silently. Everyone knew what the appearance of the rising sun signified. It meant that the genius with the perfect demon bloodline, which only appeared once every 10,000 years in the human demon sea, would come to an end. It meant that the boundlessly elegant white-robed bladesman would be buried here. A single sunrise had not only taken away all the darkness in this world, but it had also taken away two peerless geniuses with shocking talents. A strong wind blew, and sand blew everywhere. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu stood up at the same time. The accumulated energy was too vast, causing the world to change. Winds blew, and clouds churned. As the wind howled, sand and dust spread out, forming countless storms. The aura was so vast that everyone found it hard to breathe. Who would dare to say that they could survive such a situation? Whoosh! The moment the rising sun appeared, Xiao Chen, Dugu Ao, and the others, who were still in the human-demon paradise, were immediately forcefully sent out. They saw 6 rings of light, scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, and blue, behind Xiao Chen. Each ring of light represented a breakthrough in life and death. Under the illumination of the multicolored light, the 6 rings of light looked very beautiful. This was the most beautiful scene one could see after breaking through life and death. With one glance, one would be dazzled, deeply immersed in this dreamy scene. However, the two sides of Xiao Chen were not so dreamy. On one side was a hellish scene. Darkness filled the sky, and all sorts of vengeful spirits and evil spirits roamed about. It was a horrifying scene of hell. With one look, one would be startled and feel a chill down one's spine. On the other side was a scene brimming with life. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the 4 seasons cycled endlessly. It was like heaven, but also like a vanished immortal realm, inspiring fascination. Amid this vast mysterious phenomenon of life and death, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged at the top of the stone stele with his eyes closed. The 6 rings of light behind him were each larger than the one before. As the multicolored light illuminated him, he looked like a bodhisattva comprehending the Tao. Holy, dignified, and solemn. The appearance of such a vast and magnificent mysterious phenomenon surprised everyone. No one expected Xiao Chen to appear in such a manner after 10 days. Even the 8 half-step Emperor Wu did not make a move immediately, appearing distracted for a moment. When they reacted, their expressions changed dramatically. They knew that Xiao Chen had used up the flower of life and was in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If they still did not make a move, Xiao Chen might really break through. Then, it would be hard to say what would happen. Attack! Don't let this brat succeed. Otherwise, we will all be finished. The half-step Emperor Wu of the deity race roared ferociously and took the lead to attack. The other 7 half-step Emperor Wu quickly followed. They instantly executed their powerful killing moves after storing up power, sending them smashing at Xiao Chen. Without exception, the 8 killing moves were all inferior-grade profound martial techniques. Furthermore, they were all inferior-grade profound martial techniques cultivated to great perfection. They were far from what a regular blue-robed emperor or half-step Emperor Wu could compare to. Oh no! The white-robed bladesman is going to die. Seeing so many inferior-grade profound martial techniques, several people could not help exclaiming. Even someone like the old black iron monster would have to retreat when facing such an attack, not daring to clash head-on. Furthermore, the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still in the midst of a nervous breakthrough. If he clashed head-on with this move, he would definitely die. There would not be a second result. Mu Xian hugged Dugu Ao, feeling flustered and at a loss. She did not know what to do. Sweat appeared on Ao Jiao's pretty face, and her hands trembled slightly. Her nervous expression was clear for all to see. However, the determination in her eyes did not waver at all. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: I absolutely cannot let Xiaochen fall here. I absolutely cannot. Just as the 8 profound martial techniques were about to arrive, Ao Jiao stepped forward bravely. She waved her right hand, and the lunar shadow saber beside Xiaochen appeared in her palm. Xiaochen swung his saber ferociously, and a purple divine lightning tore through the sky. This was the divine lightning that appeared at the king conferral ceremony. The divine lightning contained the Tao and divine might left by the Thunder King, Sang Mu. This saber strike drove the divine lightning left by the Thunder King, allowing Ao Jiao to use her petite body to block the combined strike of 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Chapter 12:21. However, it was still insufficient to block 8 half-step Emperor Wu at the same time. Xiaochen had already used the divine lightning once. This time, its might was significantly reduced. The divine lightning lasted for only a moment before Ao Jiao vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Fortunately, the saber light accompanied by the divine lightning weakened most of the might of the profound martial technique. It was no longer as exaggerated as it was at the start. Ao Jiao, who was flying back, clenched her teeth and charged forward again. Her figure flickered endlessly in the air, blocking all the remaining attacks with her saber. If the attacks were too fast and could not be broken, she used her body to block them. In mere moments, she was covered in wounds, a sorry sight to behold. However, in the end, she still managed to help Xiaochen block the first wave of killing moves. Damn it! When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu saw the situation, they cursed and immediately formed a second wave of attacks. This time, they intended to eliminate both Ao Jiao and Xiaochen. However, a clump of light that was even more dazzling than the sun suddenly burned in the sky. It was so piercing that no one dared to look directly at it. A plume feather tore through the air from the clump of light, flying down ferociously. It was Little Yellow Feather. At this crucial moment, it used its remaining 2 plume feather. The group of half-step Emperor Wu had been beaten up miserably by this plume feather earlier. When they saw it again, how could they dare to show any temper? They were startled and immediately protected their bodies, quickly dodging. The same move was not very effective against this group of experienced half-step Emperor Wu. It did not manage to injure them. The plume feather exploded on the ground, and a 300-meter-wide golden light soared into the air. It burned a horrifying black hole in the ground, looking extremely horrifying. Kill this beast. When the masked half-step Emperor Wu of the 3 holy masters saw Little Yellow Feather, a murderous intent flared in their eyes. Little Yellow Feather's golden body spread its wings proudly in the air. Facing the 8 half-step Emperor Wu, it had no fear at all. It soared into the air and took the initiative to attack. Ao Jiao stayed by Xiaochen's side, her eyes slightly wet. In her eyes, the blonde had always been like a child. Who would have thought that he would have to bear such great pressure at such a crucial moment? Alone, he was able to stall 8 half-step Emperor Wu. Miserable cries resounded continuously as Little Yellow Feather's golden feathers fell off continuously. Facing the encirclement of 8 half-step martial emperors, Little Yellow Feather was not a match at all. In Ao Jiao's ears, the painful wails sounded like the cries of a baby, which made her heart wrench. But she couldn't leave. At this time, Xiaochen's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. She had to conserve her last bit of strength and stay by Xiaochen's side to prevent anyone from interrupting Xiaochen. Bang! Yellow Feather was flipped over, its feathers continuously falling off. The golden feathers were stained with fresh blood, falling off one by one. It was like fresh blood was burning, falling onto the vast desert, looking incomparably miserable. Damn it, this little bastard's flame is really painful. A human half-step Emperor Wu, whose hair and arms were burnt by the flame, cursed loudly. Obviously, the sacred flame of the sun made him feel extreme pain. Ao Jiao couldn't bear it anymore. She stepped forward and caught Yellow Feather, whose divine light had dimmed and shrunk by many times, into her embrace. Yellow Feather's voice was hoarse. At this moment, it didn't look like a divine beast at all. It was like a featherless sparrow, looking extremely miserable. After spending half a day, the two obstacles were finally dealt with. 8 half-step Emperor Wus arrived in the air, looking coldly at Xiao Chen, who had 6 halos on his back and was manifesting the life and death phenomenon on the stone tablet. Step by step, they closed in. All of them were expressionless, with a cold murderous intent, firmly locking onto Xiao Chen. They didn't want to give Xiao Chen any chance at all, directly killing him at the last moment of his breakthrough. However, at this moment, on both sides of Xiao Chen, the extreme life and death phenomenon suddenly merged, instantly entering into Xiao Chen's body. Red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple, the most crucial 7th halo appeared behind Xiao Chen in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, a dazzling golden light gushed out. He, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. In an instant, the light shone brightly, outshining the morning glow. In the void, the 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all startled by this gaze. The moment the light shone, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this moment, Xiao Chen actually gave them a pressure that only an Emperor Wu could. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes slowly faded. With a thought, the 7 halos behind him returned to his body. In that instant, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already been molded into a humanoid shape, seemed to come to life. The consummation blue-robed emperor condensed his mental energy and merged it with the heavenly seal, forming the vague form of the heart of an emperor. Xiao Chen finally understood why the consummation blue-robed emperor could only form the vague form of the heart of an emperor and not the true heart of an emperor. This was because the consummation blue-robed emperor had not experienced the great tribulation of wind and fire. The mental energy that he condensed did not have a soul or a spirit. It was an incomplete fusion. However, the life and death art used the flower of life and the death fruit to make a cultivator go through 7 life and death trials, each more dangerous than the last. In the end, the layers of halos that were refined were the soul and the spirit. When the soul and the mental energy gathered at the same time, they would form a primordial spirit, which was the small golden figure that seemed to come to life in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Like water flowing into a canal, the golden primordial spirit slowly sank into the dantian. As it sank, Xiao Chen felt the green spots in his blood, flesh, and cells being absorbed into the golden primordial spirit. These green spots represented all sorts of primal life force. Even if one's arm was severed, as long as these green spots remained, it might not be difficult to regrow a severed limb. Xiao Chen understood why Emperor Wu was so hard to kill. The appearance of the heart of an emperor would transform the physical body once again, absorbing every cell in the body into the heart of an emperor like a backup. Ka xie. A melodious sound came from Xiao Chen's body. The golden primordial spirit and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal completely merged. In that instant, the various lights that Xiao Chen had withdrawn in his body released uncontrollably. A strong might swept out in all directions. The heart of an emperor had successfully condensed. It was like Xiao Chen had obtained a new life. First, the bottleneck that had plagued Xiao Chen for a long time was instantly broken. He silently entered the consummation blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Chen's physical body underwent a complete transformation. His physical body, which had already reached the peak of the sage body, improved further. Xiao Chen's originally delicate face changed drastically, giving off an explosive pressure. His aura was terrifyingly strong. However, there was no precedent for such a physical body. Although it was called the Emperor Wu's golden body, it lacked maturity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had not reconstructed his body. However, it was much stronger than a regular sage body. Furthermore, after condensing the heart of an emperor, the recovery ability of the body surpassed that of a regular Emperor Wu's golden body. It would not be too much to call it a half-step golden body. It was a unique existence that existed in Xiao Chen's body. The heart of an emperor. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu's all exclaimed when they saw the white-robed Xiaoqin standing proudly on the stone stele, looking as elegant as Emperor Wu's. It was indeed the heart of an emperor. At their level, they were no longer unfamiliar with Emperor Wu. They had even interacted with primes before. They were no strangers to Emperor Wu's circle. When they saw Xiaoqian's current state, they immediately figured out the crux of the matter. Only after clearing the great tribulation of wind and fire and becoming Emperor Wu could one condense the heart of an emperor. Unexpectedly, it appeared on Xiaoqian. The surrounding mixed blood cultivators were all shocked speechless. 50,000 years ago, the blood sword sovereign condensed the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Several people thought that it was just a legend and that it could not possibly appear in the real world. But today, the white-clothed young man standing on top of the towering stone tablet had silently proved that it was not a legend, but a reality. The aura of a single person was enough to suppress all the people present. Before Xiaoqin could carefully experience the many mysteries of the heart of an emperor, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8 half-step Emperor Wu's in front. Then, he looked at the unconscious Ao Jiao, who was covered in wounds and hugging little Yellow Feather, who was still unconscious. These people were all injured because of him. Right now, Dugu Ao's survival was even more uncertain. The scene of Dugu Ao blocking the 12 half-step Emperor Wu's for Xiaoqin was still vivid in his mind. He would never forget it. For the sake of protecting Xiaoqin, little Yellow Feather and Ao Jiao had fought until their bodies were covered in wounds. Xiaoqin only wanted to walk his own Dao. However, these people persistently pressured him, repeatedly trying to kill him, touching on his bottom line. Xiaoqin, it was indeed not easy for you to reach this step. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you, the deity race half-step Emperor Wu's voice pleaded for peace under Xiaoqian's strong pressure. The other party had already refined the flower of life. There was no longer any meaning in fighting with them. The most important thing was that Xiaoqin had condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength had increased greatly, shaking these people's confidence in victory. That's right. You should leave. We will not make things difficult for you. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu's were all experienced people. They quickly understood the principle and all spoke up to let Xiaoqin leave, indicating that they would not make things difficult for him. The original goal was to prevent Xiaoqin from obtaining the flower of life, to prevent him from advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. It was not to kill Xiaoqin. However, not only did Xiaoqin successfully refine the flower of life and advance to consummation blue-robed emperor, but he also surpassed their expectations and condensed the heart of an emperor. Since they had already messed up their mission, there was no point in continuing. They might as well let Xiaoqin leave. When Xiaoqin heard these people talking at the same time, he could not help but laugh out loud. What was shameless? This group of people was the perfect definition of this word. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Xiaoqin did not reply and started laughing instead, the 8 half-step Emperor Wu shouted angrily. Xiaoqin stopped laughing and retorted coldly, why can't I laugh? There are funnier things in the world than this. You beat up my friend until he died, humiliated me time and time again, and prevented me from obtaining the flower of life for no reason at all. You forced me to make 7 life and death passes in 10 days. After I succeeded, you arrogantly said to let me go and not make things difficult for me. Are there people as shameless as you? Chapter 12:22. When the 8 half-step Emperor Wu heard this, they all became enraged. What do you want? Don't force us into a corner. Don't be so shameless when we give you face. Don't think that after advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, you are unrivaled. The 8 of us working together is more than enough to kill you. Quickly scram. Don't blame us for changing our minds. Xiaoqin stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand flew into his. At the same time, Ao Jiao also turned into a beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. This increased the might of the lunar shadow saber significantly. The saber gave off a purple glow. When the light shone into the sky, it immediately triggered a chain of lightning. Xiao Qin stood on the stone stele and pointed with his saber. He shouted coldly, "Kneel now and apologize to my friends. Then, I will leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless." The moment he said that, everyone was shocked. This Xiao Qin was too tyrannical. To think that he wanted the 8 half-step Emperor Wu to kneel and apologize to Dugu Ao. Furthermore, after they apologized, he would leave their corpses intact and not let them off. Where did he get his confidence from? How could he be so arrogant? What a joke. You want us to kneel? Who do you think you are? Call the Prime Thunder King over. You are so young, and yet you are already so arrogant. Today, we will teach you a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu were all enraged. They could not be bothered to make any more concessions. After exchanging voice projections, they decided to attack together and teach Xiao Qin a lesson. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu could tell that Xiao Qin was now extraordinary. After they decided to attack, they did not hold back at all. They planned to work together and attack, not giving Xiao Qin any chance to drag things out. They would severely injure him and then humiliate him. Xiao Qin smiled coldly to himself. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, will, and physical body were all stronger than the 8. Why was he suppressed earlier? It was because the difference in cultivation was too great. He could not use brute force to break through. Even if he used his full power, he could not gain any advantage. But now, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through from the great circle of the blue-robed emperor. He had even condensed the heart of an emperor. Adding on his previous advantages, defeating these 8 half-step Emperor Wu was no longer difficult. However, this group of people did not know that and wanted to kill him in one strike. This was exactly what he wanted. If he killed them one by one, it was inevitable that someone would escape. These people deserved to die. If even one of them escaped, he would blame himself for the rest of his life. As long as this hatred was not appeased, the killing would not stop. Boundless mixed element palm. Wrath of God. Heaven soul slash. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu attacked at the same time, each of them executing a medial-grade profound martial technique. However, it looked like they were barely able to execute these medial-grade profound martial techniques. However, Xiao Qin had barely reached the basic level, able to release it completely. He was still far from being able to control it as he pleased, reaching small accomplishment. However, this was very normal. Firstly, medial-grade profound martial techniques were rare. Secondly, they had high requirements on comprehension ability and vision. Without reaching the level of Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult to reach small accomplishment. It was already very rare for these half-step Emperor Wu to be able to completely execute a medial-grade profound martial technique. This is a medial-grade profound martial technique. How strong! No wonder these half-step Emperor Wu could still be confident of killing them in one strike, even after that woman and the Golden Crow exhausted most of their law energy. So, that is the case. Although they barely reached the basic level, a medial-grade profound martial technique is still a medial-grade profound martial technique. With 8 medial-grade profound martial techniques working together, it would be hard for them not to be strong. Seeing these half-step Emperor Wu execute extremely precious and rare medial-grade profound martial techniques, the group of demon mixed bloods all started to worry for Xiao Qin. With regards to Xiao Qin and these foreign Emperor Wu, all the demon mixed bloods present were definitely on Xiao Qin's side. Seeing that Xiao Qin had already created a miracle by condensing the heart of an emperor, yet he immediately ran into such danger, they all felt worried for him. On the stone stele, Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered. Behind him, winds blew, clouds churned, and lightning crackled. Before he even made a move, just his aura alone made the sky change color. The morning sun was drowned out, not a single ray of light visible. Xiao Qin coldly watched the 8 half-step Emperor Wu execute medial-grade profound martial techniques together. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. If these 8 people executed inferior-grade profound martial techniques and brought out the might of great perfection, the pressure on Xiao Chen would be even greater. It would be much more troublesome to deal with. The medial-grade profound martial technique before Xiao Chen was only at the basic level. He could barely execute it, and it was full of openings. When facing a regular expert, he would definitely be able to obtain victory through sheer numbers, relying on the superior grade of his martial technique to suppress his opponent. However, when facing Xiao Chen, a bladesman who could use medial-grade profound martial techniques as he pleased and who had reached small perfection, it was like showing off before an expert, asking for trouble. Amid the strong wind and lightning, Xiao Chen held up the lunar shadow saber and leaped down from the towering stone steel in the sky. Then, he chopped down with all his might. 1,000 years of hegemony, Immortal dynasty. As Xiao Chen descended with the tyranny of a peak kingship, he chopped out an immortal dynasty with his saber. As Xiao Chen quickly descended amid the lightning, many majestic cities appeared behind him. At first, there was only one city. Soon, it turned into many majestic and boundless cities. Finally, the imperial city appeared. Figures leaped out of every city and landed on the roofs. Then, they knelt before Xiao Chen and shouted, "Long live." What did "long live" mean? Immortal for 10,000 years. Every year is king, that means, long live. After Xiao Chen condensed the heart of an emperor, the tyranny of a kingship on his body became even stronger, containing the might of an emperor. This increased the might of this medial-grade profound martial technique that was already at small perfection. Furthermore, as Xiao Chen swooped down from above, he held the advantage of the terrain. With all these advantages, the entry-level medial-grade profound martial techniques of the 8 half-step emperor Wu only lasted for a moment before crumbling under this 1,000-year hegemony establishment. Xiao Chen's tyranny of a kingship was simply unrivaled. As he leaped down, he sent out the mysterious phenomenon of a vast dynasty. Amidst the strong winds, dark clouds, and lightning, this scene caused all the demon hybrids present to be dumbfounded. They were all astonished by what they saw. Go! The 8 half-step emperor Wu vomited a mouthful of blood. Horror appeared in their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chen's comprehension ability to be so high. Unexpectedly, he managed to comprehend a medial-grade profound martial technique to small perfection. Furthermore, he possessed such a strong tyranny of kingship. This was simply incredible. If Xiao Chen had known earlier, he would not have been defeated in such a sorry state if he had used an inferior-grade profound martial technique to consummation. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who had already exhausted a lot of their law energy at the hands of Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather, were severely injured. They no longer had any combat prowess. They all executed their various means, trying to flee far away. It's too late to leave now. As long as this hatred remained, the killing would not stop. Xiao Chen's murderous intent had already been extinguished. Even if he caused a great disaster, these 8 people had to die. After Xiao Chen landed, he pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He brandished his saber, and every time he spun around, a mysterious phenomenon would come out of his body. There was a bright moon like fire, an undefeated blazing sun, peach blossoms, or a roaring dragon image. Only one saber technique, instant of glory. After spinning around 9 times, Xiao Chen immediately executed the medial-grade profound martial technique, instant of glory. Space froze, and a glorious painting appeared in front. The 8 fleeing half-step Emperor Wu were all included in the painting. In this epic painting, the expressions of the 8 half-step Emperor Wu froze, not moving at all. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he faced his right hand forward and gently opened it. The frozen painting shattered like a mirror. Space immediately shattered. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu, who were already severely injured in the first place, were knocked into the air. Cracks appeared on their bodies, looking incredibly horrifying. Xiao Chen's expression was terrifyingly sinister. The 8 blue-robed emperors in the air still had their last breaths. Their physical bodies were still tenaciously recovering. If they were left alone, given one day, they would recover from their injuries. After resting for half a year, they would be able to return to their peak. Xiao Chen, don't think that you can kill us just because you are a descendant of the Qing Emperor. We have primes standing behind us. If you kill us, you will cause a great disaster. Death shrouded their hearts. The 8 half-step Emperor Wu in the air were in despair as they spoke futilely. How laughable. If those primes were really courageous, why didn't they personally make a move? In the end, you are just a bunch of cannon fodder. Xiao Chen roared somewhat angrily. Killing intent filled his mind, making him look exceptionally terrifying. Now that you know fear, why did you do it earlier? When the 2 Ghost Race Emperor Wu sneak attacked Xiao Chen, they did not think that such a day would come. I will give this punch to you first. Xiao Chen shouted, and a lightning dragon shot out from under his feet. His figure flickered as he punched twice. Each punch contained 20 dragon force, 100 million kilograms of force. When they struck the bodies of the Ghost Race experts, cracks appeared on them. Amid the hazy bloody mist, the 2 half-step Emperor Wu immediately died without a complete corpse, their bodies exploding. Whoosh! Xiao Chen arrived before the 2 deity race half-step Emperor Wu and said expressionlessly, with this punch, I will send you on your way on behalf of Dugu Ao. When you kept calling him bastard, you did not understand that there are some people who are much nobler than you. Don't kill me. Emperor Forsaken will not forgive you. In the face of death, the 2 originally arrogant deity race experts were overwhelmed by fear. They begged for mercy in soft voices. Xiao Chen's expression remained cold, completely ignoring them. He threw another 2 punches and killed the 2 half-step Emperor Wu. His methods were tyrannical and decisive. Xiao Chen was decisive in killing, not showing any mercy. The remaining 4 half-step Emperor Wu were already frightened out of their wits. They dragged their heavily injured bodies and ran frantically in the desert, leaving behind a trail of blood. However, no matter how they ran, how could they be faster than Xiao Chen, who executed Thunder Dragon steps? Everything was futile. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Ao Jiao. Bang! Dragon roars rang out endlessly as the fist shook the surroundings. Every punch ended the life of a half-step Emperor Wu. Like a grim reaper harvesting lives, Xiao Chen used the cruelest method. As he said, if they did not kneel down and apologize, they would die without a complete corpse. Chapter 12:23. I will return this punch to you on behalf of Little Yellow Feather. Did you hear that baby-like cry? It is really just a child. Unable to dispel his hatred, Xiao Chen punched 3 more times. Of the 8 half-step Emperor Wus, only 1 remained. Plop! The last half-step Emperor Wu was completely frightened out of his wits. He immediately knelt and begged, Blue Dragon King, on account that we are both humans, please spare my life. Some paths are chosen by oneself. From the moment you took out your butcher's knife, you should have been prepared to be slaughtered by others in the future. Just like me now, I have a cold and brave heart. As we are both humans, I will leave your corpse intact. Facing the half-step Emperor Wu kneeling before him, Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He gently tapped the half-step Emperor Wu's forehead with his finger. A strand of saber chi destroyed the half-step Emperor Wu's sea of consciousness before piercing through. When the half-step Emperor Wu fell, his life force severed. However, he was the only half-step Emperor Wu to have an intact corpse. In the sky, all sorts of mysterious phenomena caused by Xiao Chen condensing the heart of an emperor vanished like smoke the moment this half-step Emperor Wu fell. The morning glow appeared once again. The resplendent sunlight shone on the blood-stained body of Xiao Chen. This made him, who was as cold as a grim reaper, have a divine aura to him. Golden light shone resplendently, glistening brilliantly. The 8 half-step Emperor Wus were all dead. However, the hatred in Xiao Chen's heart did not dissipate. He was well aware that these were just pawns. In fact, they were not even pawns, they were just discarded pieces. They were just pawns abandoned by the Prime Emperor Wu. From the moment they were sent out, the Prime Emperors and the 3 Holy Masters hiding behind the scenes did not care about these people's lives. Xiaoqin swore to himself that one day, he would make all these people hiding behind the scenes pay the price they deserved. When the surrounding demon mixed blood cultivators saw the white-robed Xiaoqin, their hearts trembled for a long time. The old black iron monster, who could kill martial emperors, felt fear in his heart as he looked at Xiaoqin. Although these 8 half-step Emperor Wu had exhausted too much law energy and underestimated Xiaoqin's strength, Xiaoqin could kill 8 half-step Emperor Wu in one go. However, Xiaoqin could kill 8 half-step martial emperors in one go. No matter how one looked at it, the current Xiaoqin could be called one of the strongest existences under martial emperor. Even of the black iron old monster was not fully confident of defeating Xiaoqin. The black iron old monster, more than the black iron old Xiao of the black iron old monster, had not of Xiaoqin had condensed the black iron old black. Of black Chen's might of Chen of was of the emperor of his. After thinking for a while, the black iron old monster said with certainty, "It is not a possibility but a certainty." Xiaoqin recovered his wits and moved quickly to Mu Xian's side. When he saw the unconscious Dugu Ao in her embrace, he asked, "How is he? Is he not awake yet?" Mu Xian squeezed out a smile and replied, "He's fine. Ao Jiao fed him a sage pill. Right now, the loss of life force has stopped. However, if he does not wake up, there is nothing we can do." Xiaoqin's heart sank. He understood what she meant. Dugu Ao was still resisting the other half of the bloodline in his body. If the medicinal energy of the medicinal pill wore off, the situation would still be hard to predict. Dugu Ao's life and death would depend on a single thought. However, given Dugu Ao's stubbornness, without any external interference, the outcome would be as expected. What awaited him would still be death. What should I do? Although Xiaoqin had killed the 12 half-step Emperor Wu who caused all this, Dugu Ao still had not woken up. Even though Xiaoqin had condensed a heart of an emperor and advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor, his mood did not improve at all. The reason was none other than Dugu Ao helping him too much. If Dugu Ao died, Xiaoqin would feel guilty for life. In the end, Xiaoqin's horizons were limited. He could not think of any good ideas, so he could only look to Ao Jiao. "Ao Jiao, do you have any ideas?" Ao Jiao thought for a while and shook her head. "I do not have any good ideas either. However, there are still many sage-grade medicinal pills in the Thunder King's inheritance. If you are willing to part with them, you can guarantee that he will not have any problems for 2 years." Naturally, Xiaoqin was willing to part with the medicinal pills. However, what about after 2 years? Whoosh! Just at this moment, a strong aura suddenly encased the entire desert island. A huge figure appeared in the sky, covering the entire island. When this figure looked around, everyone on the island felt like they were being watched, their hair standing on end. Dugu Kuang. It's Dugu Ao's father. He is here. What a coincidence. It looks like he has been here all along. However, it is not convenient for him to make a move on those half-step Emperor Wu. That is no wonder. No one understands better than these Emperor Wus how horrifying a prime's strength is. Furthermore, these half-step Emperor Wus gave Dugu Ao a chance to leave earlier. Dugu Kuang has no reason to make a move. However, I heard that Dugu Kuang has 10 odd sons. He has never been fond of Dugu Ao. This might have something to do with it. As the crowd discussed, Xiaoqin immediately learned the identity of the person who arrived. It was the demon-human martial emperor, Dugu Kuang, Dugu Ao's father. Many thanks for making a move. You did a good job. The Dugu clan owes you a favor. A deep voice resounded in the sky. The entire space shook intensely. A formless might pressed down on everyone on the island, making their hearts tremble. The huge figure stretched out its hand, and an irresistible force pulled Dugu Ao out of Mu Xian's embrace. Just as Dugu Kuang was about to leave, the figure looked at the stunned Mu Xian and said, "Not bad. You can be the daughter-in-law of my Dugu clan." Let's go together. The figure stretched out his hand and brought Mu Xian over as well. Dark clouds churned. Dugu Kuang did not discuss anything further. He only said that he owed Xiao Chen a favor before leaving with the two of them. After Dugu Kuang left, the suppressive atmosphere on the desert island faded from everyone's hearts. Dugu Ao being taken away by his father was probably the best outcome. The other party should have a way to wake Dugu Ao up. Xiao Chen thought, is this the strength of a martial emperor? Even a martial emperor as strong as Dugu Kuang is afraid of a prime. This is truly despairing. The people on the island slowly scattered. After this battle, the name of the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed bladesman, would definitely resound throughout the entire human demon sea. Ao Jiao brought little yellow feather into the immortal spirit ring to recuperate. Xiao Chen leaned on the stone steel alone, looking at the endless desert devoid of people. He had a complicated expression, thinking about something. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground at the side. Blood still flowed slowly on it. Under the sunlight, it exuded a sinister sense of beauty, lonely and proud. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen had already achieved his goal before leaving Heavenly Star Island. Not only had he advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor ahead of time, but he had also condensed the heart of an emperor that only Emperor Wu had. He only needed to wait 3 years to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire before he could ascend to martial emperor. However, would things really go that smoothly? Now, Xiao Chen only wanted to take a flower of life, and he already provoked the 3 primes and the 3 holy masters. If Xiao Chen really wanted to clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he did not know what methods the other party would use. Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, what kind of existence was he exactly? How tyrannical was he back then? Even after dying for 10,000 years, he still made people so wary of him. This made Xiao Chen's path to martial emperor so difficult. Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He drew the lunar shadow saber and took out a piece of cloth to wipe off the blood on it. When the saber became clear and bright again, when the saber turned cold and bright again, a figure suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen. This person carried a sword on his back, and he always had a calm expression on his face. It was just like when Xiao Chen first saw him. Even after so many years, nothing had changed. Chu Chaoyun, this opponent destined to be entangled with Xiao Chen for life, appeared before Xiao Chen after everyone left. Huang Dang. Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber. Then, he held the saber and walked over to Chu Chaoyun, step by step. Why did you help me? The other party's mysterious appearance had helped Xiao Chen deal a fatal blow back then. Even now, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. In Xiao Chen's memories, he did not know where to place Chu Chaoyun. It was definitely impossible to call Chu Chaoyun a friend, but it was also impossible to call him an enemy. If Xiao Chen really had to describe this person who was both friend and foe, he could only use the word opponent. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. Many years ago, I already said that our positions are different. However, our ultimate goal is the same. Right now, the story is far from over. How can I let you die? Even if I did not make a move, you would not have died." Xiao Chen did not want to continue playing riddles with Chu Chaoyun. He had to resolve all the mysteries today. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to consummation blue-robed emperor and condensed a heart of an emperor, he was confident that he was stronger than Chu Chaoyun. If Chu Chaoyun was not willing to say more, then Xiao Chen could only use force. "Tell me your true goal. Since the first time you attacked me in the Sky Dome realm until now, what exactly have you been planning for the past 10-odd years?" Xiao Chen asked sullenly as he stepped forward with a sharp gaze. His strong aura pressed down on the other party. Xiao Chen did not want to kill or injure the other party. He only wanted to know the other party's true goal. He did not want to remain in the dark. Xiao Chen needed to put an end to all the past and future matters today. Chu Chaoyun was not surprised at Xiao Chen's reaction. When Xiao Chen's strong aura pressed over, Chu Chaoyun also released his own aura, pushing back Xiao Chen's pressure. This pushed back the pressure coming from Xiao Chen. The two's auras were equal, neither could do anything to the other. Black and white lights flickered on Chu Chaoyun's body. That was the will of light and the will of darkness merging, forming a brand new will of primal chaos. However, the merging of this will of primal chaos was not perfect. Otherwise, it would have been able to suppress Xiao Chen's peak will of thunder. Chu Chaoyun showed some shock in his eyes. He had not expected that his strong will of primal chaos would not be able to suppress Xiao Chen immediately. Chu Chaoyun said, "Not bad, peak will of thunder. It looks like you will be able to form an innate thunder crystal before advancing to martial emperor. An innate thunder crystal with the heart of an emperor. I wonder what kind of storm you will stir up when you advance to martial emperor one day." While Chu Chaoyun was shocked in his heart, so was Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already silently circulated the might of his heart of an emperor and added the peak will of thunder. However, he still did not gain a clear advantage in aura. What exactly did Chu Chaoyun experience in the past 10-odd years for him to improve so much? Chapter 12:24. Unfortunately, with your strength, you are still unable to force me to speak. Perhaps in your eyes, I am very mysterious. However, in my eyes, you are just as mysterious. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have another meaning. After a pause, he continued, "Actually, I want to know many of the things you want to know as well. It is just that we each chose different paths." Xiao Chen knew that it was no longer possible to use force to force the other party to speak. So he said, "In that case, we can have an honest talk and tell each other what we know to clear up any misunderstandings." Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "There are no misunderstandings between us. As you think, there will definitely be a fight between us. As for having an honest talk, I can reveal one thing. In this world, who wants you to die the most is definitely me. Who wants you to advance to martial emperor the most? No one is more eager than me, Chu Chaoyun." Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind as he thought of something. He said, "The Blue Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Flame's origin flame." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "So, don't die before you advance to martial emperor. Otherwise, no one will open the Blue Dragon Palace for me, and I will never be able to take away the Heavenly Flame's origin flame." So, that is the case. No wonder the other party came all the way to help me block the demonic world's attack after receiving the news. However, how can I explain that the other party wants me dead the most? Is it because of the identities we inherited? The descendants of the Qing Emperor and the Tianwu Emperor have to put an end to the grudges from 10,000 years ago? Or is it because a certain immortal Dao expert once mentioned that the entire Kunlun realm is an abandoned land? Right and wrong, there is no need to think too much about it. When you stand at the peak, you will discover that our goals are the same. The one who wants me dead the most will definitely be you. However, you will understand all this only after you stand at the peak. Work hard. Don't underestimate the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm in the astral battlefield. Don't underestimate the king-grade geniuses of the deep abyss demonic world either. Among those of the same generation, you are still far from being unrivaled." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chaoyun withdrew the black and white light into his body. All the light on his body disappeared as he turned around and left. When the light vanished, Xiao Chen focused his gaze. He noticed an inconspicuous symbol on Chu Chaoyun's chest. It was the Nether Church's insignia. Chu Chaoyun had joined the Nether sect. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was this the path that Chu Chaoyun had taken? For the sake of strength, he joined the Dark Church, which once destroyed the Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Chen wondered what he was thinking. "Xiao Chen, do you think this Chu Chaoyun is a good person or a bad person?" Ao Jiao voiced her doubts from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, "How can there be pure good and bad people in this world? It is as he said. It is just that the paths he takes are different. He has his own doubts and troubles as well. In the end, he is just like most cultivators in this world. There is nothing special about him. Actually, sometimes, one was just too conflicted, making some simple things seem too complicated. When one finally found out the cause and effect, one would discover that it was just like that. In this meeting with Chu Chaoyun, they did not talk much. However, it resolved a knot in Xiao Chen's heart. This freed Xiao Chen from dwelling on the other party's secrets. There would come a day when the truth would come to light. There was no need to overthink it. As for the heavenly flame's origin flame, Xiao Chen did not care too much about it. Who knew how many people in the Blue Dragon Palace were watching it? When Xiao Chen advanced to Martial Emperor and went to open it, he would not be able to predict how many Emperor Wu's experts would be there. If Chu Chaoyun was willing to appear, he would stir up this mess even more. This suited Xiao Chen's intentions, which would reduce the attention on him. The deity race Emperor Forsaken's true body descended on a desolate planet in the starry heavens. Soon, two figures descended at the same time on this unremarkable planet in the starry heavens. These two were the ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the corpse race's heaven-punishing corpse god. Soon, another 3 masked people landed on the planet. Actually, the identities of these 3 masked people were no secret. They were the 3 holy lords of the human race's 3 holy masters. When the 3 of them worked together, they could hold their own against a prime. This gave them the capital to speak to the other 3 on equal footing, not putting them at a disadvantage. The luck of the Qing Emperor's descendants is really horrifying. The Thunder King did not even make a move, but he still managed to break this trap, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. There were too many variables. Who could have thought that an unremarkable character like Dugu Ao would suddenly erupt? Who could have thought that even the people sent by the demon monarchs would be stopped? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's tone contained some self-mockery. Emperor Forsaken said, however, it is still fine. He condensed the heart of an emperor. I wonder what level of great tribulation of wind and fire he will trigger. It is practically impossible for him to make preparations and clear this great tribulation of wind and fire in 3 years. As long as the Thunder King does not die, anything is possible. The masked Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master suddenly said. His words immediately caused the other supreme martial artists to sink into silence. The Thunder King was an unsurmountable hurdle in the hearts of these primes. If not for the Thunder King's existence, these primes would not have to be so fearful. With a thought, they could kill Xiao Chen. How much longer can the Thunder King last? Don't you know that the 3 holy masters only have 1 place left? Emperor Forsaken asked. At least 1 year, at most 10 years. The Thunder King will definitely die, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master said. A light flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. 10 years is still too long. I'll try to get the support of those 3 from the heavenly starry ocean. The great tribulation of wind and fire is when his luck is at its lowest. It is also the best time to make a move. I'll do my best not to give him any chances. That will be difficult. Although the Lunar Palace's palace master does not like the descendants of the Qing Emperor, she is old friends with the Thunder King. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Fox King are old friends. These 2 will definitely choose to remain neutral. The only one we can truly fight for is the Zodiac Hall's palace master. That is already pretty good. As long as we can fight for one person, we can break the balance between our strength and theirs. If outsiders were here, they would never imagine that the people at the peak of the Kunlun realm would gather together to discuss countermeasures for a consummation blue-robed emperor. This conversation did not last for long. After about 7 minutes, the primes left one after another. The desolate planet was silent as if no one had ever been here before. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know that someone had already started to plan for his great tribulation of wind and fire. Currently, Xiao Chen was on his way to Heavenly Star Island, anxiously familiarizing himself with the many wondrous uses of the heart of an emperor. No wonder people always said that after one became Emperor Wu, they would bring earth-shaking changes to cultivators. Now, Xiao Chen finally knew some of the reasons in advance. Xiao Chen opened a crack in the mysterious world of Emperor Wu, broadening his horizons. Inside the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged with his hands crossed. There was a clump of light about the size of half a finger in his dantian. It looked like a resplendent crystal gem. That was the heart of an emperor. Strands of purple energy surrounded the heart of an emperor. There was a vast number of them, like many small dragons swimming around quickly. That was Xiao Chen's vast heavenly laws. There were more than 20,000 of them, enough to look down on all existences under Emperor Wu. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the heart of an emperor spun quickly. It was like a mysterious door of time and space opened above his head. As the heart of an emperor drew in, an incredible energy entered Xiao Chen's body from the world outside the door. Xiao Chen sank into a wondrous state. This was a kind of energy that Xiao Chen had never experienced before. It was not veritable essence energy or the power of the world driven by laws. This power was even purer and more powerful, as if it came from another world. At first, Xiao Chen did not know what this energy was. He only understood after Ao Jiao explained it to him. No one in the Kunlun realm knew the source of the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Only Emperor Wu, who had condensed the heart of an emperor, could come into contact with this energy. This energy was called primordial energy by the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu. According to the legends of the Immortal epoch, before the world was created, the world was a clump of primordial energy. The Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu all revered the mysterious energy in the world behind the door. Although they did not know if it was primordial energy or not, they still gave it this name. As for whether it was primordial energy or not, perhaps only those powerhouses of the Immortal epoch would be able to confirm it after they came back to life. The heart of an emperor greedily absorbed the primordial energy. The strands of primordial energy turned into pure white energy that entered the acupoints on Xiao Chen's head and quickly sank before pouring into the heart of an emperor. Instantly, Xiao Chen felt his entire body fill with explosive energy. He felt omnipotent, and his strength instantly increased by 10%. Now, he somewhat understood why those below Emperor Wu could not come into contact with this energy. Aside from the heart of an emperor, a cultivator's dantian would not be able to endure or contain primordial energy. The instant one came into contact with it, their body would explode and they would die, playing themselves to death. After barely absorbing 10 strands of primordial energy, the mysterious door of time and space above Xiao Chen's head closed. After withdrawing from this strange state, Xiao Chen felt disappointed. That omnipotent feeling no longer existed. It was like falling from the clouds and crashing to the ground, returning to reality. However, Xiao Chen did not find this strange. Ao Jiao had said that Emperor Wu could open that door for a limited time. The amount of primordial energy that he could absorb from it was even less. Xiao Chen was already pretty good for being able to absorb 10 strands of primordial energy on his first try. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness into the interior of the heart of an emperor. He saw 10 white strands intertwining with each other, forming a huge whirlpool. Around the whirlpool was something like the starry heavens of the universe. As the whirlpool spun, all sorts of strong mysterious phenomena, thunder, lightning, storms, appeared in the void space of the heart of an emperor. As Xiao Chen carefully probed, he could clearly feel the 10 strands of primordial energy. Just one strand of primordial energy could cause damage equivalent to thousands of heavenly laws. Chapter 12:25. Then, Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness and sent his original law energy into the heart of an emperor. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like newborn babies with a lot of room for growth. Their food was the heavenly law energy. The more they fed, the more they would grow. Using heavenly laws to cultivate primordial energy was something that could only be done after advancing to martial emperor. However, Xiao Chen had already condensed a heart of an emperor and could do it in advance. This was a complete anomaly. No one could say for sure what kind of changes this anomaly would produce in the end. Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the cultivation of primordial energy. The heart of an emperor opened a door to his world. The changes it brought him were not as simple as just advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor. Time passed day by day. Half a month later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes again. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes, and his entire being seemed to glow with vigor. There was an indescribable change in him. After walking out of the war chariot, Xiao Chen wanted to look down. As he looked at the archipelago below, he muttered to himself, time passed really fast. It turns out that I'm already at the Dragon Grave Sea. After leaving the Human Demon Sea, Xiaoqun immediately rushed to Heavenly Star Island. After being away for almost a year, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation about what had happened to Heavenly Star Island. Furthermore, he wanted to tell Mo Chen and the others about the good news of him advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor so that they would not worry too much. The last time Xiaoqun closed his eyes, he was still in the Human Demon Sea. When he opened them again, he was already at the Dragon Grave Sea. This made Xiaoqun feel somewhat rueful. Since I'm already here, I should go down and rest. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun decided to stay in the Dragon Grave Sea for one day and rest before setting off again. After putting away the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiaoqun looked at an island and quickly descended. After a while, they landed in the largest city of the island. In Xiaoqun's memory, this seemed to be the second largest island in the Dragon Grave Sea, second only to Treasure Dragon Island. Just like what he had seen in the past, the city was still in a dilapidated state. Both inside and outside the city, it was chaotic, without any order. When Xiaoqun came to this place again, his mood was completely different. When he first came, he had been anxious to find the flower of life and the death fruit. When he returned, Xiaoqun had already successfully condensed the heart of an emperor and advanced to the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He could now kill the half-step Emperor Wu. Let's go take a look. It is said that a huge battle has broken out in the southern part of the city. A merchant association wanted to set up a branch here. In the end, they accidentally set up their branch in the territory of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. Now, it is said that a fight has broken out. Interesting. Which merchant association is this blind? The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association is one of the 4 strongest merchant associations in the entire Dragon Grave Sea. To think that they actually opened a branch in their territory. Aren't they just seeking death? I heard that the new merchant association is not weak. Furthermore, they are very popular in the Dark Sea. Even the Flame Rock Sovereign has to give them face. So what if they are not weak? Every branch of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association in the Dragon Grave Sea is overseen by a half-step Emperor Wu. They have been here for several hundred years already. I heard that there is even a peak expert on the same level as Emperor Wu on Treasure Dragon Island. The moment Xiaoqun entered the city, he saw the cultivators beside him rushing to the southern part of the city. When he heard that this new merchant association had the Flame Rock Sovereign backing it in the Dark Sea, Xiaoqun raised his eyebrows. He thought to himself, could it be my own Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce? The Dragon Grave Sea was filled with dragon graves and all sorts of remnants. Every year, it would produce a large number of natural treasures and ancient divine items. Given Kim Taeho's character, he would definitely not give up on this place. With the support of the Flame Rock Sovereign, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce had already gained a firm foothold in the Dark Sea. It made perfect sense for them to cross the Dark Sea and extend their trade route to the Dragon Grave Sea. Furthermore, after Xiaoqun subdued the Su clan in the Human Demon Sea, he had already sent a letter to Heavenly Star Island to send people over to receive them. Only the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could come over quickly. The more Xiaoqun thought about it, the more likely it seemed. His figure flashed, and he immediately rushed to the southern part of the city. If it was really the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Xiaoqun could not just sit back and watch. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce played a very important role in the Dragon's Gate's revival. After a few breaths, Xiaoqun arrived at the southern part of the city. Then, he stood on the roof of a tall building. When he saw a familiar figure, he knew that his guess was right. There was no need for any other proof. It was indeed Xiaoqun's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Someone had smashed the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the other party had surrounded the person in charge. Among the crowd, Kim Tae-ho looked at a blue-clad, middle-aged man with a baleful expression. That was the person in charge of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch on this island. This person was of medium build, and he exuded the shrewdness and calculation of a merchant. However, his eyes contained a trace of tyranny and hostility that ordinary merchants did not have. In this dragon grave sea, where no major factions occupied a place, the four great merchant associations were the kings. Regular cultivators did not dare to offend them. As one of the four great merchant associations, the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch managers all had this tyrannical and kingly aura. They were already used to doing as they pleased in the dragon grave sea. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand to suppress the angry cultivators with him. Then, he looked at the blue-clad man and said, "Friend, I am new here and did not know that the entire southern part of the city is the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's territory. It is my fault. If you had explained things properly, I would have definitely apologized and left immediately. However, isn't smashing someone's signboard a little too tyrannical?" When the blue-clad man heard this, he laughed loudly. Then, he looked at Kim Tae-ho's swollen figure and showed some disdain in his eyes. "So what if I smashed your signboard? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the dragon grave sea just because you are doing well in the sea of darkness. Let me tell you, now that you are in the dragon grave sea, you better tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Continue smashing. Paw. Paw. Paw." The Heavenly Cloud Merchant Association's cultivators continued to step on the signboard that had already been smashed in half. Rage burned in Kim Tae-ho's eyes. As he looked at the tattered signboard, he felt like he was being kicked in the heart. However, Kim Tae-ho still suppressed his rage and spread his arms out, not letting the cultivators behind him attack rashly. If Xiao Qin made a move now, it would only give the other party an excuse to use force. At that time, he would still be the one suffering. How boring. I thought that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce was very powerful. It turns out that it is only a so-so. Indeed, it is not interesting. It is just a one-sided humiliation. There is nothing to see. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association has been flaunting their might for a long time. I thought that they would run into a tough opponent. When the cultivators who heard the news saw this scene, they all shook their heads slightly, finding it boring. Scram. The dragon grave sea does not welcome you. Don't let me see your signboard. Otherwise, I will smash it every time I see it. The blue-clad man shouted in disdain as he looked at Kim Tae-ho and smashed the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard into smithereens. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and said, "Pick up the signboard. Let's go." The group of people remained silent. Together with Kim Tae-ho, they stepped forward and bent over. Then, they carefully picked up the shattered signboard. Xiao Qin felt somewhat sad. However, he felt even more gratified. Sometimes, one could bend over, but one had to pick up one's dignity. Compared to the scheming Xiao Qin of the Sky Dome realm, the current Kim Tae-ho was much more mature. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, looking like he teleported. Then, he silently landed among Kim Tae-ho's group and joined the ranks of the group picking up the shattered signboard. Kim Tae-ho looked up and happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, who had picked up a piece of the signboard. Both of them were completely stunned. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "What are you standing there for? Quickly pick it up. After you are done, let's have a drink together." Kim Tae-ho laughed loudly. Without saying anything, he picked up the speed of picking up the shattered signboard. Clearly, he was in a good mood. Upon seeing such a scene, everyone was stunned. Was this fatso crazy? Someone smashed his signboard, yet he was still so happy, able to laugh. Where did this fellow come from? Who allowed you to pick up these things? When the blue-clad man saw the sudden appearance of Xiao Chen and the laughing fatso, he felt like he was being ignored. It was just one kick. The wind howled as it kicked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen acted like he did not see the blue-clad man's kick, continuing to pick up the shattered signboard. Bang! The blue-clad man kicked heavily with great force. However, Xiao Chen did not get knocked back as expected. Amid a loud sound, it was like the blue-clad man's kick had landed on a vast mountain range. A huge rebound knocked him back. The blue-clad man cried out in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood. The impact knocked him back. After he landed, he could not get up again. Blood flowed out of the blue-clad man's mouth continuously as he coughed endlessly. His complexion paled, and he showed a horrified expression. When he checked with his consciousness, he was horrified to discover that his internal organs were all shattered. No wonder blood kept flowing out of the blue-clad man's mouth. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all shattered. Even if a celestial being came, he would not be able to save him. How could this be? The blue-clad man was a blue-robed emperor. In this dragon-grave sea, he could barely be considered an expert. While this kick might not have sent the blue-clad man flying, it should not have killed him. Oh no! He is going to die. The experts of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association supported the blue-clad man and checked. They all showed horrified expressions, unable to react at all. Why were all sorts of strange things happening in this day and age? Manager Lon kicked himself to death. When the many surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they all felt their hair stand on end. This was simply too strange. Let's go. We ran into an expert. We have to ask Elder Feng to come out. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association carried the blue-clad man's corpse and looked at Xiao Chen, who was still picking up the shattered signboard. Their expressions were strange as they hurried to the back. The group of people from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce were stunned as well. When they saw this white-clad youth who suddenly appeared, they could not understand what was going on. The entire southern part of the city fell silent. The surrounding cultivators could not say anything either. What he saw today was completely beyond his understanding. How could someone kick himself to death with a single kick? Go. Did I say that you can go? Xiao Chen suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand. The shattered signboard in everyone's hands flew into his hand. Then, he waved his hand, and a brand new signboard materialized. Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. These 4 words gave off a faint glow. They glistened with a golden light, looking dazzling and dazzling. To Xiao Chen, who was proficient in the life bestowal spell, this little trick was nothing. Chapter 12:26. With a twist of his hand, the signboard in Xiao Chen's palm spun rapidly. Then, he sent it flying forward. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen had secretly infused a strand of primordial energy into the signboard. Now, the ordinary signboard immediately turned into a great killing weapon. Before these blue-robed emperor experts could react, their calves were crushed. They cried out in pain and knelt on the ground. It was clear that not all the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association experts were kneeling on the ground. The ones kneeling on the ground were the cultivators who had trampled on the signboard earlier. When the remaining people saw this scene, they did not dare to act rashly. Whoosh! Whoosh! After spinning a few times, the signboard returned to Xiao Chen's hand. With a huang dang sound, he placed the signboard on the ground. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and sucked in the strand of primordial energy that he had yet to use. Then, he said softly, "Scram." These were clearly 2 simple words. However, when Xiao Chen spoke, the sky changed color. A surging and strong energy surged out, sounding like thunder. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, the remaining cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association were blown into the air by these 2 words. In the next moment, they were blown to an unknown location, their figures nowhere to be seen. The many cultivators who had criticized the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce earlier were all stunned. They did not know where this ruthless person came from. Without doing anything, he killed the blue-clad man. Then, when he opened his mouth, he knocked away a group of cultivators hired by the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. This was simply incredible, flabbergasting. The strength of primordial energy astonished Xiao Chen as well. He had not expected just 1 strand of primordial energy to deal with this group of people so easily. After handing the signboard back to Kim Tae-ho, Xiaochen glanced at the kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association cultivators and said indifferently, "Since you dare to trample on the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, don't blame me for being tyrannical. Kneel here for one day. Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others." The many cultivators who came to watch the show finally understood why Kim Tae-ho could smile. It was all because of the white-robed man. Smashing someone's signboard was the greatest humiliation, so he would use an even greater humiliation and a more domineering method to return the favor. He seemed to be very quiet, but the methods of this white-clothed man shocked everyone. If news of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's hired thugs kneeling here for a month were to spread, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reputation would be completely tarnished. "You want us to kneel here for a month?" "No way." The 5 members of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce kneeling on the ground roared angrily when they heard this. They took a deep breath and tried to use their heavenly laws to drive the power of the world and fly away. However, to their horror, they discovered that Xiaochen wasn't using any sort of power. Even when they used their demi-immortal laws, they couldn't shake Xiaochen's restrictive spells. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. Primordial energy was a purer and stronger energy than the power of the world. It was something that only Emperor Wu could use. The strongest among these people was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor. Trying to shake primordial energy was like a baby trying to move a mountain. "I said kneel for a month, so kneel for a month. No one will be able to make you stand up." Xiaochen stepped forward and sent out another palm strike on each of the 5's shoulders. Then, he used another strand of primordial energy to completely restrict the 5. Without a month's time, that strand of primordial energy would not scatter. It would be impossible for this group of people to stand up. As long as they were not an expert on the level of the old black iron monster, it would be impossible for anyone to remove the restriction. If someone tried to do it forcefully, the scattered strand of primordial energy would gather into a torrent and teach that person a huge lesson. "Debao, hang up the signboard." Xiaochen turned his head and instructed, "I want to see who else dares to smash the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce." Who was the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce? It was Xiaochen's signboard. If these people dared to smash his signboard, it would be equivalent to slapping him in the face. Although Xiaochen did not show any anger on the surface, he was already furious in his heart. "If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If others offend me, I will return the favor tenfold." The Blue Dragon King. He must be the Blue Dragon King. So, he is the Blue Dragon King, our big boss behind the scenes. He is indeed tyrannical. When the group of cultivators from the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce looked at Xiaochen again, how could they not guess his identity? All of them had smiles of admiration on their faces. They had long heard of the legend of their master. It would take 3 days and 3 nights to recount all of them. Now that they saw him in person, they knew that the rumors were true. The youngest conferred king in the history of Bushan Palace was indeed tyrannical and boundlessly elegant. Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said a few words to his subordinates. Then, he pulled Xiaochen up the stairs. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sorry, I did not expect to embarrass myself in front of you." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I should be the one apologizing to you. I really did not know that opening a new branch would be so difficult and full of twists and turns. It was really not easy for you to grow the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to its current scale." The two chatted as they walked. When they arrived at a table on the 2nd floor, Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "The current Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce is really nothing much. Our accumulations are still too little. In the end, our accumulations cannot compare to those large merchant associations that have been around for hundreds or even thousands of years." Xiaochen nodded and said, "There is no need to rush. Accumulations can only be built up over time." Kim Tae-ho recalled something and said, "That's right, I received your letter. Unexpectedly, you managed to obtain a conferred land in the Human Demon Sea without anyone noticing. This way, I will be able to establish a smooth sea trade route through the heavenly starry oceans Dark Sea, Dragon Grave Sea, and Human Demon Sea. There is only one merchant association in the entire oceanic world that can have such a long trade route. In less than 10 years, I guarantee that the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will become one of the 4 great merchant associations of the entire oceanic world. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. He had never doubted Kim Taeho's ability. Who is so bold as to dare to kill the manager of my Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch? Are they tired of living? As the two chatted and drank, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside the building. The strong aura of a half-step Emperor Wu surged over. The entire shop shook intensely, making it hard for people to stand stably. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows and drained the wine in his cup. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Finally, someone who is slightly more presentable." Dang! The wine cup landed heavily on the table. In that instant, the shaking shop suddenly quietened down. Inside the shop, Kim Taeho's expression changed slightly. "Xiaoqin, the one who came seems to be a half-step Emperor Wu." Xiaoqin nodded and smiled calmly. "I know. However, I really do not care about a regular half-step Emperor Wu." As Kim Taeho watched Xiaoqin leap down the pavilion, he was slightly stunned. He could not understand how Xiaoqin had improved so quickly after leaving for close to a year. Outside the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the surrounding cultivators all scattered. The reason was obvious. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch in the city had a half-step Emperor Wu overseeing it. The cultivators of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's branch were restrained and forced to kneel on the street. With such a big matter happening, the half-step Emperor Wu would definitely make a move. If the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association could not get back at Xiaoqin, its reputation would plummet. It might even fall out of the ranks of the Dragon Grave Sea's 4 great merchant associations. For a long time, the martial Heavenly Merchant Association had always been the one showing off and acting tyrannically. Now that they had run into a tough opponent and had a good show to watch, these people were naturally unwilling to leave. "Elder Feng, save us." When the 5 Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's blue-robed emperor kneeling on the street saw Elder Feng, they immediately cried out for help. They had already been restrained here by Xiaoqin for an hour. The gazes directed at them from all directions made them feel so sullen that they wanted to die. However, the crux of the matter was that it was difficult for them to even move. Wanting to die was an extravagant hope. How humiliating would it be for the blue-robed emperor to kneel on the street for a month? Those who humiliated others would be humiliated by others. When these people trampled on the dignity of a merchant association in front of all the cultivators in the city, they should have been prepared to be humiliated as well. They could not blame others for the evil they brought upon themselves. When Elder Feng, the half-step Emperor Wu, saw the 5 people kneeling on the ground, he immediately rushed over. When he saw the people watching them make a fool of themselves, he felt his face burn. Elder Feng cursed angrily, "Bunch of trash. You can't even stand up. You have utterly embarrassed the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, we are willing to accept any punishment. Please let us stand up first." The 5 kneeling cultivators felt sullen in their hearts. However, they did not dare to refute. Xiaoqin drifted down. When he saw Elder Feng's strength, he felt confident. He crossed his arms and watched coldly as the other party made a move. His lips curled up in an indistinct smile. Why is that white-clad youth so calm? He is not even afraid of the half-step Emperor Wu. That is too exaggerated. I heard that he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor back then. He is the center of our oceanic world, the outstanding talent of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's younger generation. However, he defeated him in one move at the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. Even if he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor and his strength has improved greatly, he should still be cautious when facing the half-step Emperor Wu. Right now, he does not care at all. Outside the human demon paradise, the news of Xiaoqin killing 12 half-step martial emperors in a row had not spread. As for the cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea, they had not heard about it yet. The cultivators near the Dragon Grave Sea all had their doubts about whether Xiao Chen could defeat the half-step Emperor Wu. When they saw Xiao Chen's current actions, they felt even more confused. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's Elder Feng glanced at the calm Xiao Chen and said coldly, "After I break your restriction, I will deal with you." No one in the Dragon Grave Sea has ever offended the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association and ended up with a good result. Xiao Chen retorted, "No one has ever smashed the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce and ended up with a good result. The person in front of you is the best example. If I say I want them to kneel, they will kneel. You alone are not enough to make them stand up." How arrogant! This old man is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think I cannot break your restriction? Don't you think too highly of yourself? You're really unscrupulous when you talk. Seeing Xiao Chen so arrogant, Elder Feng did not get angry. Instead, he laughed, finding this somewhat interesting. "White-robed brat, don't be arrogant. Elder Feng is a half-step Emperor Wu. Do you think he cannot break your restriction?" Chapter 12:27. When I stand up, I will deal with you all together. You will not have a good ending after offending our Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Elder Feng, break the restriction and show this brat how powerful we are. When the 5 kneeling Heavenly Essence Merchant Association blue-robed Emperor experts saw Elder Feng rush over, they felt very confident. They no longer showed any fear when facing Xiao Chen. Elder Feng smiled coldly. Then, he raised his hand and threw a palm strike as he roared, "Break for me." Elder Feng purposely kept an eye out and did not underestimate Xiao Chen. Although the force of this palm strike was split into 5 portions, he had already used 70% of his law energy. In Elder Feng's opinion, using 70% of his strength against a consummation blue-robed emperor's restriction was already giving Xiao Chen face. Elder Feng did not even need to use half of his strength to kill a regular consummation blue-robed emperor. His imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The power of the world that Elder Feng drove caused the entire southern part of the city to tremble. Without the protection of the formation, countless houses swayed and fell down in batches. The winds and clouds in the sky changed. Thick layers of clouds churned continuously. The force of the palm strike split into 5 portions. Each portion carried enough force to destroy a mountain range as it flew over. However, the restriction on the 5 did not budge at all. These 5 vast streams of power of the world did not have any effect at all. The primordial energy that Xiao Chen left on the 5 did not loosen at all when faced with the surging power of the world. Instead, the 2 forces pressed against each other, making the 5 kneeling people feel even more uncomfortable. Blood leaked out of their mouths as they cried out in pain. "Elder Feng, what's going on? Why can't the restriction be broken? I feel like the invisible mountain pressing down on me is even heavier." "Elder Feng, don't do it." Just a moment ago, the 5 were extremely ferocious, shouting for Xiao Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. However, in the next moment, they could no longer endure it, wailing in pain. Such a scene shocked all the onlookers. Even the half-step Emperor Wu couldn't make these 5 people stand up. Xiao Chen's methods were a bit too overbearing. Was he really going to make these 5 blue-robed emperors kneel for a month? Thinking about it, it was really cruel. No blue-robed emperor would be able to endure such humiliation. It would probably leave an indelible shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Damn it! How could this be? Elder Feng was taken aback. He had not expected such an outcome. Earlier, he had said that he would be able to break the restriction in a matter of minutes. However, even after using 70% of the power of the laws, he still had not succeeded. All of a sudden, his face was as humiliated as the 5 people kneeling before him. "I don't believe it." Elder Feng's face darkened and he was thoroughly enraged. He unleashed his full strength without holding anything back, planning to use the most violent method to break this strange seal. Elder Feng completely ignored the 5 people kneeling on the ground and howling in pain. He threw a palm strike, and cracks appeared in space. The ground exploded. Elder Feng used his full strength, creating a horrifying mysterious phenomenon that crashed into the restrictions of the 5 people. It had to be said that this force was indeed horrifying. The restrictions on the 5 people all lost their balance. The primordial energy that Xiaochen left behind could no longer form a complete restriction, and it started to crumble slowly. Elder Feng revealed a smile on his face. Insignificant tricks. How can they stump me? Pu Ci. Right after Elder Feng spoke, the 5 people kneeling on the ground all vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, their bones shattered. They could no longer endure the pincer attack of the 2 forces and died on the spot. The primordial energy that Elder Feng left on the 5 no longer remained in the form of a restriction. It surged out with a whoosh and merged together, forming a complete strand of primordial energy. This strand of energy turned into a purple saber light. With a flickering speed, it flew towards the startled Elder Feng, whose smile froze. Primordial energy. This is something that only Emperor Wu can execute. How can it be? Before Elder Feng could finish speaking, the strand of primordial energy that Xiaochen left behind turned into a saber light and pierced through the armor on Elder Feng's chest, piercing through his chest. It left a huge, bloody hole in Elder Feng's chest. It was a tragic sight. Elder Feng's law energy could not form an effective defense against an energy of a higher grade. From start to end, Xiaochen, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, not even moving his feet, suddenly shouted, "You, kneel down as well." When he made a move, it would be a fatal one. The instant Elder Feng was severely injured, Xiaochen executed a lightning-fast move. He instantly drove the remaining 9 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor. When Xiaochen smashed down with his palm, space seemed to move. When it landed on Elder Feng's shoulder, plop. This half-step Emperor Wu was forced to kneel by Xiaochen's palm strike. The instant Elder Feng's knee hit the ground, there was a crisp sound. A horrifying energy radiated from his knee. Apart from the shops of the Azure Dragon Merchant Association, all of the buildings and houses within a radius of 10 miles were instantly annihilated. As for the cultivators who had soared into the air to avoid the energy radiation, they stared with wide eyes, not daring to believe the scene before them. The half-step Emperor Wu, who had been clamoring about killing the white-robed bladesman, was actually forced to his knees by Xiaochen with one palm strike. When Elder Feng arrived, he was brimming with killing qi and spoke arrogantly. Now, he knelt on the ground, his face filled with horror. Xiaochen placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and pressed down hard. No matter how hard Elder Feng tried, he could not move at all. Stop struggling. If you keep struggling, it will not be as simple as being humiliated. Xiaochen said expressionlessly with a cold expression. Elder Feng was shocked in his heart. Before he could recover his wits, Xiaochen, a consummation blue-robed emperor, actually used primordial energy. This was a power that only Emperor Wu could use. This was simply too shocking. The people watching the excitement might find it unbelievable. Xiaochen was ridiculously strong. However, they did not know why Xiaochen was so strong. However, Elder Feng knew that this was primordial energy, a power that came from beyond time and space. The people in Emperor Wu's circle called him primordial energy. If one did not come into contact with Emperor Wu, it would be hard to understand him. Now that Xiaochen asked this question, Elder Feng recovered his wits and felt somewhat terrified. He stopped struggling. Xiaochen said indifferently, "Let me ask you something first. Were you the one who ordered him to smash my Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's signboard? That blue-clad man was merely the manager of this branch on the surface. The true mastermind was this Elder Feng. Without Elder Feng's approval, that blue-clad man would not have done something like smashing someone's signboard, something that was akin to slapping someone in the face. Even if the blue-clad man occupied the wrong place, he could just teach him a lesson and chase him away. There was no need to go to such extremes as smashing someone's signboard." Elder Feng's eyes flickered. However, under Xiaochen's strong pressure, he still answered honestly, "I was the one who told him to do so. The Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce has been on a decline recently. I just wanted to find something to establish my might. I did not expect the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce to be so strong. Xiaochen thought for a while. He had not expected such a simple reason to trample on the dignity of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's people. If Xiaochen had not rushed over by coincidence, Kim Taeho's group might have suffered some more humiliation. You are rather direct, not beating around the bush. I will not make things difficult for you. Just kneel in front of this Chamber of Commerce for 3 days, and I will forget about this matter. Smashing someone's signboard was equivalent to slapping someone in the face. To a Chamber of Commerce, this was the greatest humiliation. Xiaochen did not feel that he had gone overboard. The law and reason were on his side. Even if Emperor Wu, the overseer of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce at Treasure Dragon Island, rushed over, Xiaochen would still fight for what was right and not shrink back. Without giving Elder Feng any chance to quibble or speak, Xiaochen directly used the 8 strands of primordial energy to form a restriction and left it in Elder Feng's body. Not only could Elder Feng not move, but he also could not say a word. When such a scene landed in the eyes of the cultivators who were watching the show, they felt an unparalleled dominance. The entire Dragon Grave Sea would definitely be startled by this. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. His strong aura carried an extremely horrifying pressure. As he descended bit by bit, the gravity on everyone's shoulders increased bit by bit. This is the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu, Senior Luo Zhen. Many cultivators gaped. Actually, they had already guessed that today's matter would definitely startle the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's overseer of the Dragon Grave Sea, Emperor Wu. However, no one expected the other party to arrive so quickly. The moment Xiaochen subdued Elder Feng, the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's Emperor Wu, Luo Zhen, appeared. This Emperor Wu wore plain robes of alternating blue and white. He had long hair, long eyebrows, and a long beard. He did not have the ruthless and murderous air of the cultivators of the Dragon Grave Sea. Instead, he gave off a friendly feeling. I rushed over as soon as I received the news. I was still too late. Old man Luo glanced at the kneeling Elder Feng and frowned slightly. Then, he looked up at Xiaochen and said, "Not bad. It looks like the rumors are true. You have indeed condensed the heart of an emperor." Xiaochen raised his eyebrows and said, "This is somewhat surprising. This should be my first time meeting Senior. How is it that you know so much about me?" Old man Luo smiled faintly and said, "In our circle, people have been paying attention to you for a long time. The news about you has never stopped. In Emperor Wu's circle, there is an Emperor Wu's substitute ranking. In recent years, you have risen the fastest on this ranking, reaching the top 20. Top 20. If there really was such a ranking, Xiaochen would be happy to be able to rank in the top 20. The Emperor Wu's substitute ranking was not a ranking of the outstanding talents of the younger generation. Instead, it recorded all the cultivators who had the chance to advance to martial emperor in the past 1,000 years. It did not take into account age or seniority. It was a ranking of all the cultivators qualified to advance to martial emperor. It did not matter whether one had lived for a few hundred years or decades. As long as one had the qualifications to advance to martial emperor, it would be included. How long was 1,000 years? How many geniuses would appear one after another? As for the Emperor Wu's substitute ranking, it was a ranking that had been accumulating for 1,000 years. Basically, the older one was, the higher one's rank would be. It was indeed not easy for Xiaochen to charge into the top 20 of this 1,000-year Emperor Wu's substitute ranking in a short 31 years. However, you rise fast and fall fast. Your ranking just fell out of the top 100. Chapter 12:28. Why? Xiaochen asked, feeling suspicious. Luo Zhen pointed to Elder Feng and said, "Get him to stand up. I'll tell you why." The old man's voice was so clear that everyone could hear him clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The mighty Emperor Wu's true body descended and wanted to get his own people to stand up. However, he was actually negotiating with Xiaochen. Furthermore, based on Xiao Chen's appearance, he seemed to be thinking about it, unwilling to do so. What was going on? To think that a consummation blue-robed emperor could speak to Emperor Wu on equal terms. In this world where strength reigns supreme, this was simply too inconceivable. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "There's no need. I can roughly guess the reason. Xiao Chen's fall must have something to do with the heart of an emperor. Now that he had condensed the heart of an emperor, the difficulty of his great tribulation of wind and fire would multiply. In the eyes of others, the risk of advancing to martial emperor had become much harder. In reality, in Xiao Chen's opinion, he was not afraid of the difficulty increasing. He was only afraid of not having the time. So what if the difficulty did not increase? If he did not have the time to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not stand a chance at all. No matter how difficult it was, as long as he could undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would have some hope of advancing to martial emperor. Furthermore, the higher the risk, the higher his achievements would be if he advanced to martial emperor. It looks like Senior also knows who is right and who is wrong in this matter. I am not an inflexible person. If there is really enough useful information for me, I do not mind getting him to stand up." Xiao Chen thought for a while before continuing, "Of course, if there is none, then he can only continue kneeling. One has to apologize for their mistakes." A strange light flashed in old man Luo's eyes. Then, he turned around and looked around, his gaze landing on the people watching the excitement. The cultivators who felt old man Luo's gaze immediately understood what he meant. Old man Luo was about to make a move. When these people looked behind them, their hearts sank, and they quickly left. Without a sound, with just a glance, Xiao Chen chased away all the unnecessary people in a 5-kilometer radius. Xiao Chen was secretly on guard. Emperor Wu's deterrence was really huge, even though this old man Luo didn't look like the strong Emperor Wu. In that case, I'll tell you something. The distant sea dragon grave is the only 9-star dragon grave in the Dragon Grave Sea. I heard that the ancient Dragon King's 9-star dragon grave is buried there. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wus will work together to explore it. As he spoke, old man Luo placed his hand on Elder Feng's shoulder and checked the condition of his body. He could not help but frown. There were actually 8 strands of primordial energy left in Elder Feng's body. Furthermore, each strand was extremely condensed and had a layer of purple sparks. Not hurting Elder Feng was going to be a little difficult. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered, his expression uncertain. He did not understand how this information was useful to him. The distant sea dragon grave was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. Every decade or century, there would be Emperor Wu's experts working together to explore it. This was very normal. As a remnant, it would be abnormal if no cultivators went to explore it. Strange. Based on your appearance, you don't seem to know that the ancient dragon race and the Dragon's Gate have a close relationship. You don't seem to be curious about the depths at all. Old man Luo observed Xiao Chen's expression as he removed the restriction on Elder Feng. There is such a thing. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He raised his hand and removed the restriction on Elder Feng, allowing him to heave a sigh of relief and stand up quickly. When Luo Zhen saw Xiao Chen remove the restriction on Elder Feng, he also heaved a sigh of relief. It would be very easy for him to destroy these 8 strands of primordial energy. Luo Zhen's understanding and usage of primordial energy far surpassed Xiao Chen's. Unfortunately, this energy was controlled by Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen wanted to, he could use the restriction formed by the primordial energy to kill Elder Feng before Luo Zhen, even though Luo Zhen was already here. It looked like this white-clad youth before Luo Zhen was not as arrogant as he appeared to be. He knew when to stop when things had reached a certain point. In the future, I will leave the southern part of the city to your Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Consider it the price for Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce's reckless actions. It was better to have a friend than an enemy. Clearly, Xiao Chen now had the value to befriend Luo Zhen, a minor Heavenly Realm Emperor Wu. Since things had already reached this point, he might as well take a step back and do Xiao Chen a favor. Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not stand on ceremony, accepting the other party's concession. He had already achieved his goal of establishing his might. If he continued to demand an exorbitant price, he would not know when to stop. Whoosh! Luozhen quickly left this place with Elder Feng, flying towards Treasure Dragon Island. They moved so fast that no one could see them. Senior Luo, why did you let this brat off? Given your strength, defeating him should be an easy task. Elder Feng, who was in the air, appeared unconvinced and confused. A junior had forced him to kneel on the ground. This was something he found hard to swallow. Luozhen replied indifferently, so what? He has the Thunder King and the newly advanced Haotian Prime behind him. It is not like we can kill him. We can humiliate him. Since he made me kneel, you can make him kneel as well, Elder Feng immediately said. Luozhen retorted indifferently, you are overthinking this. You made two mistakes in this matter. First, you were in the wrong first. His raw sea humiliated you for no reason at all. I do not mind teaching him a lesson. Second, you are blind. Can't you tell that once he advances to Martial Emperor, he will be like Jin Lin transforming into a dragon? You are still thinking of how to humiliate such a person. Do you want to wait until he becomes a dragon and bites you to death in one bite? When Elder Feng heard this, he felt stifled, not knowing how to rebut. Luozhen said indifferently, get over it. If he did not have the Thunder King behind him, killing him would be the best choice. Since you cannot kill him, this is the best course of action. Actually, this is not your fault. Without advancing to Martial Emperor, your horizons are too limited. You cannot see things too far. Elder Feng's expression dimmed. These words truly stung him. To him, becoming Emperor Wu was an extravagant hope. He would never know what that mysterious circle was like in this lifetime. Even though Elder Feng knew that his horizons were limited, he did not know where they were. Just thinking about it made him feel sorrowful. In the city, after Xiao Chen and Kim Taeho asked about Heavenly Star Island and found out that everything was fine there, they started asking about the distant Sea Dragon Grave. Originally, Xiao Chen did not think much of the distant Sea Dragon Grave, a great forbidden land. Previously, when Xiao Chen came to the Dragon Grave Sea, he did not have any thoughts of going to the distant Sea Dragon Grave to explore it and search for fortuitous encounters. However, this time, after hearing Luozhen say that the ancient dragon clan and the Dragon's Gate were inextricably linked, he could not help but feel tempted. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's strength had increased greatly, and he had condensed the heart of an emperor. It should be much safer for him to enter the distant Sea Dragon Grave. The news he had gathered from various sources had thoroughly piqued Xiao Chen's interest. News from too long ago could not be verified. However, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor had entered and exited the distant Sea Dragon Graveyard 8 times. This was a piece of news that could be verified. Even now, the distant Sea Dragon Grave still retained many remnants of the battles from 10,000 years ago. The Dragon's Gate had a long history. Perhaps only the current clan head of the Sky Dome Realms Shao clan knew how long it had been around for. However, it was certain that it was definitely more than 10,000 years old. At the very least, there was already a complete inheritance in the ancient era before the Hundred Race War. Before the Qing Emperor, the Dragon's Gate also had a glorious past. Several of the Dragon's Gate's sect masters had explored the distant Sea Dragon Grave. However, it was too long ago, so this information could not be verified. The only one who could be sure was the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chen sorted out the information in his hand and muttered, if this information is true, then what exactly is in the distant Sea Dragon Grave that attracted the successive sect masters of the Dragon's Gate to rush over? The ancient dragon race was filled with suspicions. Unfortunately, to find out all this, one had to infiltrate the core of the distant Sea Dragon Grave. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he estimated that it should not be a problem for him to wander around the periphery of the distant Sea Dragon Grave. He should be able to enter and leave safely. However, if he went into the depths, it would be hard to return. As for the core region, there was no need to even think about it. That was a place that even the greater heavenly Emperor Wu had to be careful about. Even sovereign martial emperors might not dare to say that they could come and go as they pleased. Right now, there was an opportunity. 3 days later, a group of Emperor Wu would be working together to explore the depths of the distant sea dragon grave. Xiaoqin could follow them and fish in troubled waters. Although he could not go to the core region, it would be much better than wandering around the periphery. Perhaps he might be able to discover something in the depths. Xiaoqin had never been a hesitant person. After thinking for a while, he made his decision. Go. There were still 3 days. Xiaoqin could use this time to stabilize his cultivation and make his preparations. It was already late at night. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged in a cultivation room in a quiet courtyard. Then, he used the heart of an emperor to open that mysterious door of space and time again. The world behind the door was still hazy, distant and unfathomable. It was vast and majestic, mysterious and unfathomable. It inspired reverence in one's heart, not daring to profane it. Xiaoqin carefully absorbed the primordial energy spreading in the world behind the door. Strands of pure white energy dripped down. Compared to the first time, Xiaoqin could no longer obtain a complete strand of primordial energy in one go. Not to mention 10 strands, he could not even obtain 1 strand. It was all this sort of tiny drops of primordial mist power that left one dispirited and dispirited. Xiaoqin did not know when he would be able to form a complete strand of primordial energy. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder Ao Jiao had said that obtaining 10 strands of primordial energy the first time was already a lot. However, after holding on for about 15 minutes, the heart of an emperor could no longer hold on to open this primordial door. Xiaoqin calmed himself down and stopped thinking. He infused all the primordial raindrops he absorbed into the heart of an emperor, infusing them into the 10 strands of primordial energy. With Xiaoqian's hard work over the past half a month, the originally pure white primordial energy had already turned purple after Xiaoqian infused his law energy into it. With the lightning attribute, Xiaoqian would be able to use it with greater ease when using it. Xiaoqian had already successfully infused 3,000 of the 20,000 law energy around the heart of an emperor. Chapter 1229. Under Xiaoqian's meticulous cultivation, the originally weak strands of primordial energy became increasingly denser. As they swam about, the force they carried grew stronger. After Xiaoqian finished cultivating the primordial energy, he immediately took out an essence stone and started to absorb the spiritual energy in it without any fear. The 10 strands of primordial energy were like babies waiting to be fed, and the heavenly laws were the best food. Right now, Xiaoqian no longer faced any bottlenecks. He was no longer in the predicament of having a large number of resources but being stuck at the bottleneck of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, unable to use them. Now, he only feared having too few resources, not having too many. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, when Xiaoqian ended his cultivation, the 10 strands of purple primordial energy had clearly deepened. There was still 1 more day before they had to depart. Hence, Xiaoqian did not rush to the distant sea dragon grave. Instead, he searched through the universe ring before taking out the cycle banner. He had not used this secret treasure for a long time already. This time, it was time to refine it and turn it into a trump card for his fight with Emperor Wu. 5 of the cycle banner's thrones had already been refined into astral pearls: the massacre throne, the death throne, the ruin throne, the grief throne, and the despair throne. Only the pain throne and the destruction throne remained. As for the news of the last 2 thrones, Xiaoqian had spent a lot of money to get the Kunlun Realm's intelligence department to help him search for them. Xiaoqian had also asked many of his good friends for help. However, there had been no news. In the end, the destruction and pain of the 2 thrones seemed to have vanished without a trace. There were no traces at all. Xiaoqian could not rush such a thing. Who knew, there might not be any news at all. Then, when the opportunity arrived, he might accidentally find news of the thrones. Not to mention the news of the last 2 thrones, the cycle banner, which already had 5 thrones, possessed extraordinary might. However, Xiaoqian did not use any secret treasures. As a bladesman, he trusted the saber in his hand and his own strength more. Xiaochen did not spend any time refining the cycle banner a second time. Right now, Xiaochen had no choice but to refine it. He did not know what dangers he would run into in the distant sea dragon grave. One more trump card was one more chance of survival. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen put away the cycle banner and walked out of the cultivation room. Then, he flew away from the island where a large number of cultivators gathered and found a deserted island on the surface of the sea. Refining the cycle banner would definitely cause a huge commotion. If they did not find a quiet place, it would be inconvenient to do so. The deserted island beneath their feet was barren, except for oddly shaped rocks and barren hills. Looking up at the starry sky in the dark night, it was vast and serene. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and landed at the peak of the desolate mountain. With a thought, the cycle banner appeared in his hand. Then, he swung the banner. The scarlet banner unfurled, and the 7 astral pearls on it glistened brightly. Instantly, countless starlight descended from the sky. Like a meteor shower, the deserted islands suddenly became dreamy. The color of the astral pearls infused with the 5 thrones on the banner was even denser and more piercing. Even the pure black of the death astral pearl was eye-catching and piercing, looking very strange. Actually, the cycle banner in Xiaochen's hand had already surpassed the category of astral banners long ago. However, when he infused the thrones into it, it changed. However, the roots were still there. If Xiaochen wanted to refine it, he would need a large amount of resources. Fortunately, Xiaochen had just obtained the treasures that the Thunder King left behind and did not lack resources. Xiaochen intended to melt down an Emperor-grade secret treasure and infuse the resources obtained from its decomposition into the cycle banner. Xiaochen had only one goal, to forge the cycle banner into a pseudo-Emperor-grade secret treasure. Why did he add the word pseudo? It was because he could not bring out the full might of a true Emperor-grade secret treasure. Without Emperor Wu's golden body, he would not be able to endure the pressure that an Emperor-grade secret treasure brought to his body. The pseudo-Emperor-grade secret treasure that Xiaochen wanted to refine would allow him to move freely and bring out 100% of its might. Furthermore, its grade far surpassed that of a Peak King-grade secret treasure. After thinking about it, Xiaochen could only describe the newly refined cycle banner as a pseudo-Emperor-grade secret treasure. Among the treasures that the Thunder King left behind was a set of sabers, the 7 deadly sins. Every one of them was a divine weapon. Naturally, Xiaochen could not bear to melt them down. Aside from these, there were 4 Emperor-grade secret treasures. After lending one to Su Tianyun, he still had 3 left. Emperor-grade secret treasures were very rare. Normally, the 9 ranks of the great families would only have 1 Emperor-grade secret treasure passed down from generation to generation. Now, Xiaochen had 3. If word of this got out, everyone would die of envy. A large group of Emperor Wu's secret treasures. If these people knew that Xiaochen was vexed over which Emperor-grade secret treasure to melt, they would probably feel like dying. I'll take this one, the profound water treasure armor. I have the blue dragon war body. Defense is not my weakness. Furthermore, a water-attributed treasure armor conflicts with my lightning-attributed body. After thinking about it for a while, Xiaochen finally made up his mind. He chose an Emperor-grade secret treasure armor, preparing to use it to complete his cycle banner. If the Thunder King were still alive and saw you wasting the secret treasures he left behind, I wonder what he would think. Ao Jiao muttered from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen smiled happily and replied, he wouldn't think anything. Did you not see that the Thunder King did not even leave a mark on them? To the Thunder King, although these things are precious, they are actually burdens. He can only leave them there. I am making the best use of them. When he finds out, he will definitely feel gratified. He can finally use these eyesores. Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, sophistry. What I said is definitely the truth. Look, you don't even know how to refute it, Xiaochen said with a smile. Then, he started to melt this Emperor-grade secret treasure. Forging an Emperor-grade secret treasure was extremely difficult. However, destroying it from the inside was very easy. First, Xiaochen left a spiritual mark on the Emperor-grade secret treasure to recognize him as its master. Then, he broke the hidden formations in the flowing cloud treasure armor one by one. When all the formations were broken, the profound water treasure armor suddenly released a resplendent light. A strong emperor's might soared into the sky. The light illuminated the surrounding 50 kilometers like it was day. The dazzling light deterred anyone from looking at it directly. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and said, "Fortunately, I had the foresight to find a sufficiently desolate island. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble this commotion would cause." The light did not last long. By the time it scattered, the profound water treasure armor had already broken down into thousands of different parts floating in the air. In the dark night, every part gave off a firefly-like light, looking beautiful and flawless. In the very center was a jewel giving off an aquamarine light. That was the profound water heart. This was the core divine material of this emperor-grade secret treasure. It could be said that without the profound water heart, the profound water treasure armor would not exist. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Each of the thousands of parts represented 50 tons of peak divine materials. Furthermore, there was the profound water heart. With so many divine materials, he would definitely achieve his goal if he used them to refine the cycle banner. "I'll refine the first astral pearl first, massacre." With a thought, the black astral pearl in the cycle banner automatically flew out. Xiaochen took out the dragon phoenix cauldron, and the astral pearl slowly fell into the cauldron with a thought. Light flickered in Xiaochen's left eye, and all the lunar true flame spewed out, spreading throughout the cauldron and burning fiercely. Then, with a wave of his hand, hundreds of emperor-grade secret treasure parts fell into the cauldron. Now, there was a total of 5 tons of divine materials. If the experts of the Zodiac Hall saw such a scene, they would cry in agony. This was too extravagant. With 5 tons of divine materials, one could forge many peak astral banners with them. However, Xiaochen only used them to refine one astral pearl. Furthermore, it looked like he intended to continue using millions of tons of divine materials. This could not be helped. The others had been searching for resources everywhere with bitter expressions on their faces. However, Xiaochen was worried about how to use these resources and not let them go to waste in the universe ring. For the 5 astral pearls, Xiaochen used 40 million tons of divine materials. The banner used the remaining 10 million tons of divine materials. As for the profound water heart, Xiaochen used it on the scarlet banner, adding a profound water attribute to it. As the banner danced, it moved like waves. It was like a boundless ocean surging and roaring, causing the entire space to tremble. Dawn approached, and the morning sun peeked out. The warm sunlight swept away all the darkness in the world. At this moment, Xiaochen also finished refining the cycle banner. He grasped the banner pole and waved it ferociously. The banner unfurled and fluttered in the wind. The sound of rumbling water resounded in the world, surging endlessly. On the surface of the sea around the deserted island, huge waves rose up, stretching for hundreds of miles. Massacre, ruin, death, grief, and despair. The 5 astral pearls on the banner suddenly gave off a bright light. Boundless starlight poured down. The originally bright sky above them suddenly turned completely dark. The light of the cycle banner completely outshone the morning sun, causing night to descend once more. When one looked up, one could see the stars filling the sky. 5-colored starlight flickered, and the cycle banner gave off a destructive astral energy. As Xiaochen held the banner pole, he could clearly feel the energy contained in the astral banner. With a shout, Xiaochen spun the banner around like a spear. Then, he gently stabbed the cycle banner into the ground. Boom! Without a sound, the desolate island under their feet was instantly shattered by the 5-colored starlight contained in the war flag, turning it into dust and ashes. A huge black hole appeared out of nowhere on the vast sea, looking extremely horrifying. Xiaochen's figure flashed backward, and the whirlpool formed by the black hole created a huge wave that soared into the clouds. As Xiaochen watched the huge wave soar into the sky, he felt a sense of pride in his chest as he held the cycle banner. When the huge wave fell, Xiaochen unfurled the cycle banner and waved it on the sea to his heart's content. Massacre, death, ruin, grief, and despair. The states of 5 different attributes merged with the starlight, releasing a 5-colored light. Under the night sky, as Xiaochen waved the banner, the cycle banner erupted with startling energy on the surface of the sea. As he waved it, starlight exploded, the ground rumbled, and the entire space trembled. However, although this cycle banner can injure an ordinary Emperor Wu with its current might, it is far from enough to make him feel fear. Xiaochen held the war banner in his hand as he stood in the air. Heavy rain poured endlessly in the sky. Chapter 1230. The rain mixed with the starlight falling. In the night sky filled with stars, it formed a magnificent, dreamlike scene. Xiaochen allowed the rain to fall as he calmly observed the might of the cycle banner. Ao Jiao had explained to Xiaochen before. Aside from Prime, Emperor Wu had 3 major realms: Minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor. Each realm had 3 minor heavens. Together, they were Emperor Wu's 9 heavens. The first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven were all minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. Every time he broke through a heaven, he would have to face a strong lightning tribulation. After clearing it, his strength would improve greatly, reborn, gaining new comprehensions and breakthroughs in all aspects. If he could not clear it, naturally, he would die under the lightning tribulation. However, most Emperor Wu would not choose to break through unless he was completely confident. At this realm, few people could maintain the ferocity and drive they had before advancing to Martial Emperor. Emperor Wu had a long lifespan and was highly respected. He was aloof and respected by everyone. Under such conditions, most people cherished their lives. Of course, there were also crazy people who would undergo 2 or even 3 lightning tribulations at once, defying the heavens. In history, such people were usually either lunatics or peerless geniuses, existences that could lead an era. Every 3 heavens, there would be a major breakthrough, entering a brand new realm. If one could clear the 9 heavens, they would be known as Prime. Was there a peak after Prime? No one dared to say for sure. Although Xiaochen was not Emperor Wu yet, he had already condensed the heart of an emperor and could cultivate primordial energy. His physical body had already reached the half-step golden body realm. He was only half a step away from Emperor Wu. Xiaochen estimated that the current cycle banner could injure the minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, who was at the first heaven of Emperor Wu. However, it was not enough to make the other party fear it, making it a true trump card. A pseudo-emperor grade secret artifact is indeed a pseudo-emperor grade secret artifact. Although I can control it freely, it is still slightly inferior to an emperor grade secret artifact. Xiaochen, who was in the air, said with some distress. Suddenly, as he pressed his hand on the flagpole and the 5 rays of starlight, an idea flashed in his mind. Would it form the strongest strike of the cycle banner if Xiaochen completely merged the 5 states of massacre, destruction, death, grief, and despair, which contained astral energy? Thinking of this, Xiaochen immediately took action. He grasped the banner pole and swung it in the air, using primordial energy to drive the cycle banner. Then, it started to absorb as much of the astral energy in the sky as possible. The blood-colored flag unfurled and fluttered in the wind, rumbling non-stop. Under Xiaochen's crazy absorption, the scattered starlight in the sky completely gathered together and condensed into 5 light pillars that pierced through the sky. 5 beams of light of different colors lined up and landed on Xiaochen's back in unison. Immediately, a boundless water screen appeared on the surface of the sea, reflecting the starlight. This water screen, which spanned 500 kilometers and was tens of thousands of meters tall, looked very dazzling. With one glance, one would be mesmerized by it, looking like a dreamy paradise. The 5 completely merged states made the gorgeous cycle banner look plain and simple. However, as Xiaochen held the banner pole, he felt like he was holding a mountain range. It was incredibly heavy and filled with explosive energy. The 5 kinds of energy struggled to maintain a balance in the seemingly ordinary banner. They were like silent volcanoes. Once they erupted, they would shake the world. Sweat trickled down Xiao Chen's forehead. He found this somewhat strenuous, finding it hard to maintain that balance. Xiao Chen forcefully calmed himself and shouted. He waved the banner, and it became like a spear as he thrust it at the space in front. Whoosh! The water screen behind Xiao Chen shot out and turned into raindrops of multicolored light falling down. A perfect black hole silently appeared where the tip of the banner pointed. There were no cracks or openings at the edges of the hole. Piercing through space. As the panting Xiao Chen looked at that black hole, these words immediately appeared in his mind. This black hole before Xiao Chen was very different from the spatial tears of the past. In the past, no matter how strong the martial techniques were, they would only cause some instability in space, creating cracks that would automatically mend after a while. This black hole completely pierced through space. Furthermore, the force behind it was very strong. It was impossible to mend it quickly. Space was like a complicated building. The space of the Kunlun realm was not only firm but also very resilient. Piercing through space required Emperor Wu to be at least a 3rd heaven martial emperor or the peak strike of an emperor-grade secret treasure. For the cycle banner to reach this point, the word fake could already be removed from its name. It was now a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it could allow Xiao Chen to control it as he pleased. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help laughing loudly. Right now, it was already comparable to an emperor-grade secret treasure. In that case, when the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne were gathered, it would advance to an emperor-grade secret treasure. Its might would rival the primordial emperor-grade secret treasures of the 5 major races. After laughing enough, Xiao Chen calmed down and said, thinking about that now is too far away. The important thing is before me. I finally have a trump card that I can use to challenge the minor heavenly Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen put away the cycle banner, and all the mysterious phenomena immediately vanished. The night sky vanished, and the morning sun reappeared. A warm gaze swept over without fear. The entire sea turned golden. As Xiao Chen looked at the boundless sea, he was in a good mood. It is time to go to the distant sea dragon grave. Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and took out the sea chart. Then, he located the distant sea dragon grave. Then, he swiped his finger and stopped on an island. This was the largest island of the Dragon Grave Sea, Treasure Dragon Island. All the cultivators adventuring in the distant sea dragon grave would use this island as their last stop. They would either recruit companions or buy medicinal pills. There were all sorts of things that adventurers needed. No matter what grade of Dragon Grave one went to explore, they would use this place as their last stop. Even the distant sea dragon grave was no exception. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and unfurled the freedom wings. Then, he executed Thunder Dragon steps and rushed towards Treasure Dragon Island at lightning speed. He was so fast that he looked like a purple bolt of lightning. Xiao Chen moved like a roaming dragon, moving without a trace. Using his fastest speed, Xiao Chen arrived at Treasure Dragon City in less than 7 minutes. After arriving at the restaurant that led to the underground market, Xiao Chen spent a large sum of money to obtain the information he wanted from a consummation blue-robed emperor. Hee. There is indeed a group of Emperor Wus preparing to explore the distant sea dragon grave. All the half-step Emperor Wus of the Dragon Grave Sea have already heard the news and are rushing over. Xiao Chen looked at the somewhat ruffian middle-aged man across him and asked, why are the half-step Emperor Wus rushing over? The middle-aged man who took 100,000 black astral coins from Xiao Chen chuckled and said, naturally, to be cannon fodder. That works too. There are people fighting to be cannon fodder. Xiao Chen could not understand. The middle-aged man's lips curled up as he looked at Xiao Chen with an expression that said, that will depend on where you are going. This is a great forbidden land, the distant sea dragon grave. Not to mention, even if you want to go, it will depend on whether those Emperor Wus are willing to use you or not. If I were a half-step Emperor Wus, I would go as well. A great forbidden land. How tempting is that? This is how cultivators are. There will always be some fortuitous encounters. Even though one knows how dangerous it is, one will still not be able to resist the temptation. Xiao Qin nodded, understanding the principle behind this. This was a matter of mutual consent. For the sake of caution or because there were not enough people, these Emperor Wus needed some cannon fodder to scout the way. Those half-step Emperor Wus did not have the ability to enter the distant sea dragon grave themselves. Even though they knew that they would be used as cannon fodder, they still wanted to borrow Emperor Wu's strength to explore the distant sea dragon grave. Tell me where it is. I'll rush over, Xiao Qin said after some thought. The other party did not dare to believe what he said. The somewhat ruffian middle-aged man laughed and sized up Xiao Qin. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Brother, I admit that it is a bit of a scam to take so many black astral coins from you. However, I sincerely advise you not to go. Of course, I am not worried that you will not be able to return from the distant sea dragon grave. Unless those Emperor Wus are blind, you will not be able to go with your strength. I am afraid that those half-step Emperor Wus will find trouble for you and humiliate yourself." When Xiao Qin heard this, he smiled, feeling somewhat amused. He asked, "What is your name? You are rather honest with your words. Just a lousy name with no reputation at all. My surname is Feng, and my given name is Buyu. The cool breeze does not speak, it comes slowly and drifts away." The middle-aged man calmly accepted Xiao Qin's praise and introduced himself in a poetic manner. Xiao Qin nodded and repeated it in his heart. Then, he nodded and said, "Remember. The cool breeze does not speak. Now, you can tell me where that group of Emperor Wus are recruiting half-step Emperor Wus." Feng Buyu exclaimed in shock, "You really want to go?" Xiao Qin replied calmly, "Naturally, I have to go. Otherwise, why do you think I gave you 100,000 black astral coins? I am not a fool or a fool. I am just in a rush." Feng Buyu put down his wine cup and gave Xiao Qin a thumbs up. "You are strong. Let me tell you. Head south of the city, there is a mountain manor built by a lake. That is the Dragon Slayer's mountain manor. This time, he is the one leading Emperor Wu's recruitment." Dragon Slayer? When Xiao Qin heard this name, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. As the inheritor of the Qing Emperor, Xiao Qin was conferred the title of Blue Dragon King. Now that this person was called the Dragon Slayer, he could not help but feel strange. "Yes, that's him. I heard that this fellow comes from the heavenly starry ocean. He does not spend much time in the Dragon Grave Sea every year. However, he is a legend of the Dragon Grave Sea," Feng Buyu said. "From the heavenly starry ocean?" This piqued Xiao Qin's interest. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, "What do you mean?" Feng Buyu smiled faintly. After hesitating for a while, he said, "When I sell people's information, I never give it away for free. However, the 2 pieces of information today are not much. Let me tell you a little more. The Dragon Slayer's cultivation does not look high, but he gives off an unfathomable feeling. Even I do not dare to enter some of the dragon graves that he has entered. Even some of the half-step Emperor Wus do not dare to do so." Feng Buyu poured himself a cup of wine. Then, he continued, "He has explored thousands of dragon graves. Every time he goes on a mission, he definitely gains something. This is how the name of the Dragon Slayer came about. The most miraculous scene is that he once entered the distant sea dragon grave alone and came out alive." Chapter 1231. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. His cultivation was not high, but he could come and go as he pleased in the various dangerous dragon graves. There was only one explanation. He had the unique ability to restrain the various dragon race guards and primeval dragon might. Although this ability was rare, it was not non-existent. For example, the Ho ghost that Xiao Chen once saw. It fed on dragons and swallowed them like eating earthworms. It was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Hearing Feng Buyu say this, Xiao Chen became even more interested. Who exactly was this mysterious dragon slayer? His cultivation was not high, but he could come and go as he pleased in the various dragon graves. He even went through the distant sea dragon grave. Thank you for your advice. I'm leaving. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and drank to his heart's content. Then, he drifted away. Feng Buyu held his wine cup and looked at Xiaoqian's back. He shook his head and smiled. These days, there are all kinds of people. Why is a consummation blue-robed emperor trying to get involved in the excitement of a half-step Emperor Wu? I, Feng Buyu, know my own limits. The cool breeze does not speak. It comes slowly and drifts away. However, the cool breeze does not speak. I think slowly, do not come. As soon as he finished speaking, he really flew away like the wind, leaving the restaurant in a fluttering manner. The location that Feng Buyu mentioned was easy to find. After Xiaoqian left the city, he wore a mask that covered half of his face. After walking 5 kilometers to the south, he saw a manor by the lake. There was a signboard on the door, Dragon Slaying Manor. There was a couplet on the left and right sides. The first line was, I have the courage to search the world's dragon graves. The second line was, I have the passion to kill all the berserk dragons in the world. It was an ordinary couplet. There was nothing literary about it. Strictly speaking, it could not even be considered a couplet. However, in Xiaoqian's opinion, this was probably done on purpose by the manor lord to show off his arrogance and dominance. How arrogant! Let's see what kind of background this dragon slayer has. Xiaoqian's lips curled up slightly. He walked towards the door and was stopped by the guards. What are you doing? Today, the beheading dragon villa is recruiting the half-step Emperor Wu. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter, the guards said bluntly. As expected, they were all the same. The dragon slayer was boundlessly arrogant. Even his guards were condescending. Even his strength on the surface was at the level of a great perfection blue-robed emperor, which was far from what the 2 lesser mastery blue-robed emperors could compare to. However, he still had an arrogant look on his face, looking high and mighty. As Xiaoqian pondered how to get in, he caught sight of a stone stele off to the side. He smiled faintly as he came up with an idea. If I can light up all the purple gems on the 6th row in an instant, I should be qualified to enter. The 2 lower mastery blue-robed emperors sneered. You think you can light up all the purple gems in an instant? Don't joke around. Quickly scram. Without the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, don't even think about lighting up all the purple gems. Don't overthink it. That stone stele is not for you to test. It is just to test whether the strength of some half-step Emperor Wu is sufficient. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. I am not overthinking it. Whoosh! Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he casually punched. Amid the flickering light, aside from the golden gems on the 7th row, all the gems lit up. Xiaoqian did it easily, without any difficulty. Looking at the 2 dumbfounded guards, Xiaoqian withdrew his fist in satisfaction. That was a little too fast. How easy! It feels like there is no pressure at all. Several of the half-step Emperor Wu had to take a deep breath before they dared to make a move. Before advancing to great perfection blue-robed Emperor, Xiaoqian could easily light up 7 purple gems. After advancing to great perfection blue-robed Emperor, Xiaoqian's heavenly laws no longer differed from those of a half-step Emperor Wu. Hence, lighting up all the gems in an instant was naturally incredibly easy. In fact, if Xiaoqian wanted to use his primordial energy, he could even light up the golden gems that the half-step Emperor Wu could never light up. However, there was no need to be too shocking. Xiaoqian was not in a rush to expose his strength. Come with me. The guard on the left no longer dared to underestimate Xiaoqian's strength. His attitude became much more respectful as he led Xiaoqian into the manor. There were winding corridors, gardens, and fake mountains. The scenery inside the manor was unique and elegant. Soon, Xiaoqian arrived at a pavilion. Then, he saw the other half-step Emperor Wus that had come because of its fame. When Xiaoqian counted carefully, he found that there were quite a lot of people, close to 20 half-step Emperor Wus. It looked like Feng Buyu was right. Nearly all the half-step Emperor Wus of the entire Dragon Grave Sea had rushed over. Wait here. The Manor Lord will bring a few Lord Emperor Wus out later. There will be another test. After leaving behind these words, the manor guard quickly left. Whoosh! Right after the guard left, Xiaochen felt many gazes on him. These gazes contained shock, disdain, doubt, and confusion. Brother, you must have come to the wrong place. The one being recruited here is a half-step Emperor Wus, not a consummation blue-robed emperors, a tall and sturdy man wearing beast skins in the pavilion said with a disdainful smile as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen found an empty spot and sat down. Then, he replied calmly, I know. However, I do not feel that I am any weaker than a half-step Emperor Wus. This serious answer immediately caused the entire hall to roar with laughter. Many of the older elders could not help but reveal a slight smile. Based on this voice, the person wearing the mask was a youth. Youths tended to be arrogant. They thought that the world revolved around them, not knowing how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. Sometimes, they became a joke in the eyes of others, yet they did not know it. The man in beast skins laughed the loudest. So, it is a fool. To think that I actually spoke to a fool. Never mind, I can't be bothered with you. Just at this moment, footsteps rang out. Looking from the end of the small path, a youth led 4 or 5 people over. The Dragon Slayer is here. The half-step Emperor Wus in the pavilion immediately stopped smiling and sat up properly. Under the mask, Xiaochen clearly saw the Dragon Slayer's face. His heart skipped a beat. How can it be him? The Dragon Slayer leading the 5 blue-robed emperors was none other than the young treasure master, Yi Ling, whom Xiaochen had met several times in the heavenly starry ocean. Thinking back to the first time they met, Xiaochen felt some fear for this person for some reason. The other party's cultivation was clearly not as high as Xiaochen's, but he instilled fear in Xiaochen. Xiaochen recalled the first time they met in the treasure master's residence. The other party had offered him the 3rd cup of wine, making many people unhappy. Now that Xiaochen thought about it, could there be a deeper meaning to it? Could it be that it was not just because of the several tens of millions of black astral coins? Xiaochen felt shocked. However, he quickly recovered his wits and calmed down. Fortunately, he had put on a mask before coming, covering his face. Furthermore, he had used the foundation returning art to hide his identity. Hence, the other party should not recognize him. Xiaochen could not figure it out. He really could not figure it out. This young treasure master, who was so refined in the heavenly starry ocean and did not reveal his sharpness, had such an arrogant side to him, even gaining the title of Dragon Slayer in the Dragon Grave Sea. In terms of sharpness and ambition, this fellow should not be any weaker than the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. However, he had hidden himself so well. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Young Master Yi. Seeing Yi Ling arrive, the group of half-step Emperor Wus stood up and respectfully greeted him. The title of Dragon Slayer seemed to be very popular in the Dragon Grave Sea. This Yi Ling was just a great perfection blue-robed emperor. However, he managed to make the group of half-step Emperor Wus submit, not daring to show any disrespect. Yi Ling could even attract Emperor Wu's attention to explore the distant sea dragon grave together. However, Yi Ling's cultivation on the surface might not be the real deal. Right now, Xiaochen already viewed Yi Ling as a dangerous person. Perhaps this fellow was like Xiaochen, having many trump cards. As a great perfection blue-robed emperor, he could kill a half-step Emperor Wu's expert. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he sized up the 5 Emperor Wus by Yi Ling's side. With one glance, he determined that they were all minor heavenly Emperor Wus. The strongest was the red-haired, middle-aged man to Yi Ling's left. He should be a 2nd heaven layer Emperor Wu. As for the other 4 Emperor Wus, they were only Emperor Wu's 1st heaven layer. Even so, as long as they were Emperor Wus, they could already look down on everyone here. Interesting. You are a consummation blue-robed emperor. Why are you here? Yi Ling casually greeted everyone. Then, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen. However, I specially invited 2 small perfection blue-robed emperors to stand at the gates in case someone tried to fish in troubled waters. You should have something extraordinary about you for them to come in. That's fine. The test will start with you, then. Initially, Xiao Chen felt somewhat nervous, worried that Yi Ling would figure out his identity. After he heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, it would be somewhat problematic to be the first to take the test. He did not know what kind of strength he had to display to avoid arousing the suspicions of others. Furthermore, he did not know how to test himself. There were too many uncertain factors. It would be fine to be more cautious. My cultivation is the lowest. Can I be the last to take the test? Xiao Chen asked, changing his tone. What a coward. I'll do it. Before Yi Ling could say anything, the cultivator in beast skin who had argued with Xiao Chen first gave Xiao Chen a disdainful look and stepped forward. A light flashed in Yi Ling's eyes. Without thinking too much, he said to an old man on the right, Old Hong, I'll leave it to you. The gray-robed Old Hong nodded and stepped forward. Since all of you can light up 9 purple gems, that means that your offensive power is sufficient. The test of the second stage is defense. The test is very simple. The person who can stand up after receiving a palm strike of 30% of my strength will pass. The moment Old Hong said that, the expressions of the 20-odd half-step Emperor Wu cultivators in the pavilion immediately changed. Emperor Wu was a first heaven layer expert. How were they supposed to receive a palm strike of 30% of their strength? Even if they defended with all their might, they would be severely injured. Fortunately, the rules were rather loose. As long as they could stand up, it did not matter how injured they were. If the results of the test were different, these 20-odd people would all die. The stout man in beast skin appeared somewhat nervous. He somewhat regretted stepping forward first. However, since he already stepped forward, there was no turning back. Bang! Just as the stout man was about to say something to get ready, Old Hong suddenly made a move, landing a palm strike on the chest of the cultivator in beast skin. This palm strike looked very simple. However, the half-step Emperor Wu present all had very good eyesight. They could tell that this palm strike contained at least 10 strands of primordial energy. Chapter 1232. Indeed, Xiao Chen was serious, not feigning at all. He directly used the primordial energy that only martial emperors possessed. Pu Ci. The beast skin cultivator was immediately knocked back and vomited blood. He fell into the pond outside the pavilion and splashed up. Then, he never came out again, his fate unknown. Such a scene sent a chill down everyone's spine. At the same time, they felt somewhat angry. Why did the bona fide Emperor Wu make a move without saying anything? Xiao Chen thought to himself, I got lucky. Fortunately, I was cautious. Otherwise, even if I could receive this sudden palm strike, I would not have ended up well. When Xiao Chen saw the beast skin cultivator fall into the water, he felt some schadenfreude. After all, this fellow had taken the lead in mocking him. Old Hong said indifferently, Don't scold me in your heart. He will not die. I held back. There are too many uncertain dangers in the distant sea dragon grave. The guards of the dragon grave will not give you a heads up before making a move. If you do not have the ability to adapt, you can leave now. The many half-step Emperor Wu remained silent for a while. They felt that Old Hong's words made some sense. I'll do it. After a while, a middle-aged man with burn marks on his face walked out. This time, Xiao Chen was prepared. When he stepped forward, he circulated all his law energy and activated the P-quality King grade secret treasure he wore. Old Hong did not waste any words. He also sent out a palm strike that looked simple but could easily crush a mountain. Another muffled bang rang out, and one could see that the space where the palms met began to crack like a black spider web. The middle-aged man took 10 steps back. With each step, he vomited a mouthful of blood. After 10 steps, he knelt on one knee and wobbled. His complexion was frighteningly pale. Just as the middle-aged man looked like he was about to fall, his strong willpower allowed him to clench his teeth and roar ferociously as he stood up. When Xiao Qin saw this, he felt shocked. What kind of persistence did this fellow have to be able to stand up after kneeling down? You pass. Old Hong casually waved his hand. He did not care that this person no longer had any combat prowess. As long as he could stand up, he would let him pass. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the scar on his face heaved a sigh of relief and lay down. The test continued. Every time Senior Hong made a move, he would use 30% of his strength, neither more nor less. Some of them knelt down and couldn't stand up again. Some of them were directly blasted away by a palm strike and fell into the pool, following in the footsteps of the beast-skinned man. Emperor Wu, who was standing on the side, was cold and expressionless. Facing the half-step Emperor Wu, who was kneeling on the ground and gritting his teeth, he didn't show any emotion. Looking at the half-step Emperor Wu, it was as if he was inspecting the goods. As Xiao Qin looked at the half-step martial emperors charging forward, his heart turned cold. He no longer had the schadenfreude that he had earlier. If one did not advance to martial emperor, one would be like a pig or a dog in the eyes of some people. More than 20 people finished the test, and only 6 people passed. The passing rate was far less than half. Seeing that Xiao Qin was the only one who had not taken the test yet, everyone focused their attention on him. Senior Hong glanced at Xiao Qin and said indifferently, "You may leave. I will not lower my standards just because you are a consummation blue-robed emperor. If I kill you by mistake, this old man will gain a bad reputation for bullying the younger generation. I will be mocked by the people in this circle." This was blatant disdain. Senior Hong did not spare Xiao Qin out of pity but because he feared a bad reputation. A sense of defeat welled up in Xiao Qin's heart. Among those of the same generation, he stood proudly. However, in the eyes of Emperor Wu, he was still like an ant. However, Xiao Qin was never one to be defeated by setbacks. His path to the peak had never wavered. There's no need. Senior, feel free to send out this palm strike. Under the mask, Xiao Qin stepped forward with his head held high. He did not lower his head or bend his back as he looked straight at the other party. A feeling of pride flowed in Xiao Qin's chest. Everyone has their own pride. Even if you are a martial emperor, I will not cower in fear or lower my voice. Even after so many half-step Emperor Wu were beaten to the ground, Xiao Qin could still step forward with his head held high, neither servile nor overbearing. This attracted many people's attention. The expressions of the people lying on the ground changed. They did not know where this mysterious masked person got his confidence from. A strange light flashed in Senior Hong's eyes. He felt somewhat displeased in his heart as he said coldly, "You asked for this. Don't blame me for being ruthless if I kill you with one palm strike." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "If I die, how can I blame you? If Senior wants to make a move, then make a move." When these words came out, the half-step Emperor Wu who was healing on the ground could not help but laugh. Under such circumstances, Xiao Qin was in the mood to tease, not knowing how to describe this young man. "In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." Senior Hong snorted coldly and quickly attacked. His seemingly plain palm strike moved like lightning, heading for Xiao Qin's chest. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes. In the short instant that the other party attacked, he clearly saw that the other party had indeed used 10 strands of primordial energy. However, each strand was pure and condensed, containing the attribute of fire. Instantly, Xiao Qin started thinking very quickly in his mind. 10 strands of primordial energy. Xiao Qin happened to have 10 strands of primordial energy as well. If he used all of them, he could block this palm strike with light injuries. However, that would expose his trump card of having primordial energy as well. Xiao Qin's physical body had already reached the level of a half-step golden body. After condensing the blue dragon battle armor, in terms of defense, he could rival an ordinary Emperor Wu's golden body. However, there was a difference in recovery rate, so he could block this palm strike. However, Xiaoqin could not condense the blue dragon battle armor. Otherwise, Yi Ling would recognize him with one glance. Back then, when Xiaoqin used the blue dragon battle armor to fight the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan's heavenly spiritual body, Yi Ling had seen it. It was impossible for him not to know. Xiaoqin had to think of a way to not expose his blue dragon battle armor or his primordial energy. In that case, that was all he could do. Determination flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he did something that no one expected. When facing Senior Hang's palm strike with 30% of his strength, Xiaoqin took another step forward and suddenly punched. That was right. When Xiaoqin faced a first heaven martial emperor expert like Emperor Wu, he chose to use offense as defense. When Xiaoqin punched, he drove the 20 dragon force flowing in his body. A dragon roar sounded like rushing thunder. Dragon-shaped energy surged wildly in the small pavilion. When the berserk punch struck Senior Hang's palm, it was like it struck an immovable mountain. The other party did not move at all. The palm wind carried his body as it pressed towards Xiaoqin. The dragon roar in Xiaoqian's body was interrupted. The spinning dragon-shaped energy behind him also shattered, turning into a strong, chaotic wind that scattered in all directions. Xiaoqin vomited a mouthful of blood and took a step back. As he looked at Senior Hang, who showed a cold smile and did not change his stance, he roared ferociously, again. Xiaoqin punched again and struck that ordinary palm strike. Then, he took another step back. The rebound injured Xiaoqin once more, injuring him once more. This time, the amount of blood he vomited was twice as much as the previous time. The two punches did not seem to have any effect. Senior Hang's palm strike did not stop at all. It only weakened slightly as it continued to press towards Xiaoqin. Again. Xiaoqin clenched his teeth and frowned under the mask. Then, he gathered 20 dragon force again and punched with his left hand. Loud rumbling sounds rang out. Every time Xiaoqin took a step back, he vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he punched again, doing what others would think was useless. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin took 10 steps back. The entire manor shook under Xiaoqian's roar. However, this manor was clearly extraordinary. There was a strong restriction. Otherwise, the pavilion would have been destroyed in the first test. This fellow. Everyone's expression turned grave. Whether it was the half-step Emperor Wu who failed or the half-step Emperor Wu who passed, shock flashed in their eyes. This was because they were shocked to discover that under Xiaoqian's punches, the aura of Senior Hang's palm strike weakened significantly. Starting from the 7th punch, Senior Hang's body paused for a moment, visible to the naked eye. However, the price he paid was also extremely disastrous. With every punch, the masked young man's injuries would become even more severe. After 9 punches, the injuries stacked on top of each other. No one knew what the consequences would be. This was indeed a method. However, if it were them, they would not dare to try it. Bang! Another punch flew out. Xiaoqin, who had already retreated to the edge of the pavilion, relied on his willpower to send out this final punch. 20 dragon force surged in Xiaoqian's body. Dragon-shaped energy spiraled rapidly in the pond, causing waves to surge. This time, the dragon roar in Xiaoqian's body did not get interrupted. The 20 dragon-shaped energy streams behind him did not scatter either. All this was because Senior Hang's palm strike had run out of energy. A strong wind howled and the dragon roar sounded. Xiaoqian's punch blocked the palm strike that had run out of energy. Instead, it forced the other party to take a step back. Senior Hang was startled and furious. He wanted to send out another palm strike to kill this stubborn youth before him. However, when he thought about how many people were watching and how he said that he would only use 30% of his strength, he retracted his hand in frustration. He retracted his hand angrily and flashed back. After looking at Xiaoqian for 3 seconds and seeing that the other party did not collapse, Senior Hang snorted coldly with some dissatisfaction. Very good. You passed. The surroundings fell silent. No one expected Xiao Qin to pass the test. Furthermore, he even forced the exhausted Senior Hong to take a step back. Although Senior Hong was definitely not injured, a consummation great perfection blue-robed emperor knocked back Emperor Wu. If word of this got out, it would definitely shock the world and cause a huge commotion. More importantly, Xiao Qin was standing. As for the people in front of him, regardless of whether they passed the test or not, they all fell to their knees after receiving this palm strike. Either they fell to the ground and could not get up, or they gritted their teeth and stood up. However, from the start to the end, Xiao Qin did not kneel, even though he was clearly severely injured. If these people knew that Xiao Qin could receive this palm strike with light injuries if he wanted to, who knew what their expressions would be like? After Xiao Qin scattered his vast vital qi, the dragon roar stopped, and the strong wind scattered. Xiao Qin used his spiritual sense to check his injuries. His internal organs were all shattered, and several of his meridians had ruptured. Chapter 1233. If not for his half-step golden body, Xiao Qin would not have dared to clash head-on like this. However, Xiao Qin managed to endure. Even without using his primordial energy or the blue dragon battle armor, he still managed to block Emperor Wu's palm strike. Wait a moment. Take off your mask. Our operation this time is of great importance. We can't allow any unknown person to sneak in. Just as Xiao Qin prepared to treat his injuries, Old Hong suddenly said something that made the atmosphere tense. Old Hong already had a knot in his heart about Xiao Qin. He could not openly make a move on Xiao Qin, so he started to pester him endlessly. Old Hong had only said that he wanted to recruit half-step Emperor Wu. He had never said that he would ask about the other party's identity. Furthermore, the Dragon Grave Sea did not have the rule of asking about the background of others. This was an unwritten taboo among cultivators. However, Old Hong was Emperor Wu. Even if Old Hong wanted to pester him endlessly, he had to do as he said. Xiao Qin's heart sank. Unexpectedly, the other party was the bona fide Emperor Wu. To think that he would be so petty, purposely breaking the unwritten rules among cultivators. Xiao Qin did not believe that the other party did not know about this taboo. The other party had gone from blue-robed emperor to Emperor Wu step by step. Sorry, I cannot remove my mask. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Xiao Qin replied coldly. At the same time, he activated the cycle banner hidden in his body, preparing to flee at any moment. A murderous intent flashed in Old Hong's eyes. Immediately, everyone felt a huge pressure bearing down on them. This was the might of an emperor. It looks like you are indeed up to no good. It is just a mask. Why can't I remove it? If you are not going to remove it, I will help you remove it. Did the first Heaven Emperor Wu really think that he was unrivaled? With the other party's overbearing attitude, Xiao Qin felt enraged. Did the other party really think that he was an ant that he could squash as he pleased? With a thought, Xiao Qin prepared to take out the cycle banner and fight it out with the other party. Stop! Just as Xiao Qin prepared to make a move, the red-haired, middle-aged man beside Yi Ling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. His figure flashed as he shielded Old Hong. Immediately, the heavy emperor's might disappeared. It was all blocked by the red-haired middle-aged man. Everyone felt the pressure on them lessen. Old Hong had not expected the red-haired, middle-aged man to make a move to stop him. He was clearly stunned. Although the other party was also a minor heavenly martial emperor, he was a second heaven martial emperor, one grade higher than Old Hong. If they were to really fight, he wouldn't be a match at all. Brother Hong, there is no need to lower yourself to the level of a junior. No matter where you go, there is no rule of probing other people's background. Don't you agree? The red-haired middle-aged man's tone was not fierce, which made Old Hong feel better. Yi Ling spoke appropriately. He smiled and said, Old Hong, don't be angry. If a consummation blue-robed emperor really harbors ill intentions, given your strength, you can deal with him in a few minutes. Old Hong also felt that he had been somewhat rash. The other party's punch had forced him back a small step, making him feel embarrassed. He, the bona fide Emperor Wu, actually got forced back by a junior. If word of this spread, he would become the laughingstock of Emperor Wu's circle. However, now was clearly not the right time to make a move. Since he had a way out of this embarrassing situation, he might as well go with the flow. Old Hong withdrew his emperor's might and looked coldly at Xiao Qian. On account of young Master Yi and brother Zhao, I will not lower myself to your level today. I won't lower myself to your level today. You'd better behave yourself. Don't let me get hold of your weakness. Otherwise, you won't even be able to die. Yi Ling laughed and smoothed things over. Then, he said, those who did not pass the test, leave now. If there is an opportunity in the future, we can work together again. With the expulsion order, the cultivators who did not manage to stand up could only leave helplessly. Then, Yi Ling looked at the 7 people who passed the test, especially Xiao Qian. He continued, everyone, please stay here and treat your injuries first. After you are healed, I will explain the details of our cooperation. After saying that, Yi Ling led the 5 Emperor Wu cultivators away with large strides. Before Old Hong left, he turned his head back and glanced at Xiao Qian. His gaze was clearly hostile. This was already the best outcome. Xiao Qian was not willing to fight to the death with the other party at this moment. Xiao Qian was still injured. If he fought now, it would be disadvantageous to him. However, based on Old Hong's expression, this matter clearly could not be settled amicably. Xiao Qian also felt depressed. Unexpectedly, there was someone so petty among Emperor Wu. Xiao Qian was just not willing to expose his strength. He did not intend to force the other party back and embarrass Old Hong. However, if the other party was really unreasonable, Xiao Qian would not fear him. If Xiao Qian did not make a move against him now, he would be more confident after Old Hong recovered from his injuries. Xiao Qian stopped thinking and tossed a P-quality king-grade medicinal pill for treating injuries into his mouth. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to treat his injuries. As for the sage pill in the Thunder King's inheritance, Xiao Qian did not use it. He only had 3 sage-grade medicinal pills for treating injuries. Every time he used one, there would be one less. It was not time to use them yet. The people in the pavilion were all anxiously treating their injuries. The place was silent as time slowly passed. After half a day, Xiao Qian opened his eyes. His injuries were already mostly healed. All that was left was a period of time, and his body would recover on its own. This time, Xiao Qian was indeed severely injured. Given his half-step golden body cultivation, he had to spend a king-grade medicinal pill and half a day to recover. Xiao Qian looked around and saw that the other 6 half-step Emperor Wu cultivators were still treating their injuries and had not woken up yet. Since Xiao Qian had nothing to do, he started to simulate the fight with Old Hong in his mind. 20 dragon force was equivalent to 100 million kilograms of force. However, it still paled in comparison to the 10 strands of primordial energy. Xiao Qian estimated that he would need at least 100 dragon force to be able to face the other party head-on without suffering a loss. With just a casual palm strike, the other party was as steady as a mountain. His usage of primordial energy was much more proficient than the others. Furthermore, the 10 strands of primordial energy were clearly purer and more condensed than Xiao Qian's. Xiao Qian could only say that he was lucky to be able to endure it. Now that he thought about it, it was still too risky. Just as Xiao Qian was simulating the fight, the other 6 half-step Emperor Wu cultivators woke up one after another. When they looked at Xiao Qian, a strange light flashed in their eyes. As if they had a tacit understanding, 5 of them stood up at the same time and avoided Xiao Qian like the plague. Only the middle-aged man with the flame scar on his face did not avoid them. Instead, he stood up and walked over to Xiao Qian. As for the actions of those 5 people, Xiao Qian understood after thinking for a while. He had offended Old Hong. He had offended Old Hong and provoked the murderous intent of one of the Emperor Wu cultivators. These people were afraid of getting involved with Xiao Qian and incurring Old Hong's wrath on them. Xiao Qian understood what these people were thinking and did not mind. However, he did not understand the intentions of the middle-aged man walking over. "You can sit here. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Yuzhu, a supreme elder of a rank 8 sect in the Storm Sea," the middle-aged man said as if he was familiar with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin made an inviting gesture and said, "Naturally, you can. However, you have to tell me why the others avoided me like the plague. Why are you not afraid at all, coming over?" Wang Yuzhu smiled helplessly. However, the scar on his face made this smile look rather unsightly. "Could it be that by staying further away from you, we are no longer ants to their Emperor Wu?" This question stunned Xiao Qin. These words were simple and incisive. However, some people could not understand them. "I am Yi Qin. Of course, this is just an alias. Have a seat." Surprise flashed in Wang Yuzhu's eyes. This masked youth was truly unfathomable. He was not as simple as a consummation blue-robed emperor. The two sat down and chatted casually. Then, the topic naturally turned to the exploration of the distant sea dragon grave. "Speaking of which, little brother Yi Qin, you are already a consummation blue-robed emperor at such a young age. Advancing to martial emperor in the future is just around the corner. Why are you taking the risk to enter the distant sea dragon grave like us? Furthermore, you are going in with a group of Emperor Wu who are clearly weaker than you." Xiao Qin thought for a while before replying, "When my clan's ancestors were at their peak, every clan head would make a trip to the distant sea dragon grave. I want to know the reason. Of course, I do not hold much hope this time. I am just scouting the way so that I can find some useful information when I act alone in the future." As for why he went with this group of Emperor Wu, Xiao Qin did not say. Even if he did, Wang Yuzhu would not believe him. Xiao Qin probably had a trump card to protect himself from this group of Emperor Wu. "Tell me about you. Why did you enter the distant sea dragon grave despite knowing that this group of Emperor Wu would use you as a pawn?" Wang Yuzhu revealed a sorrowful expression. He replied in a somewhat sullen voice, "Of course, it is to advance to martial emperor." Advance to martial emperor? Xiao Qin felt somewhat suspicious. The half-step emperor Wu already cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire once. Furthermore, he failed it. Could it be that he could undergo it again? Wang Yuzhu answered Xiao Qin's doubts. He explained, "Of course, he can undergo it again. It is just that no one dares to try. After failing the great tribulation of wind and fire and luckily surviving, there will always be lingering hidden injuries in his body. If the hidden injuries are not treated, there is no way to survive the tribulation again. However, it is not impossible to treat such hidden injuries. Some of the divine herbs from the ancient era can treat the hidden injuries, giving the half-step Emperor Wu another chance to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire again." Xiao Qin now understood. It turned out that there was such a principle. This was the first time he heard of it. This kind of divine herb that can treat hidden injuries should be very rare. Wang Yuzhu smiled bitterly and said, "It is not just rare. Whether it is extinct or not is a mystery. I have not heard of such a divine herb appearing in the world for several thousand years already." When Xiao Qin heard this under the mask, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. Xiao Qin is too stubborn. For the sake of a hope that he did not know existed, he put down his dignity and accompanied a group of aloof Emperor Wu, risking his life to enter a great forbidden land. Wang Yuzhu knew what Xiao Qin was thinking. A fiery light appeared in his eyes as he said, "You do not understand how the half-step Emperor Wu feels. He is clearly only half a step away, but he cannot advance to martial emperor. While he is revered by the world, before the true Emperor Wu, he is an ant-like existence, without any dignity at all. He has clearly touched that door, but he is unable to push it open. No one has a stronger desire to become an emperor than us half-step Emperor Wu." Seeing the sorrowful and fervent expression in Wang Yuzhu's eyes, Xiao Qin was slightly stunned under the mask. The scene of Wang Yuzhu kneeling on one knee after receiving a palm strike from Old Hong appeared in Xiao Qin's mind. Wang Yuzhu wobbled, but he gritted his teeth and stood up. Chapter 1234. Scenes of many half-step Emperor Wu kneeling on one knee, bitterly persevering flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. In contrast, there was a group of martial emperors watching coldly from the sidelines like they were inspecting the goods with expressionless expressions. Xiao Chen thought about his own emperor's road. It was actually very similar to this group of half-step Emperor Wus. To Xiao Chen, advancing to martial emperor in 5 years was also an unknown hope. Since ancient times, no one had ever used 5 years to advance from blue-robed emperor to Emperor Wu. What did they rely on? It was persistence. Enduring the cold gazes of thousands of people, never wavering, believing, and persevering. After a long time, Xiao Chen returned to reality from his wandering thoughts. He sighed and said, "Who says I don't understand?" Footsteps resounded. The dragon slayer Yi Ling led the 5 Emperor Wus to the pavilion once more. Xiao Chen and Wang Yuzhu stopped talking. Then, they walked over together with the other half-step Emperor Wus. Yi Ling said, "Let's make things clear first. This time, we are in charge of this operation. All the treasures along the way, unless it is a divine medicine to treat the hidden injuries of the great tribulation of wind and fire, will be distributed by us first. If there is something that Senior Emperor Wu and the others do not fancy, the 7 of you can distribute it among yourselves. Do you have any objections? If you have any objections, you can voice them. The seniors and I will not make things difficult for everyone." Wang Yuzhu and the other half-step Emperor Wu shook their heads to indicate that they had no objections. Before they came, they had already guessed that this would be the result and were not surprised. Furthermore, they would not dare to snatch something that a martial emperor had his eyes on even if they had the guts. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while, not in a rush to speak. Yi Ling smiled faintly, appearing very interested in this mysterious masked youth. He asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he did. The other Emperor Wu's expression changed. Elder Hong even shouted coldly, "If you have something to say, then get lost. We don't need you." The red-haired Emperor Wu seemed to value Xiao Chen's strength very much. He waved his hand to stop Senior Hong and said, "Let him finish first. If you have any objections, as long as it's not too much, I can satisfy them." Xiao Chen said, "If it's a treasure that I find first, I have the priority to obtain it. As for the others, I have no opinion." The red-haired Emperor Wu exchanged glances with Yi Ling and communicated via voice projection. After a while, he communicated with the other Emperor Wus. "This request isn't too much. He discovered the treasure first, so we'll just give it to him. Besides, I don't believe that his eyesight is better than ours. Yes, even if he has the ability to get the treasure, he won't be able to get out alive. If there really is a priceless treasure, it will be ours." Seeing that everyone else said so, Old Hong kept quiet, which was a tacit agreement. After discussing for a while, Yi Ling said, "All right, we agree to your request. Does anyone else have any objections?" The other half-step Emperor Wus had not expected these Emperor Wus to really agree to Xiao Chen's request. They could not help feeling some regret. However, since they already said it, they could not go back on their word. "All right, I'll talk about something else. Our cooperation is mutually beneficial. No one will suffer a loss. During the operation, we have the authority to let you scout the way. You have to obey all our orders. Once you go back on your word, you will have to bear the consequences. It is still not too late to give up now. Otherwise, once you enter the distant sea dragon grave, you will not have the chance to regret it even if you want to." Yi Ling said indifferently, his voice somewhat cold. The 6 half-step Emperor Wus and Xiao Chen's did not choose to give up. If they regretted it, they would not have come in the first place. Following that, Yi Ling started to explain the information about the distant sea dragon grave, as well as some things to take note of. As for the purpose of this trip, Yi Ling did not tell Xiao Chen and the others. He probably did not intend to tell them in advance. Xiao Chen did not mind too much. His purpose was just to go and take a look. He did not have any special goals. If anything went wrong, he could use the cycle banner to charge out at any time. However, it seemed like Shao Qin had another purpose now. He wanted to see what kind of trump card allowed Yi Ling to obtain the title of Dragon Slayer and gain the qualifications to speak on equal terms with the group of Emperor Wu's. The Treasure Master's identity was already mysterious enough in the first place. Now, this Yi Ling happened to appear in the distant sea dragon grave, which had a close connection to the Dragon's Gate. Could all this be as simple as a coincidence? From the first time Shao Qin saw Yi Ling, he felt a deep fear. If he did not figure out the reason for this feeling, there would always be a shadow in his heart. When the morning sun rose, Yi Ling and the red-clad Emperor Wu discussed for a while and decided to depart immediately. Shao Qin could tell that this trip was mainly led by Yi Ling and that red-haired Emperor Wu. The other 4 Emperor Wus did not have much decision-making authority. As for Shao Qin and Shao Chen, they did not have any decision-making authority. They were just cannon fodder here to scout. If they were lucky and came out alive, regardless of whether they found the divine medicine or not, they would gain a great harvest. If they were unlucky, losing an arm or a leg would be a small matter. They might even lose their lives. Yi Ling took out his golden war chariot and carried the group of people to the sea region where the distant sea dragon grave was. Shao Qin casually sized up the war chariot. In terms of speed, this war chariot was not much faster than the Flood Dragon war chariot. However, in terms of combat prowess, his Flood Dragon war chariot was not on the same level. The decorations and sculptures around the golden war chariot were not done casually. They were just there for the sake of aesthetics. They all had a deep meaning. With a thought, Yi Ling could immediately activate a great killing formation. There were also many hidden formations that Shao Qin could not see through. This war chariot was probably the reason why Yi Ling dared to barge into the Dragon Grave Sea alone. The golden war chariot flew for most of the day in the clouds before slowly descending. A vast sea region covered in white fog appeared before everyone's eyes. The fog was hazy, making it impossible to see clearly. What was in there was mysterious and unfathomable. This was the distant sea dragon grave where the dragon kings were buried. Who knew what kind of dangers and temptations this great forbidden land had? Young Master Yi, I heard that you went to the depths of the distant sea dragon grave in the past and came out unscathed. This time, the pressure on us should be much lower, right? A hemp-robed old man among the half-step Emperor Wu said respectfully. Yi Ling glanced at this hemp-robed old man and said indifferently, "Don't think it's that simple. If I were as divine as the rumors say, I would not have invited seniors to come with me. Furthermore, the place I am going this time has nothing to do with the previous one. Everything has to start over." Whoosh! Right after Yi Ling spoke, he put away the golden war chariot. Then, he looked at the sun in the sky. After getting his bearings, he led the group into the fog. Only when he was in the fog did Shao Qin realize that he was standing on land and not the sea as he had imagined. Amidst the thick fog, Zhang Xian couldn't sense his direction at all. His visibility was limited to 200 meters, and beyond that, he couldn't see anything. Shao Qin was no exception. However, the instant he landed, a strange feeling surged in his heart. There seemed to be something in the depths of the distant sea dragon tomb calling out to him. Ever since it became a nascent soul, the blue dragon martial spirit, which had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened its eyes in the Dantian. It seemed to be extremely excited and wanted to let out a roar. The instant the blue dragon martial spirit opened its eyes, the leader, Yi Ling, suddenly stopped. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. He forcefully controlled his blue dragon martial spirit and closed his eyes. Then, he circulated the origin returning technique to the extreme, finally concealing the existence of the blue dragon martial soul. Yi Ling turned his head back to glance, feeling somewhat suspicious. After a while, he said slowly, "Be careful. I just sensed the aura of the dragon race." However, it quickly vanished. "We are already being watched. It is likely to be a bone dragon. Be careful. That can't be. We just entered the distant sea dragon tomb. We are not even in the periphery, and there is already danger, a half-step Emperor Wu exclaimed in shock. The other half-step Emperor Wu felt confused as well. This was extremely abnormal. Normally, as long as one did not enter the periphery, there would not be any danger. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Ling had not discovered him. Then, he started to pay more attention. This Yi Ling definitely had some trump card that countered the dragon race. I have to figure it out. At the same time, Xiao Qin thought to himself, I came to the right place. This distant sea dragon tomb does indeed have a strong connection to the Dragon's Gate and me. You, go ahead and scout the way. Just follow the directions that young Master Yi gives you. Suddenly, Old Hong said, wanting to send Xiao Chen to the very front. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he smiled coldly to himself. This old fellow is really petty. The moment he heard that there was danger, he immediately sent me to the very front. However, it did not matter, as Xiao Chen knew that there was no danger at all. Earlier, it was just his blue dragon martial spirit that attracted Yi Ling's attention. Yi Ling, who was leading the way, thought for a while and agreed with Old Hong's point of view. I'll tell you where to go. Don't go astray. There is the breath of the dragon race in this fog. It can confuse one's sense of direction. If you go astray, even a half-step Emperor Wu would find it difficult to come out. Seeing Xiao Chen walk forward, the other half-step Emperor Wu all revealed expressions of sympathy. This was the result of offending Emperor Wu. If there was any danger, he would use you to scout the way first, using some tricks to kill you. I'll go with you, Wang Yuzhu said. Displeasure flashed in Old Hong's eyes. He retorted coldly, what are you trying to show off for? Did I say you could go in front? Just stay here obediently. Once we reach the distant sea dragon grave, you will not be able to make decisions for yourselves. Old Hong's words made clear Old Hong's attitude. He wanted to target Xiao Chen. There's no need. I can go alone. Xiao Chen felt confident in his heart. He rejected Wang Yuzhu's kind intentions and asked Yi Ling for directions. Then, he headed straight ahead. Pu Ci. However, not long after Xiao Chen took more than 10 steps, the ground under his feet suddenly cracked. Before he could react, a shockwave rushed out of the ground and knocked him into the air. A huge dragon claw extended from the ground, clawing at Xiao Chen in the air. From a distance, Xiao Chen looked extremely insignificant before that huge dragon claw. There was really danger. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen was knocked into the air. When he saw the tough dragon claw more than 10 times larger than him flying at him, he felt like crying. It turned out that what Yi Ling sensed was not the blue dragon martial spirit in his body. Chapter 1235. This happened very suddenly. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was somewhat careless. The dragon claw that came out of the ground was simply too fast. Pu Ci. The dragon claw grabbed Xiao Chen and held him firmly like an eagle grabbing a chick, holding Xiao Chen in its palm. It felt like 3 mountains were pressing down on Xiao Chen. That feeling was extremely unbearable. His bones creaked from the pressure, and even breathing was somewhat difficult. Xiao Chen's first reaction was to use his primordial energy to explode the dragon claw. However, when he thought about how many eyes were watching, he hesitated. It was this moment of hesitation that brought him even greater danger. Amid loud rumbling sounds, the ground split open, and a huge bone dragon flew out. The dragon tail was like a barb as it quickly stabbed at Xiao Chen. The first reaction of Yi Ling and the others was to quickly retreat, not to save Xiao Chen. This was human nature. When faced with sudden danger, one had to figure out the situation before making a move. Only then could one guarantee their own safety. This was also why Emperor Wu wanted to recruit half-step Emperor Wu, to use them as cannon fodder. Xiao Chen glanced over and happened to see Old Hong smiling coldly, looking at him with some disdain. Old fellow, I will definitely settle this score with you. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. The most important thing now was to deal with this dragon tail flying over. If it pierced through his heart, even if he did not die, he would be crippled. Xiaochen roared ferociously and struggled with all his might. At the crucial moment, he managed to free his right arm. Then, without thinking, he sent out a palm strike to block. The dragon tail was like a spear, piercing through Xiaochen's palm. Blood spurted out, and Xiaochen cried out in pain. However, Xiaochen managed to block this fatal strike. The dragon tail quickly lashed out, preparing for a second strike. After Xiaochen freed his arm, his body became much more mobile. Then, he used his palm as a saber and chopped heavily on a dragon claw. Kacha! Even though Xiaochen did not use his saber soul, he did not manage to break this dragon bone. Fortunately, this chop of the saber successfully loosened the strength of the 3 claws. Struggling with all his might, Xiaochen took the opportunity to escape from the dragon claw. The second attack from the dragon tail missed. When Xiaochen landed, he slapped the ground with his left hand. Using the technique of the Thunder Dragon Steps, he drew a huge arc and flew to the back of the group. Old Hong thought in his heart, that kid is really lucky to not have died. Fortunately, it's just a lone 3-clawed bone dragon. It's not too dangerous. Elder Hong, do it. Don't waste any more time here. Yi Ling and the red-haired Emperor Wu looked at their surroundings and quickly came to a conclusion. Next, Senior Hong's figure flashed as he pulled out a sword and charged forward to fight the bone dragon. It was clear that Senior Hong had not brought out his true abilities, only using less than 40% of his strength. However, he still held the upper hand. As Senior Hong swung his sword, the might of his sword's soul reached 70%. Every time he swung his sword, a crack appeared on the bone dragon's body. After 100 moves, the sword chi howled, and the bone dragon shattered into fragments. The fragments fell to the ground and seeped into the ground. However, Senior Hong was not injured at all. Xiaochen watched carefully, not missing a single detail. Xiaochen believed that he could defeat this 3-clawed bone dragon. However, if he did not use the cycle banner and only used 40% of his strength, he would not be able to kill this bone dragon. Furthermore, this Senior Hong was not injured at all. It had to be said that although the other party's character was not good, Emperor Wu's first heaven layer strength was not an exaggeration. After Senior Hong sheathed his sword and returned, he looked at Xiaochen, whose palm was covered in blood, and said coldly, "Continue scouting. You did pretty well earlier." Xiaochen raged in his heart. "This old fellow will not rest until he kills me." Yi Ling stopped Xiaochen and said, "Send someone else. He is injured. Let him rest for a while." Senior Hong nodded. Then, he shifted his gaze. The other 6 half-step Emperor Wus felt somewhat nervous. The earlier scene of Xiaochen dying and Emperor Wu watching coldly from the sidelines had frightened them. These Emperor Wus did not treat them as companions at all. Without knowing the risk, even if the bone dragon killed them, they would not help. If it were not for Xiaochen but them, they would not have escaped so easily. "In that case, you do it. Weren't you trying to show off earlier? Now, I'll give you a chance to show off," Senior Hong said with a cold smile as he looked at Wang Yuzhu. The other half-step Emperor Wus rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not gotten too close to Xiaochen. Otherwise, they would be the unlucky ones. "Xiaochen, this old man is too hateful. He is just a first heaven layer cultivator. In Emperor Wu's circle, he is at the bottom. Furthermore, he is so petty. How disgusting." Ao Jiao said angrily from the Immortal Spirit Ring. "Don't get anxious. Right now, I still need to rely on them to bring me into the depths of the distant sea dragon grave. I feel that this place definitely has something to do with me. Now is not the time to make a move. Wait until I figure him out first. When I find an opportunity, I will definitely make him pay the price." Xiaochen thought to himself as he bandaged the wound on his palm. "How are your injuries?" "It is a little problematic. That bone dragon's body has a very dense death chi. It will not recover quickly. However, there is no need to worry. It will be fine after some time. Help me remember the path Yi Ling took. When we return, we will not have to rely on them. Yes, don't worry. I will remember every step he takes. Speaking of which, it was strange. Even that group of Emperor Wus found this fog difficult to deal with. However, Yi Ling did not face any restrictions in there. Following this, Wang Yuzhu took the lead while Yi Ling gave pointers from behind. At first, it was rather peaceful. However, after entering the depths of the fog, the danger increased. Occasionally, many unpredictable dangers appeared. Three-clawed bone dragons started appearing in groups. Not long after, Wang Yuzhu got injured and had to switch out people to take his place. None of the 5 half-step Emperor Wus, who were secretly rejoicing, could avoid this. They took turns taking the lead. Several times, they were in extreme danger, nearly losing their lives. After walking for 4 hours, the group finally exited the fog. A desolate land filled with lava and volcanoes appeared before them. The 6 half-step Emperor Wus were all injured. As for that group of Emperor Wus, they were all brimming with health and vigor. They were not injured at all, not even a speck of dust on them. The value of cannon fodder was clear in this place. If not for this group of half-step Emperor Wus, no matter how strong Emperor Wu was, he would be somewhat fatigued and unable to maintain his peak state when passing through this fog. Yi Chen, this operation is somewhat strange. I do know some things about the distant sea dragon grave. The fog is not even in the periphery. There should not be so many dangers. This is too strange. Wang Yuzhu sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be because of him? From the moment they entered the fog, the blue dragon martial spirit, which had already become a Yuanying, had been incredibly excited, wanting to roar out. Even so, Xiao Chen firmly suppressed it. Could there be some connection between the two? This time, we are on the same boat. Even if we want to run, we cannot. If you have a trump card, you should leave early, Wang Yuzhu continued, his tone filled with helplessness. Xiao Chen thanked Wang Yuzhu and kept an eye on him. However, it was not the time to leave yet. On the other side, the red-haired Emperor Wu looked at the dark clouds and lava spreading in front. He asked Yi Ling, "Is it here?" An ancient dragon-shaped key appeared in Yi Ling's palm. It was completely red, looking like it was made of fire. It looked very strange. Yi Ling held the key and sensed it. Then, he nodded and said, "It is indeed here. However, this desolate plain of fire will not be easy to cross. It is getting dark. Let's rest for the night first." Those half-step Emperor Wus also need time to recuperate. Joy flashed in the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes as he got the other Emperor Wus to make arrangements. Soon, Emperor Wu started to work together to carve a formation. Then, a simple camp appeared. Old Hong arranged a place for the half-step Emperor Wu to rest and some crucial points of the formation. When it was Xiao Chen's turn, he said, "Go outside the formation. Tonight, you will stand guard and help us keep watch. Remember to stay far away. If there are any accidents, you can inform us in advance." Under the mask, Xiao Chen's expression changed. This desolate plain of fire was extremely strange. Who knew what kind of danger would occur at night? Furthermore, there was a foggy land behind. Who knew if ferocious beasts would appear? "What's wrong? You want to disobey orders?" Old Hong asked coldly. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He did not say anything. Instead, he stood up and walked out of the formation. Although the formation that Emperor Wu personally laid down was rushed and looked simple, its defense was not compromised at all. After Xiao Chen walked out of the defensive formation, the 8 nodes of the formation immediately lit up with light. Then, they connected to each other and formed a ring of light encasing the entire camp. Upon careful observation, one would discover that the formation was vaguely connected to space, involving many of the mysteries of the state of space. "Old Hong, this is not appropriate, right? There are too many unknown dangers in this place. Isn't it too much to toss a half-step Emperor Wu outside the profound underworld formation? Yi Ling said with a frown as he looked at Xiao Chen's back. Old Hong smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, it is precisely because there are too many dangers that we need someone to stand guard at night. It is already late at night. We can't possibly have to stand guard by ourselves, right? Furthermore, I can tell that this fellow is very skilled at movement techniques. Letting him stand guard at night is the best choice." The other Emperor Wu did not feel much about it. It was just a consummation blue-robed emperor. He was not related to them in any way. Whether he lived or died did not matter. When Yi Ling saw the situation, he did not say anything more. A consummation blue-robed emperor was indeed nothing. However, Yi Ling kept feeling that this mysterious masked youth's aura was somewhat familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen it before. A cold murderous intent flashed in old Hong's eyes. He thought to himself, an insignificant consummation blue-robed emperor dares to fight with me? I can easily toy with you to death. Outside the formation, Xiao continued walking for more than 25 kilometers before he stopped. Boiling lava flowed under his feet, occasionally spewing out flames. Volcanoes of various heights were in the distance. Those volcanoes had never stopped erupting, and there would always be lava shooting up into the sky from the mouth of the mountain. Chapter 1236. As a result, the sky was always overcast. All sorts of loud sounds resounded in the surroundings, sounding like thunder. Although it was clearly very chaotic, Xiao strangely felt a sense of tranquility. There was no sign of life at all. The scene before him was like a silent movie. The distant sea dragon grave. I really did not expect the fog to be like this. Xiao withdrew his gaze and muttered to himself. Don't overthink. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the distant sea dragon grave. You have just officially stepped into the periphery. After passing through the entire desolate plain of fire, you should barely be in the depths. Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. As Xiao looked at the boundless desolate plain of fire, he was flabbergasted. The size of this distant sea dragon grave was truly startlingly huge. What do you think Yi Ling's group is doing here? I don't think they are just here to scout around. As far as Xiao could see, there were no signs of movement at all. As he stood guard, he felt somewhat bored. Furthermore, he could not cultivate. So, he could only chat with Ao Jiao. There are too few clues. I can't guess. Furthermore, I have never been to the distant sea dragon grave before. I know too little. In any case, you just have to be careful. I hope so. After chatting for a while, Xiao remembered that he had not opened the door of time and space to absorb primordial energy yet. So, he got Ao Jiao to help him keep an eye on it. Ever since he experienced the might of primordial energy and the extremely difficult method to obtain it, Xiao knew that this was his only chance to open the door of time and space every day. He cherished it extremely and did not dare to waste it. With a thought, the resplendent heart of an emperor spun. Then, under a mysterious pull, the door of time and space appeared above Xiao head once more. With a thought, the resplendent heart of an emperor spun. Under the mysterious pull, the door of time and space appeared above Xiao head once more. Drops of pure white primordial energy flowed out. It was like Xiao was bathed in a white light, appearing extremely holy. Strong energy spread throughout his body, making him feel very satisfied. He really wanted to go to the world behind the door and see what kind of existence that hazy and boundless world was. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Even if one was as powerful as a supreme being, reaching the peak of the martial path, they still couldn't enter that world. The so-called gate of time and space above his head was in between reality and illusion. It was not a real gate at all. Strictly speaking, this was just an image projected by the heart of an emperor after it established a connection with that world. If you walked in through the door and came out, you would find that you were still in this world, just an illusion. Even if one really entered and was safe and sound, the many Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm guessed that it was a pure energy space. There was no order to it, and it would immediately turn into primordial energy. Of course, whether it was true or not, there was still no conclusion. Primordial energy was just a name that Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm had given it. That world was chaotic was also a guess. Right now, Xiaoqin was not thinking about anything else. He only wanted to absorb this energy to strengthen himself, to increase his chances of clearing his great tribulation of wind and fire. When the gate of time and space slowly closed, Xiaoqin reluctantly opened his eyes. He sighed, it is really not easy to obtain this primordial energy. Looking around, as far as his eyes could see, nothing had changed. Use your heavenly eye to take a look. I definitely can't see this vast plain of desolate fire clearly with the naked eye. Xiaoqin circulated the Paradise Secret Cannon, and the vertical purple eye on his forehead opened. Immediately, his field of vision widened by 100 times, 1,000 times. Xiaoqin saw many flaming earth dragons roaming the desolate plain. There were also strange flaming birds flying in the air. With one glance, it was startling. These ferocious beasts were definitely not weak. Aside from the many ferocious beasts, Xiaoqin also made some unexpected discoveries. There are so many divine materials. This desolate land of fire is actually filled with treasures. Xiaoqian's heavenly eye noticed several natural ores that were divine materials hidden in the lava with his extremely sharp heavenly eye. Suddenly, Xiaoqian's gaze paused. He saw a strange gem flickering with golden light in the pool of lava. However, in the next moment, the lava surged over and covered up the gem. It was like it had sunk into the pool and could no longer be seen. The heavenly eye closed, and Xiaoqian's emotions fluctuated somewhat. He muttered, Ao Jiao, I think I saw a heptagold origin. Really? Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly, losing her composure, which she rarely did. For the lunar shadow saber to advance to a divine weapon and enter the divine weapon ranking, aside from needing vast amounts of divine materials, heptagold origin was something that the lunar shadow saber needed. Such a treasure that could only be found and not sought suddenly appeared before her. How could Ao Jiao not be excited? Xiaoqin smiled and said, don't get too excited. I did not see it clearly either. It was just a flash. I don't know if it was a heptagold origin or not. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go and take a look. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. I want to as well. However, based on the time outside, one night has already passed. I have to rush back. Furthermore, there are many dangers along the way to the lava pool from here. It would be very difficult for me to cross safely alone. If it were not for the heptagold origin, I would have suffered a great loss. Ao Jiao whispered, sorry, I was too excited. It's fine. If we want to cross this desolate plain of fire, that is the only way. When the time comes, I will scoop it up and take a look. Remembering the location of the suspected heptagold origin, Xiaoqin quickly rushed back. Soon, he appeared in front of the camp. The result was unexpected. The camp's defensive formations were already completely destroyed. Aside from that red-haired, middle-aged man, Senior Hong and the other Emperor Wu were all slightly injured and mentally fatigued. When Xiaoqin looked around, he saw a pile of bone dragon fragments on the ground. He took a look and saw an incomplete dragon claw with 4 claws. Xiaoqin instantly understood what happened. Last night, the desolate plain of fire was calm and peaceful, nothing had happened. On the contrary, another group of bone dragons charged out from the foggy area. These were 4-clawed ones. When Senior Hong saw the perfectly fine Xiaoqin, he immediately flared up. He scolded, brat, how could you keep watch all night? More than 100 4-clawed bone dragons charged out, and you did not even give me a warning. Where did you run off to? Under the mask, Xiaoqin did not show any fear when he saw Senior Hong's anxious expression. He said indifferently, is that so? I followed your instructions and went very far. Last night was calm and peaceful, nothing happened. How could I have warned you? Senior Hong felt stifled. When he thought about it, he was indeed the one who told Xiaoqin to go further. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's casual tone, he could not suppress his anger. Originally, Senior Hong wanted to trick Xiao Chen, to make Xiao Chen suffer in the desolate plain of fire. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would swagger back unscathed? On the contrary, he was the one who ended up in a sorry state and even suffered some minor injuries. The camp was attacked. No matter how you quibble, you have to take responsibility for this matter. Feeling somewhat flustered and exasperated, Senior Hong started to act like a scoundrel. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "Can you be any more shameless? I have never seen such a petty Emperor Wu before. Even the primes I have seen would not speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? What did you say?" Senior Hong demanded fiercely as he stepped forward in rage. Xiao Chen did not fear Senior Hong at all. He stepped forward as well and said directly, "I said that you are shameless. What's wrong? Are you deaf? Did you not hear me clearly? In that case, I will say it loudly once more. You, old fellow, are shameless. Didn't I just force you back by a small step despite being severely injured? Is there a need to be so petty? It is just a small matter, yet you keep targeting me." The moment Xiao Chen said this, those half-step Emperor Wu immediately paled in fright. This Xiao Chen was really bold. To dare to go against Emperor Wu, what medicine did he take to be so angry? It was not that Xiao Chen was angry. It was that he had had enough. He was already upset that Xiao Chen had tossed him out of the camp in the middle of the night. Xiao Chen returned to the camp perfectly fine. Despite having done nothing wrong, Xiao Chen continued to criticize him. Although Xiao Chen had a good temper, it was not to this extent. "You are seeking death. Try attacking if you dare. Don't force me into a corner. You are just a first heaven Emperor Wu. I don't believe that you can squish me to death so easily." Facing Senior Hong's overwhelming emperor's might, Xiao Chen did not show any signs of backing down under the mask. He endured the layers of Emperor's might and took another step forward. Then, he glared at the other party with a sharp gaze. Under the pressure of this gaze, Senior Hong saw the sharpness of a cultivator. Xiao Chen would rather break than bend. His aura weakened for some reason. Senior Hong could not help but think quickly. This brat definitely has some trump cards since he dared to enter the distant sea dragon grave. If I kill a consummation blue-robed emperor like him, he will fight me to the death. There will be no benefits at all. Who knows, I might even get injured. That is not worth it. If Xiao Chen had some value, Senior Hong might make a move. However, there was no benefit at all. Xiao Chen was another thorn in Senior Hong's side. This made it hard for Senior Hong to make up his mind. Never mind. Never mind. We are all on the same side. There is no need to fight with each other. If we start fighting now, how are we going to proceed in the future? Emperor Wu said quickly when he saw that Senior Hong needed a way out of this embarrassing situation. At this moment, the red-haired Emperor Wu also said, "Senior Hong, everyone is responsible for this. No one expected a group of bone dragons to appear in the foggy land." Right. Senior Hong, don't get angry at the juniors. Youths all have their own tempers. Seeing Xiao Chen's unyielding sharpness, Senior Hong, who was already thinking of retreating, took advantage of the situation. He flung his sleeves and said, "On account of the few of us, I will not lower myself to your level." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He could not be bothered with Senior Hong, so he walked to the side. Ao Jiao had already memorized the way to enter and exit the foggy land. By relying on the cycle banner, he could leave this place at any time. There was no need to fear this first heaven Emperor Wu. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. After targeting me time and time again, why should I be polite to you? Xiao Chen, you are really bold. Wang Yuzhu smiled faintly as he walked over. Xiao Chen said casually, "It is not a matter of being bold. Everyone has their own bottom line. If he were Emperor Wu's third heaven strength, I would endure him ordering me around. However, He is just a first heaven Emperor Wu. To think that he dares to be so arrogant. There is no need to give him any face. Wang Yuzhu smiled bitterly in his heart. Only you dare to say that. No matter which heaven you are, Emperor Wu is Emperor Wu. He is an influential person. To them, he is an undefeatable existence. Chapter 1237. What exactly happened last night? Tell me, Xiaoqin sent a voice projection, feeling suspicious as he looked at the bone dragon remains all over the ground. Wang Yuzhu looked around and whispered, last night, a group of bone dragons went berserk and charged at Yi Ling's tent. The pressure on us half-step Emperor Wu's was much lower. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Since it was directed at Yi Ling, that meant that it was not because of his Azure Dragon martial spirit. Could it be that Yi Ling has something on him? Otherwise, how could he attract so much hatred? Or perhaps, as a dragon slayer, this fellow naturally attracted the hatred of the dragon race. However, Xiao Chen was more concerned about another problem. As he looked at Yi Ling, who was discussing matters in the distance, he asked, did he make a move? No. That group of Emperor Wu thinks very highly of him and immediately protected him. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered as he entered deep thought. Then, he said, stay closer to me for the rest of the journey. This operation is probably as you said. We are probably just sacrificial pawns in their hands. They probably do not intend to let us return alive. Are you confident of escaping from Emperor Wu's hands? Wang Yuzhu asked in disbelief. Xiao Qin did not elaborate. Just follow me. When the time comes, you will naturally know that I never do things rashly. Enough talk. Yi Ling's group is coming. Yi Ling and the red-haired Emperor Wu came over. Then, they gathered the group of half-step Emperor Wus and started to give instructions. The desolate plain of fire is filled with fire-attributed dragon race ferocious beasts. You all work together to scout the way. Do not split up. We will take care of you from behind, ensuring your safety. Old Hong originally wanted to say something to let Xiao Qin take the lead. However, when he thought about the sharpness in this fellow's eyes, he swallowed back the words in his stomach. I'll let you be cocky for now. When we reach our destination, I will destroy you first. After entering this dragon grave, the half-step Emperor Wus no longer had much say. They could only follow the other party's instructions. The 7 of them walked together and started to scout the path on the barren plains of fire, giving the Emperor Wu some time to catch up. However, there were also benefits to this. The 7 people walking in front would occasionally discover some divine material ores on this desolate plain of fire. In the outside world, these ores would be considered rare items. Even if the red-haired Emperor Wu and the others were envious, they wouldn't have the nerve to ask for it from this group of people. Of the group, Xiao Qin gained the most. He could not do anything about it. Last night, he had used his heavenly eye to memorize all the precious ores along the way. After every battle, he would find something good in a corner that no one would notice. Peak-grade scorching flame crystal. Yi Chen, you discovered it again. After another battle, Xiao Qin found a blazing flame crystal in a pile of lava. Such a crystal was of great help to cultivators who cultivated fire-attributed cultivation techniques. Even Emperor Wu could use it. It was not just the half-step Emperor Wus that felt envious. Even the red-haired Emperor Wu and the others had a strange look in their eyes. This masked youth's luck is extraordinarily good, the Emperor Wus thought. After the other Emperor Wus took a look, he no longer paid attention to them. After all, they had agreed that Xiao Qin would be the first to discover it. Only Old Hong's eyes lit up with greed. After a long time, Old Hong reluctantly looked away. However, the seed of greed had already been planted in his heart. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and did not care too much about it. These were just appetizers. If they were not lightning-attributed energy gems, no matter how valuable they would not truly interest Xiao Qin. What Xiao Qin truly cared about was the suspected heptagold origin. This was the greatest temptation for Xiao Qin. Although there was a heptagold origin among the treasures that the Thunder King left behind, there was only one piece, less than 50 kilograms. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the lunar shadow saber would not become a divine weapon. However, once it became a divine weapon, it would have to be qualified to become a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen's goal was to gather at least 500 kilograms of heptagold origin and 9 lightning-attributed demonic cores of Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chen looked around, the lava pool where the heptagold origin was located was about 10 kilometers ahead. Whether it was the heptagold origin or not would be clear soon. After resting, the half-step Emperor Wus regrouped and started scouting again. Soon, the group passed the blazing lava pool. Xiao Chen started to feel anxious. This place was unexpectedly smooth. There were no ferocious beasts. Without ferocious beasts, there would be no fighting. If there was no fighting, Xiao Chen would not have a chance to fish up that heptagold origin amid the chaos. If Xiao Chen suddenly went to a lava pool and fished up a heptagold origin, anyone would be able to tell that something was wrong. What should I do? Xiao Chen felt very anxious. If he could not think of a solution, he would have to pass by and miss out on this opportunity. Wait a moment. Just as the group was about to pass the lava pool, Xiao Chen suddenly called out, stopping everyone. What's going on? Yi Chen, did you discover a dragon race ferocious beast? Yi Ling asked, feeling suspicious. The other half-step Emperor Wus felt confused as well. If there was no chance, they could only create one for themselves. They absolutely could not miss out on the heptagold origin. Xiao Chen maintained his calm and nodded. That lava pool in front seems somewhat strange. However, I do not dare to be certain. A ferocious light flashed in old Hong's eyes. He immediately said, in that case, you go over and take a look. We'll watch you from behind. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. I was just waiting for you to say that. However, on the surface, he still revealed a displeased expression. Let me do it. I also find this lava pool somewhat strange. Just as Xiao Chen was about to step forward, the red-haired Emperor Wu noticed the displeased expression in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, as if trying to resolve the conflict between the two, he suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He had not expected such an accident to happen at such a crucial moment. This pretense was a little overboard. How was Xiao Chen supposed to respond? Could it be that he had to watch as the red-haired Emperor Wu obtained the heptagold origin right before his eyes? Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat stiff. Although he quickly recovered, it did not escape the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. The red-haired Emperor Wu walked over to Xiao Chen's side and smiled. Your eyes are pretty good. Now, I'm really curious about your identity under that mask. However, there is no need for you to make a move this time. I'll do it myself. There is no need to thank me. There is still a long way to go. I do not wish to see you and old Hong clash forever. Xiao Chen felt depressed and speechless in his heart. You did not make a move several times when it was extremely dangerous. Instead, you came here to play the good guy at the crucial moment. Aside from the heptagold origin, what danger could there be in this lava pool? However, even though Xiao Chen cursed in his heart, he could only smile embarrassedly and say, Thank you, Senior. Old Hong appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had not expected the red-haired Emperor Wu to step forward at this moment. The red-haired Emperor Wu walked forward step by step. Soon, he arrived before the lava pool. Then, he looked at the vast pool of lava with a stern expression. The molten lava bubbled and bubbled non-stop. Every time a bubble popped, the residue that shot out gave off horrifying, chi-chi sounds in the air. Xiao Chen's heart leaped to his throat. Originally, he wanted to use the life bestowal spell to create a diversion and then fish out the heptagold origin during the chaos. Who could have expected the red-haired Emperor Wu to suddenly charge over? You hid pretty well. If I were not standing so close, you might have dodged it. Come out. The red-haired Emperor Wu roared ferociously. Emperor Wu's second heaven martial emperors might spread out, causing ripples to appear in the air. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. He quickly circulated his ruler's tyrannical aura to resist this aura. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing the red-haired Emperor Wu make a move. He had not expected his aura to be so strong. However, could there really be some danger in this lava pool? Just as Xiao Chen was feeling doubtful, an overwhelming wave surged out of the lava pool. It was like all the lava was flipped upside down, revealing a bottomless black hole on the plain. Before Xiao Chen could be shocked, he saw a fiery red dragon flame quickly flying towards the red-haired Emperor Wu. Everywhere it passed, the air instantly burned to nothing, turning everything pitch black. It was unknown how high the temperature was. Faintly, a ripple could be seen in space, and the world around them began to shake. That dragon flame was not simple at all. An expression of lingering fear flashed on Xiao Chen's face. If he had really charged forward, he would have died already. What kind of monster was hidden in this lava? The few half-step Emperor Wu retreated in a fluster. This level of battle was no longer something they could interfere with. Old Hong and the others behind showed grave expressions. They circulated their primordial energy, preparing to help at any time. As he retreated, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he had to find that piece of ore that he suspected to be the heptagold origin. Sweeping his gaze around, Xiao Chen looked at the rising waves of lava in the sky. Indeed, he found a strange golden rock in the lava that had already floated into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it looked very much like the heptagold origin that he had seen before. Coincidentally, everyone's gazes were focused on the deep pit in the ground and the mysterious monster. No one paid attention to the sky. However, before Xiao Chen could show any joy on his face, the golden heptagold origin was submerged in the lava. Then, it crashed to the ground along with the lava, nowhere to be found. Xiao Chen panicked and looked around. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not find it. Bang! Before Xiao Chen could think too much, a massive head poked out of the deep pit. There was a snake crown on its head. This was actually a flame serpent dragon. The flame serpent dragon was one of the most dangerous monsters in this desolate plain of fire. Its strength rivaled that of a first heaven martial Emperor Wu. Furthermore, it had the geographical advantage here, and its strength still needed to increase. Whoosh! The flame serpent dragon shot up. Unexpectedly, it passed by the red-haired Emperor Wu and charged at Yi Ling. The four Emperor Wu guarding Yi Ling did not panic. They all stepped forward and shielded Yi Ling. Working together, they forced the flame serpent dragon back. Beast, die! The red-haired Emperor Wu took advantage of this opportunity to attack. He threw a palm strike, and 2 layers of fiery rings appeared behind him, dyeing the sky red for 5 kilometers around. The 5 Emperor Wu surrounded the flame serpent dragon and beat it while it was down, not giving it a chance to turn the situation around. Chapter 1238. Everyone knew that this startling battle would definitely attract many ferocious beasts of the same level. One flame dragon snake was not scary. However, if a group of ferocious beasts of the same level came, it would be problematic. The battle was extremely intense. Emperor Wu brought out his true abilities. The group of half-step Emperor Wus observed carefully and learned something. However, Xiao Chen did not have time to pay attention to them. He retreated quietly and formed hand seals with both hands. Then, he said softly, "Life bestowal spell." Immediately, the rock under Xiao Chen's feet turned into a small snake under the effect of the life bestowal spell, silently swimming around. As Xiao Chen watched the group of Emperor Wu's battle with the dragon snake, he used his consciousness to control the small snake to swim to where the lava had fallen and search everywhere. With 5 Emperor Wus attacking at the same time and 1 second Heaven Emperor Wus present, the flame dragon snake was firmly suppressed from start to end. Soon, it was riddled with wounds. However, the red-haired Emperor Wu's group did not show optimistic expressions. They could hear several fearsome roars in the distance, stirring up the wind and clouds. Yi Ling's eyes flickered, and strands of black aura appeared on his body. He hesitated on whether to make a move or not. When Xiao Chen saw that black aura, fear appeared in his heart. The blue dragon martial spirit, which had been suppressing its roar, quietened down at this moment, trembling somewhat. Could it be? Xiao Qin was very familiar with this aura. However, Yi Ling revealed too little of it, so he could not make 100% guess. Found it. Suddenly, Xiao Qin, who was multitasking, rejoiced in his heart. The little snake had finally found that golden ore in that pile of lava. Just as Xiao Qin shifted his attention to it, Yi Ling, who was in the air, suddenly made a move. He narrowed his eyes, and his figure flashed as he landed a palm strike on the flame dragon snake. The originally berserk flame dragon snake's aura suddenly weakened, and its strength strangely plummeted. By the time Xiao Qin shifted his gaze, the 5 Emperor Wus had already found an opportunity to deal a sure-kill blow to the flame dragon snake. The flame dragon snake's corpse shattered into pieces, no longer showing any signs of life. Ao Jiao, did you see how he attacked? No, it's too strange. I don't even know how he did it. Xiao Qin could not help feeling disappointed. This was a rare opportunity to see Yi Ling's origins, but he lost it. Fortunately, he had found the heptagold origin. While Emperor Wu was resting, he took a step forward and silently came to the front of the magma. His hand shot out like lightning and grabbed the golden ore in his hand. Upon closer inspection, wild joy appeared on Zhang Xian's face. It was indeed a heptagold origin. Furthermore, it was at least twice the size of the one in the Thunder King's inheritance. However, he still needed to refine it a little and remove the impurities before he could know exactly how heavy this heptagold origin was. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin put it into his universe ring and turned around. However, when Xiao Qin turned around, his expression changed. At some point in time, Old Hong had appeared behind him, looking at him coldly. What a fellow! We worked ourselves to death, but you are rather straightforward, following behind and taking advantage of us. What did you just take out? Hand it over and let me see. Xiao Qin replied coldly, just because you said I'll show you, I'll show you. Who do you think you are? When the others saw this scene, they felt curious and slowly walked over as well. Then, they all looked at Xiao Qin. What's going on? What's going on with the two of you? The red-haired Emperor Wu asked with a frown. Xiao Qin did not fear anyone. However, this red-haired Emperor Wu was Emperor Wu's second Heaven Martial Emperor. He was not someone to be trifled with. If Xiao Qin discovered the heptagold origin, he would definitely have to run. It was unknown whether he could keep the heptagold origin or not. Xiao Qin felt depressed in his heart. Unexpectedly, there were so many twists and turns in one heptagold origin. The moment Old Hong opened his mouth, he smeared Xiao Qin's name. This fellow took away one of our treasures. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, strange. Since when did the treasure I discovered become yours? Old Hong's face sank. Sharp-tongued. Are you trying to quibble again? We were the ones who killed the flame dragon snake. Logically speaking, the thing in the lava should be ours. I think you are too impudent. Do you really think that we, Emperor Wus, are easy to deal with? Quickly hand it over. If we want to kill you, we can do it in a matter of minutes. Don't blame us for making a move on a junior. A suspicious expression flashed in the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. He looked at Old Hong and asked, what exactly is it? Why are you so nervous? Old Hong was startled when he heard that. Just as he was about to say something, he thought about it and realized that he did not see it clearly either. It seemed to be a piece of heptagold origin. If he told the truth, the red-haired Emperor Wu was the strongest here. If it really was a heptagold origin, there would definitely not be a share for him. After hesitating for a while, Old Hong did not tell the truth. I did not see what it was exactly. It seems to be another peak-grade flame crystal rock. It is just a peak-grade flame crystal rock. Is there a need to be so greedy? Look at the time. Let's go. When the red-haired Emperor Wu heard that it was a peak-grade flame crystal rock, he could not help cursing. After that, he looked at Xiao Qin and said meaningfully, young man, your eyes are pretty good. Clearly, Old Hong also suspected that Xiao Chen had some ulterior motive for saying that there was a problem with the lava pool earlier. Being stared at by this person, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The pressure from this person was much greater than Old Hong's. Emperor Wu was indeed extraordinary as a second heaven martial emperor. Emperor Wu was also a minor heavenly martial emperor, but the difference was actually so great. On this trip, Xiao Chen had to be careful and guard against this person. Otherwise, he might fail miserably at an easy task. Let's go. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Yi Ling said in a rush after he took out the flame dragon snake's demonic core. When Xiao Chen looked around, he could sense strong auras heading over from all directions. The ground rumbled, and everyone could feel the ground shaking violently. The fight with the flame dragon snake probably startled all the martial emperor-level ferocious beasts in the entire desolate plain of fire. No one dared to linger. They all executed their movement techniques and quickly left this place. As the group flew at lightning speed, Xiao Chen and the others took the lead. The group of Emperor Wu followed behind. Even at this moment, they had to give themselves some buffer time. Brother Zhao, do you treat that masked brat as one of your own, or do you treat me as one of your own? Old Hong asked the red-haired Emperor Wu in dissatisfaction from the group of Emperor Wu. The red-haired Emperor Wu replied indifferently, I really don't know how you became Emperor Wu. That masked brat clearly has the highest value among the 7. Even if the others die, this brat will be the last to die. As for the grudge between you and him, when we reach our destination, I naturally will not bother. Yi Ling said, this person is not simple. Last night, when he was keeping watch, he probably took the opportunity to explore the entire area. For him to be able to move about freely among so many ferocious beasts alone, his movement technique must be extraordinary. The red-haired Emperor Wu nodded and said, that's right. Such a strong consummation blue-robed emperor should rank within the top 10 of Emperor Wu's reserve list. We have to kill such a person when we reach our destination. Otherwise, he will become a problem in the future. When he becomes a martial emperor in the future, he will probably seek out Old Hong first, the other Emperor Wu said. When Old Hong heard this, he quivered. He smiled coldly and said, do you think I'm afraid of him? No matter how arrogant he is just a consummation blue-robed emperor. If I use my full power, I will not be able to kill him in more than 10 moves. That's right. Young Master Yi, how confident are you of opening the grave of that fire dragon general? I heard that this fire dragon general is one of the old Dragon King's 8 great generals. Several sovereign martial emperors could not open the grave. Yi Ling said calmly, those people could not open it because they did not have the key and did not know the exact method. I went through a lot of trouble to obtain the key. As long as nothing unexpected happens, I am completely confident. When the others and Emperor Wu heard this, they all revealed expressions of joy. The grave of the fire dragon general was like a castle guarding the main grave of the Dragon King. Given their strength, exploring the dragon grave would naturally result in death. However, exploring the grave of the Dragon King's subordinates would still stand a chance. However, we have to keep these cannon fodder for now. Firstly, I have the key. As long as the ferocious beasts in the desolate plain of fire smell the aura, they will attack me. Secondly, when we reach the fire dragon general's grave, we can use the physical bodies of these people to open the grave. Old Hong nodded and said, don't worry. I understand the general principles. If not for this, given my temper, that masked brat would have died thousands of times already. Naturally, the half-step Emperor Wu, who led the way, did not know that from the moment they stepped into the distant sea dragon grave, there was already no way out. This group of Emperor Wu, who had ulterior motives, did not intend to let them leave this place alive. The latter part of the journey was even more arduous. There were clearly more attacks, but the harvest was also greater. Although they did not find any divine herbs, the divine materials and natural treasures that the group of half-step Emperor Wu found in the desolate plain of fire were equivalent to 10 years of harvests. If they could return, they would have made a huge profit on this trip. As for Xiao Chen, there was no need to even mention him. The value of one piece of heptagold origin was even greater than the harvest of these people combined. Heptagold origin. This was something that even Emperor Wu would be tempted by. He would break his promise and kill for it. However, the further they went, the more Xiao Qin discovered that something was wrong. Towards the end, the number of times that Emperor Wu attacked increased. It was like Emperor Wu was unwilling to watch them die. Sometimes, he would even take the risk to block the attacks of some ferocious beasts. Given the indifferent attitude of this group of Emperor Wu, Xiao Qin naturally would not think that they were acting up. Wang Yuzhu, when we reach our destination, remember to be careful. I have a bad feeling about this. Yi Chen, are you saying that this group of Emperor Wu will attack us? That can't be. What value do we have for Emperor Wu to attack us? At worst, we will just give them the treasures we obtained. That's hard to say. In any case, there is nothing wrong with being careful. As Xiao Qin spoke, the battle did not stop. Aside from scouting the way, this group of half-step Emperor Wu could only harass the group. The main force was still that group of Emperor Wu. If they did not follow this group of Emperor Wu, given the strength of a half-step Emperor Wu, it would be impossible for them to barge in. Chapter 1239. 3 days later, the fatigued group finally walked out of the desolate plain of fire. With Yi Ling leading the way, they passed through many hidden tunnels. 1 hour later, a vast and majestic grave appeared before the group. Rows of flaming red sculptures lined both sides of the road. The air was incredibly dry. It felt like the air they exhaled could ignite. At the end of the road was a mysterious formation that sunk into the ground. There was a circular hole in the middle of the formation. It was somewhat far away and could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. This is the grave of the Fire Dragon General. Is this your destination? A half-step Emperor Wu exclaimed in shock. The Fire Dragon General was one of the old Dragon King's 8 great generals. Aside from the main grave, it was one of the 8 most valuable graves in the distant Sea Dragon Grave. However, it was rumored that even sovereign martial emperors were helpless before this grave. Could it be that Yi Ling's group had a way to open the grave? Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. However, sorry, there is no reward." Pu Ci. The 5 Emperor Wus attacked at the same time, each executing a killing move and mercilessly attacking the 7 half-step Emperor Wus. The red-haired, middle-aged man struck the first half-step Emperor Wus, who spoke and burned him to ashes. The other 4 Emperor Wus also attacked. Although they all struck one person, they could not achieve a one-hit kill. The difference in strength was clear for all to see. As for Xiao Qin and Wang Yuzhu, they had been paying attention. When the other party unleashed their killing intent, they quickly turned and fled, dodging the first wave of attacks. "Leave these 2 fellows to me." A greedy look flashed in old Hang's eyes. He rushed ahead of the other Emperor Wus to chase after Xiao Qin and Wang Yuzhu. "Yi Chen, you are right. This group of Emperor Wus is too deranged. What benefits can they gain from killing us half-step Emperor Wus?" As Wang Yuzhu fled, he still could not figure it out. Originally, he thought that this mission would be more difficult. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Emperor Wu would personally kill them. No matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out why. What benefits could a half-step Emperor Wus gain from killing them? In the past, Emperor Wus had recruited half-step Emperor Wus to explore the distant Sea Dragon Grave. Although the mortality rate was high, there had never been a situation where a half-step Emperor Wu was killed. Even if a half-step Emperor Wu fancied a treasure, they could just force it. How could a half-step Emperor Wu compete with a true Emperor Wu? In the end, they would obediently hand it over. Of a monster like Yi Chen was an exception. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Are you surprised? Emperor Chen, Emperor of the said, Emperor, Star, Emperor Thousand. Emperor, I said, Ling Chen, I said. What do we do now? Isn't it too difficult for the 2 of us to walk out alive?" Chen and of N, and all, and said, Ling and said, of. And. Don't worry. Just follow me, Xiaoqin said calmly. Suddenly, maniacal laughter reverberated behind them. Brat, now you know how to run. Weren't you very cocky back then? Why are you running? If you have the guts, stop. This old man will squish you to death with one hand. The maniacal laughter carried a heavy emperor's might that could topple mountains and flip the seas. Rumble. Emperor's might spread out, surging over. Old Hong's maniacal laughter ripped off a layer of the ground under their feet, forming a storm that surged towards the two. Wang Yuzhu's expression changed. Oh no. This old fellow is chasing us. It will be hard for us to escape now. The two looked back and saw old Hong tearing space with his bare hands. His figure pierced through the void. Although he did not travel far, his speed was faster than the two's movement techniques. Furthermore, with the storm behind them interfering, it was only a matter of time before old Hong caught up to them. Only this guy managed to catch up to us. Xiaoqin opened his heavenly eye and looked back. Indeed, only old Hong was chasing them. The other Emperor Wu must have gone to chase the others. Masked brat, aren't you rather gutsy? To think that you dared to clash with me in front of so many people, causing me to lose face. Why are you running now? The rage that old Hong had suppressed in his heart for a long time erupted. His roar was like thunder, making everyone flustered. Anyone who heard this voice could feel the overwhelming killing intent in it. Whoosh! Xiaoqin closed his heavenly eye and turned around, stopping just like that. This startled Wang Yuzhu. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then, his face sank, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. It is just a first heaven Emperor Wu. Watch how I kill this old fellow. Old Hong, who had been chasing Xiaoqin in the distance, suddenly sensed that Xiaoqin had stopped. His face immediately lit up in joy. Little brat, you really dare to stop. Do you think that I cannot kill you? After saying that, old Hong estimated the distance and took 2 steps forward. Each step covered 1 kilometer. Then, he thrust his sword and tore a tear in space, disappearing in a flash. Old Hong prepared to cross space and suddenly appear, dealing a killing blow to Xiaoqin. Pu Ci. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. He sensed a tear in space 10 meters in front of him. The speed at which the tear extended was incredibly fast. In the next moment, old Hong leaped out of it. However, to old Hong's surprise, Xiaoqin did not seem surprised at all when old Hong tore space and charged over. It was like he had guessed it long ago. At some point in time, a war banner flickering with 5-colored starlight appeared in Xiaoqian's hand. What secret treasure is that? Old Hong's eyelids twitched, feeling a bad premonition. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Die. Xiaoqian's lips curled up in a cold smile. The instant old Hong leaped out of the spatial tear, Xiaoqin raised the cycle banner in his hand and charged over. In the next moment, Wang Yuzhu saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Suddenly, all the dark clouds in the sky scattered. Thousands of stars in the pitch-black night sky formed a magnificent and enchanting scene. 5 beams of starlight of different colors formed a beam of light that soared into the sky. Suddenly, it descended from the sky and formed a gorgeous, colorful screen of light behind Xiaoqin. The screen of light continued endlessly, looking like a dream. When Xiaoqin held the cycle banner, it was like he was holding a divine spear. When the 5 states merged, the boundless astral energy carried by them reached the peak of speed. Before Zhang Xian could react, old Hong, who was still holding onto his sword, maintained his posture of leaping down. The tip of the banner stabbed into old Hong's chest. With a "puci" sound, a bowl-sized hole appeared on his chest. The hole was smooth and flat without any gaps. Piercing through the void. That is an emperor-grade secret treasure in your hand. How is this possible? When old Hong saw the wound on his chest, an expression of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. He could not imagine how a consummation blue-robed emperor could control the might of an emperor-grade secret treasure so freely. If old Hong had known that Xiao Qin could control an emperor-grade secret treasure, he would not have dared to chase after Xiao Qin even if he was 100 times more courageous. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. Don't think that you are unrivaled just because you became Emperor Wu. You are just a first heaven layer. Even the primes I have seen are not as arrogant as you. Pa! Xiao Qin swung the banner violently like a slap to old Hong's face, knocking him down from the sky. Half of his face immediately shattered. After old Hong left, a black hole remained in the sky, lingering for a long time. As for the spatial tear that old Hong tore earlier, it had already healed quickly. This was truly piercing through the void. Flee! After old Hong landed, blood flowed endlessly from his mouth. This was the only thought in his mind. Only by regrouping with the red-haired Emperor Wu would he be able to survive. Given old Hong's current condition, he was no match for Xiao Qin. Even with the recovery ability of Emperor Wu's golden body, the black hole-like wound on old Hong's chest could not heal. Old Hong's entire heart had been erased. If old Hong did not find a place to treat his injuries quickly, he would die even if Xiao Qin did not make a move. After Xiao Qin thrust out, he realized that he was wrong. However, he still thrust at old Hong's chest out of habit. To Emperor Wu, the chest was no longer a fatal spot. What was important was the location of the heart of an emperor. However, it did not matter. This old fellow no longer had any combat prowess. There was no way for him to survive. Xiao Qin unfurled the cycle banner, and the sound of surging waves resounded, causing the entire space to fluctuate. When Xiao Qin looked in the direction that old Hong left, he tossed the banner in his hand forward. The banner flew out like a javelin. Instantly, the entire starry heavens moved with the cycle banner. 5-colored starlight spread out, looking like raindrops falling from the sky. Old Hong felt like he could not run anymore. Right now, old Hong's physical body was incomplete. He could not even drive his primordial energy. The space fluctuated like water, filled with resistance. He turned his head to take a look. What he saw was the last thing he saw in this world. The cycle banner arrived like a meteor. With a "puci" sound, it stabbed into the place where old Hong's heart of an emperor was. The banner pierced through his physical body and pinned him to the ground. Xiao Qin killed Emperor Wu in 2 moves. Wang Yuzhu felt like he was seeing things. Did he see wrong? He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. Indeed, he did not see wrong. Old Hong, who had been running frantically and boasting about killing Xiao Qin, was indeed pinned to the ground. Motes of white light came from old Hong's body. They were incredibly white, containing dense and pure energy. That was the heart of an emperor slowly dying. When the light scattered, it would die completely. Right now, Xiao Qin was exhausted. When he controlled the fusion of the 5 states, he had already drained the 10 strands of primordial energy. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness drained even more terrifyingly. Every state contained vast astral energy. Furthermore, their attributes were very distinct and not easy to merge. If Xiao Qin was not careful, there would be an explosion. At that time, he would not be able to injure the enemy. Instead, the backlash would cripple him. In reality, every time Xiao Qin used that dreamlike attack, he gambled with his life. Xiao Qin quickly absorbed that light. It is very useful to you. Be faster. Don't wait for it to scatter. Chapter 1240. Ao Jiao quickly reminded Xiao Qin from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Seeing that Ao Jiao spoke in a rush, Xiao Qin ignored his fatigue and moved his body, preparing to walk over. However, when Xiao Qin looked around, he discovered that Wang Yuzhu's gaze was also filled with hope as he looked at the light, entranced. Damn it! I somewhat forgot about this person's existence. Although Xiao Qin had always been good at judging people, he was not confident of defeating this half-step Emperor Wu in his current state. He could not help but feel nervous. If the other party became greedy, he could only choose to flee alone. This was not a good time to fight. When Wang Yuzhu felt Xiao Qin's gaze, he smiled embarrassedly. He said, "This is Emperor Wu's life essence. I have heard of it before. However, this is my first time seeing it, so I became somewhat entranced." Xiao Qin said calmly, "It's fine. I understand. If the other party wanted to fight, this was the best opportunity." After Xiao Qin absorbed this life essence and caught his breath, there would not be any more opportunities. In the end, Xiao Qin had not gone through life and death situations with Wang Yuzhu, nor had they shared a heart-to-heart. This was a good opportunity to test the other party. If Wang Yuzhu could endure the temptation and greed and not make a move on Xiao Qin, then Xiao Qin could make friends with him. After getting Ao Jiao to keep a lookout for him, Xiao Qin quickly walked over to Old Hong's corpse. Just as Xiao Qin was about to sit down cross-legged, the blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian roared ferociously again. It wanted to do its best to break free of Xiao Qin's suppression while he was weak. Since entering the dragon grave, Xiao Qin had felt a mysterious existence calling out to him. The blue dragon martial spirit wanted to roar loudly in response to this mysterious call. Because of Yi Ling and the others, Xiao Qin had been suppressing the blue dragon martial spirit, not letting it respond to that mysterious call. At this moment, the blue dragon martial spirit wanted to take advantage of Xiao Qin's weakness to respond to that mysterious call. Xiao Qin had a cautious nature. He did not know what would happen if he responded to the mysterious pull of the distant sea dragon grave. It would be safer to wait until he recovered some of his strength. He once again suppressed the blue dragon martial soul, not allowing it to respond to that call. Xiao Qin calmed his mind and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to absorb Old Hong's life essence. As the surging energy was absorbed into Xiao Qin's body, Xiao Qin was astonished to discover that his exhausted law energy was rapidly recovering. Soon, the heart of an emperor completely recovered. The 20,000-odd strands of law energy spread around it like a roaming dragon. Then, the grand mist energy began to restore itself. Although the speed was slower, it was still many times faster than when Xiao Qin used essence stones to restore himself. After recovering all of his strength, Xiao Qin discovered that his cultivation had started to increase. Emperor Wu's life essence poured in endlessly. His law energy rapidly increased, at least 10 times faster than when he used essence stones to cultivate. No wonder Ao Jiao told him to speed up and not waste it. Emperor Wu's life essence was truly nourishing. It was much stronger than some sage-grade medicinal pills or natural treasures. Wang Yuzhu watched as Xiao Qin slowly absorbed Emperor Wu's life essence. He could not hide the envy in his eyes. However, there was no greed. Such a fortuitous encounter is truly enviable. As a consummation blue-robed emperor, killing Emperor Wu was a heaven-defying feat since ancient times. Not many people had been able to do so. However, that mysterious war banner of his should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The peak strike of an emperor-grade secret treasure could indeed severely injure an unguarded Emperor Wu. This was not strange. However, didn't an emperor-grade secret treasure require primordial energy to be able to control it freely? Could it be that Xiao Qin had primordial energy as well? All sorts of doubts lingered in Wang Yuzhu's heart, bewildering him no matter how hard he thought about it. Before the Fire Dragon General's grave, Yi Ling did not have to wait for long. The blue-robed emperors who went out to chase after Emperor Wu all returned with the corpse of a half-step Emperor Wu. 4 hours passed. Aside from Old Hong, all the Emperor Wus had returned. Strange, why is Old Hong not back yet? One of the Emperor Wus asked, feeling somewhat suspicious. Someone joked, could it be that he cannot deal with 2 half-step Emperor Wu's experts? Worry flashed in the red-haired Emperor Wu's eyes. After some thought, he said, never mind. There is no need to care about him for now. That masked brat is somewhat difficult to deal with. He might really escape. Right. That masked brat does give off a mysterious feeling. Old Hong probably lost him and is too embarrassed to come back. The few of them felt that, given Old Hong's strength, nothing unexpected would happen. The only possibility was that he lost Old Hong. No matter how they thought about it, they would never imagine that Xiao Qin had already killed Old Hong. Old Hong did not even have a chance to self-detonate. Xiao Chen had nearly drained all of his life essence. Yi Ling looked at the corpse at his feet. Then, he looked at the large road in front. The dragon race puppets guarding the dragon grave lined both sides of the road. There was a concave formation at the end of the road. If one wanted to open the gates to the fire dragon general's grave, they could only go through this formation. Yi Ling waited for a while. However, Old Hong still did not come. So, he shook his head and said, "Never mind. We are not going to wait for him. There are enough corpses at our feet. Let's go. Young Master Yi, the dragon race puppets on both sides will attack the moment we go over. Are we not going to make any preparations?" Yi Ling's lips curled up slightly. "If I say we can leave, naturally, we can. Do you really think that my title of Dragon Slayer is undeserved?" After saying that, Yi Ling raised his foot and walked forward. A strange aura appeared on his body, inspiring some fear in Emperor Wu, who was at the side, and making him feel mysterious and unfathomable. The dragon race puppets on both sides actually trembled slightly under this aura as though they feared it. If Xiao Chen were here and saw Yi Ling unleashing his aura, he would definitely recognize what kind of aura this was. That was right. This aura was exactly the same as the ghost Ho that Xiao Chen once saw. They really did not attack. The few Emperor Wu's eyes widened as they carefully followed behind Yi Ling. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Step by step, the group soon arrived at the end of the road. Then, Yi Ling instructed, "Drain the blood and fill up the formation." The others did as instructed, pouring the blood of the few half-step Emperor Wu's corpses into the formation. At this moment, Yi Ling took out that dragon-shaped key and fiddled with it. There happened to be a circular hole in the center of that ancient formation, which was very compatible with the key in Yi Ling's hand. Buzz! 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 The dragon race puppets on both sides trembled even more intensely as though they would break free of their restraints at any moment and attack together. The red-haired Emperor Wu felt fear in his heart as he watched. If these 100-odd dragon race emperor-grade puppets attacked at the same time, even he would not be able to withstand it. He said somewhat uncertainly, "Young Master Yi, there won't be any mistakes, right?" Yi Ling revealed a confident smile. "I have been to more than 1,000 dragon graves of various sizes. However, I have never stumbled once." The red-haired Emperor Wu smiled as well. However, he still felt some shadow in his heart. That masked fellow was somewhat unfathomable. Without Old Hong returning, he could not feel at ease. After Xiao Chen finished absorbing Old Hong's life essence, he opened his eyes somewhat reluctantly. He carefully checked his heavenly laws and discovered that his law energy had increased by a total of 5,000, returning to 25,000. Unexpectedly, by killing one Emperor Wu, Xiao Chen's cultivation had increased by a quarter. That was comparable to more than 1,000 essence stones. Furthermore, it was even faster. Xiao Chen could not help thinking, if I can kill a few more Emperor Wu, I won't have to cultivate anymore. However, after thinking about it, it is still not a good idea. This time, Xiao Chen managed to kill Old Hong mainly because the other party was too careless. The other party did not know that Xiao Chen had condensed the heart of an emperor and could control an emperor-grade secret treasure. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chen to kill Old Hong in one strike. He did not even give the other party the chance to self-detonate. Even if Xiao Chen killed a regular Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult to prevent the other party from self-detonating. Furthermore, such actions were not of the righteous Tao. If Xiao Chen kept thinking of doing this, what difference was there between him, Xiao Chen, and those loose cultivators of the evil Tao? In reality, Xiao Chen's cultivation experience was no different from that of regular loose cultivators. For a long time, he had not fallen into depravity because his heart had not changed. If his heart changed, even if his strength increased, he, Xiao Chen, would no longer be the same Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao reminded, "Stop thinking about it. It is only the first time that it has such a great effect. Quickly, check what other treasures this Old Hong has on him." Xiao Chen smiled and recovered his wits. Then, he pulled out his cycle banner, and blood spurted out. Then, Xiaochen searched Old Hong's chest. As for the other party's spatial ring, he could only take a look. Even the blue-robed Emperor's spatial ring had restrictions. Needless to say, Emperor Wu's spatial ring would be even more so. However, it was unfortunate. If Xiaochen could open this spatial ring, he would be able to make a huge profit. No matter how poor Emperor Wu was, he would have at least tens of millions of black astral coins. He would also have plenty of medicinal pills to spare. Emperor Wu definitely carried something good on him. No matter whose precious treasure it would definitely be in a spatial ring. It was the same for Xiaochen. Initially, Xiaochen did not hold much hope. In the end, he found a talisman seal. The talisman seal had a complicated and profound diagram drawn on it, looking very simple and unadorned. When Xiaochen looked up, he discovered Wang Yuzhu walking over and staring at the golden talisman seal in his hand. It seemed like he recognized it. "Brother Wang, do you know what this is?" Xiaochen asked casually when he saw the situation. Wang Yuzhu replied, "When I saw Old Hong lay a formation, he used this talisman seal. He carved the diagram on the talisman seal on the ground. Then, he activated the talisman seal and placed it in the center of the formation. A formation that can defend against an ordinary Emperor Wu was formed." Clearly, Ao Jiao understood more. She explained to Xiaochen from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "This is one of the formations that Emperor Wu often uses. It is called the Iron Defense Magic Formation. Right now, the formations of the martial epoch are derived from the Immortal Epoch's Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sections. The formations of the Taoist and Confucian sects are rather rare. Most of them are Buddhist formations. The Iron Defense Magic Formation is a Buddhist formation. I'll give it a try." Xiaochen had never seen this before and felt rather curious. He asked Ao Jiao how to use it and prepared to give it a try.